Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Mid Suffolk District Council Planning Referrals meeting today, the 27th of January 2021. Welcome to the meeting. My name's Cathy Guthrie and I'm the chairman today. May I first of all remind you of some domestic arrangements. Please ensure that microphones are muted when you're not speaking, that you do not interrupt the other speaker. Members are reminded not to use messaging chat function during the meeting unless it is to report a pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest, or to notify the chair that you wish to make a proposal. Members are reminded that they should not have alternative communication lines open, i.e. other team chats, and that if you are contacted by a third party during the application, you should bring this to the legal advisor's attention. That if you are attending the meeting to speak and persistently interrupt the meeting, you may be asked to leave. Additionally, you will be invited to speak and ask questions by me at the meeting, and please await your turn. We'll not be using the hands up function in the first round, except for declarations of interest, site visits, requests, lobbying and questions for clarity. We will be using electronic voting in this meeting, and if you're experiencing poor connection issues in the first instance, please turn off your camera, and if this does not work, please turn off all incoming video. These options are under the three dots on the main information bar. I would like to remind everyone present that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. The whole of the meeting will be recorded, except where there are confidential items. If you make a representation to the meeting, you will be deemed by the council to have consented to being recorded. And by entering this meeting as a speaker, you are also consenting to being recorded by the council and possible use of those sound recordings for webcasting and training purposes. The council, members of the public and the press may record, film, photograph or broadcast this meeting when the public and press are not lawfully excluded. Now, before I do introductions, I need to remind everybody that today is Holocaust Memorial Day, a day for remembrance for the 6 million Jews murdered during the Holocaust, alongside the others under Nazi persecution and in the genocides which followed in Cambodia, Rwanda, Bosnia and Darfur. At 11 a.m. today, I invite everyone, whether at home or out and about, to join to observe a 2-minute silence. So at 11 o'clock, I'll ask the officers to advise us of that time. Thank you very much. I'll do the introductions now. Ian Dupre is the legal advisor, Robert Carmichael, the governance officer, Joe Hobbs is the case officer for both cases, Philip Isbell is the chief planning officer. Ward members are Councillor Tim Passmore and Councillor John Whitehead. And so with that, may I now move to the agenda, please? Apologies for absence and substitutions.
Thank you, Chair. Just for note for members of the public watching, there are no substitutes for planning referrals. And this morning we have apologies from Councillor Peter Gould, Councillor Matthew Hicks and Councillor Tim Passmore. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. To receive declarations of pecuniary and non-interest by members. Councillor Caston.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I'd like to declare a non-pecuniary interest in 1856/17 land northwest of Church Lane, Barham. I've known the landowner for a number of years, and I was also ward councillor there, during which this application was being consulted on, and spoke openly at many of the meetings. So to protect the impartiality and independence of the committee, I'd like to not be involved in that part of the agenda. 1816/17 land northwest of Church Lane, Barham.
Thank you for that. So after the first case, we will partake of your leave, I would suggest.
Yeah, yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, and I have Councillor Mellon as well, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if I need to declare this, but the second application, the Ely Road one, the Diocese of St Edmundsbury in Ipswich is a part owner of that site, and I'm a church warden within that diocese. I don't know if that affects it at all, but I just wanted, for the sake of clarity, to be absolutely open about that.
If I may come in, Madam Chairman,
Please do. Yes, please do.
I happen to be an Anglican church warden as well, and I'm not declaring. I'm not disqualifying myself as your legal advisor. Councillor Mellon needn't worry about that.
Thank you for the comments. Nonetheless, it's always very helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else with any further declarations? Can you take?
My hand is up, I think.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm sorry, I haven't got a list down the side. I do beg your pardon, Councillor Field. Yes, please.
Okay, I need to declare that I am the county councillor for this area that involves Claydon and Barham. And obviously, as such, over years, I attend parish meetings, so have been present during some discussions. I believe I've always pointed out that this is a quasi-judicial process, and therefore I can't prejudge matters, although sometimes one will give opinions. So there's two issues. The next issue I really need to declare is that I am a trustee of the Felix Thornley Cobbled Agricultural Trust, and that trust does have a relationship with Pigeon Developments concerning a site in Sproughton. I don't believe either of those issues are, those declarations are prejudicial, certainly not financial.
Can we just have confirmation from Mr. Dupre on that one? Thank you for that, John. Councillor Field.
Thank you. Councillor Field has very wisely made the committee aware of this, but I agree. I don't think this is certainly not a pecuniary interest. I don't believe that it is a. It does not sound like an interest leading to bias, and if Councillor Field feels happy to carry on, then I'm content to.
Absolutely. Thank you very much indeed. Is there anyone else? Because I haven't got the list up.
Yes, yeah. Councillor Mansell here.
Councillor Mansell, if you would. Please.
I just feel that I ought to declare that I have had a couple of informal discussions with Pigeon Homes about sustainability of developments. I don't think it's an issue because we haven't discussed any particular applications, but they have contacted me and I have had some informal discussions with them.
And again, Ian, if you would just like to comment on that, please, legally. Thank you.
Yes, sorry, Madam Chairman. Yes, indeed. I make the same comment. Wisely declared, but there is no problem in my opinion. Thank
you very much for that. So declarations of lobbying, and I'm going to put my hand up because I've been lobbied on both of them. So can the officer just ask people in turn, because I haven't got them up. I've got so many screens and things open at the moment.
Just run through the hands that I can see then, just to make sure. So I'll start with Councillor Eburn.
Thank you. Yes, I have been lobbied by the by Pigeon and by the parish council.
Is that on both? Is that on both cases?
On the first one, the one ending 17. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. If I could go to Councillor Matheson next.
Yes, similarly, parish council on the first one.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mayor.
Yes, the first one, parish council and Pigeon Homes.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Warboys. I'll come back to Councillor Warboys. Councillor Norris.
Yes, on both applications.
Thank you. Councillor Warboys, I believe you're back now. Could I ask you?
Yes, my apologies, I was muted. Yes, I've had 2 emails from both the applicant and the parish council regarding the first development.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Muller.
Yes, thank you. I've also been lobbied by the parish council and Pigeon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I believe the only 2 left. So, Councillor Field.
Yes, been lobbied on both by certainly by the parish council, by both the developers, I believe.
Thank you, Councillor. And finally, I believe Councillor Mellon.
Yes, parish council and the developer on the first application.
Thank you. If I've missed anyone.
Yeah, I think you've missed me.
Apologies, Councillor.
Councillor Mansell, I too have been contacted by the parish council.
Thank you, Councillor. I believe that's now everyone's share.
Right.
Sorry, Councillor Carston had his hand up. Apologies.
Yes, sorry, from the parish council.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
And that's us all done. Thank you very much indeed. Right, so we move on. Declarations of Councillor Warboys, can you take your hand down, please, and Councillor Mansell? Thank you. Moving on, declarations of personal site visits, please. Councillor Mansell.
Yes, sorry, I just put my hand up because I thought you were about to say personal site visits, and you told me to put my hand down before you got that far. I'd just like to say that I have been, I did some exploration of the housing estate and the land around the Ely Road development back in November, not to do with this planning application, but I did make a reasonable exploration of that area. So I'll declare that as a site visit.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Councillor Field.
Let me just state the obvious. As county councillor for 20 years, I have visited the site on occasion, and not as a specific site visit, but people should be aware, I guess.
Yeah, well, people see people walking about, so I think it's very wise to comment. Thank you. And Councillor Custon?
Very similar to Councillor Field, on the Ely Road site. I have visited that site, but not to look at anything in regards to the plan application.
And in fact, actually, Councillor, thank you for that, Councillor Custon. I did have my papers turned over. It is the first one, isn't it? 185617 that you have an interest in, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, I got in a bit of a muddle because I got my papers turned back to front. So that's the first one. So I don't know whether you want to go and scramble some eggs or something, and or sit with us.
I think I'll switch off my video and my microphone, which I think is the modern day equivalent of leaving the room, and not take any part in that whatsoever.
And Robert, is that in order? And can we contact Councillor Custon when we reconvene for the case that he can join us on?
Thank you, Chair. What I've suggested to Councillor Custon is, with regards to interest, it's generally better to be on the side of caution. So I would ask Councillor Custon to leave the meeting when we get to that point, and I or one of my colleagues will let Councillor Custon know when we're getting near the end, just so that there can be no points made regarding Councillor Custon being in the meeting when he has an interest.
Right. I think that's clear, don't you?
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I'll take that advice.
Yeah, OK, thank you very much indeed. So moving on down the agenda, if we would please, confirmation of the minutes. Now, they were some considerable time ago, and we all know about the minutes. So it is just accuracy of the minutes as presented to us. Can I have a proposer and a seconder, please? Or any points that need accuracy. Now, I've seen two hands now. I'm not sure if Councillor Matheson was first or Councillor Muller. Councillor Muller?
Yes, I'd like to propose acceptance of the minutes. Thank you, Chair.
And Councillor Matheson, what was your point?
Yeah, I'd be happy to second, Chair, but I did want to just comment that it would be desirable that we got draft minutes into the public domain in a timely way. I'm not sure whether that was the case, and as you pointed out, these were a long time ago.
This happens, Councillor Matheson. I think under the circumstances, we're all operating under difficulties, and I take your point. We do try to encourage officers to give us that information, but thank you for that. Can you take your hand down? Are you seconding it? Did you say?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, lovely. So on that, Robert, would you now take an electronic vote? Can you walk us through that one again? Here we go.
Yes, of course, Chair. So if members could please go to the modern.gov app and open the agenda for today, today's meeting. On the top bar, there is a plus sign just near to the right-hand corner. If you click on the plus sign, click attendance and voting. It will then take you to the list of votes that we have before us. The vote we will be taking on the minutes is highlighted in blue. If you click on that, it will then take you to the vote in progress.
And Councillor Matheson, is it a question? Have you a problem with this?
No, Chair, so hand needs to go down again now.
OK, thank you very much.
just waiting on one vote, Councillor. Chair, sorry. Thank you.
Right.
So that is unanimously carried.
Thank you very much. And we need to do the same for confirmation of the minutes of the meeting held on the 16th of September. Again, it's accuracy. And can I have a proposer and a seconder, please? Councillor Muller, thank you.
Yes, happy to propose. Thank you.
And Councillor Caston, you got your hand up there. I can only see a few of you, you see.
Happy to second. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you very much. And Robert, can you take a vote on that, please?
Thank you, Chair. So if members could please go to the modern.gov app again, in the top right hand corner on the agenda for today is the plus sign. If you could please go to the item we are discussing of the minutes, and it should appear in a blue thin line for the vote, which is now in progress. Thank you, Chair. So the vote is 12 votes for with 1 abstention.
Thank you very much. To receive notification of petitions in accordance with the Council's petition scheme.
None received, Chair.
So the schedule of planning applications will be in the order that we have them. And the first one is 185617, land northwest of Church Lane, Barham. I'll now invite the Case Officer Joe Hobbs to introduce the application to the committee. Thank you very much.
At that point, that Councillor Carson has left the meeting as per previously discussed.
Thank you very much.
That you can hear me. Sound.
You're very faint.
No, yeah.
Yeah, it's telling me that I'm faint.
No, we can't hear you.
Do you hear anything at all, Chair?
You're not the only one, John.
So I'm going to have to leave the meeting and come back in again according to Teams. Apologies. Give me 1 moment.
No.
Yeah, all right, Councillor Matheson. We'll tell you when we're up to speed and blasting our eardrums off. At the moment, nothing for any of us, John. Councillor Matheson. She's going to leave the meeting and then come back and join in again. Hopefully, if we pedal a bit quicker, we'll get the sound up, won't we? We do our best. That's no better.
Sorry, how's that?
No. Councillor Matheson wouldn't be able to hear that, and I don't think that's appropriate for all of us to strain.
Bear with me 1 second. I'm just going to seek alternative headset.
Can you use it without the headset?
Your last statement was okay.
Was it? It was very quiet, John.
I heard her quite.
Ask Councillor Matheson if he could have heard that.
I heard her quite clearly, actually.
Did you?
Yeah. Is the sound okay now? Is that better?
Councillor Matheson, can you?
Yeah,
hear?
yeah. That was loud and clear, that last sentence.
Excellent.
Fantastic. Sorry,
Right,
bear
well
with me.
done.
Sorry about that. Right,
Well,
let's
get a
start
good
the
shout.
presentation again. Okay, thank you, Chair. So the application being presented to members today is, as shown on this title screen here, in Barham, the parish of Barham. The application is in outline form with access to be considered and the location of the spine road through the site to be fixed. I will go through that in the plans in the presentation shortly. The proposals are for up to 269 dwellings a site for a primary school and preschool, a community use site, extension to church grounds, and open space ecology enhancements. Just to give the context of the wider site location here, we've got the A14 going down the centre of the slide, and Great Blakenham is shown to the west of the A14, and then Barham to the east, and Claydon, and the site is shown as the red dot on this slide. The parish boundaries are shown on this plan in green colour. The site outlined in orange, hatched in pink, shows the position adjoining the Claydon development boundary. As you'll see, the village of Claydon has extended beyond the parish boundaries of Claydon. So the parish boundary is just shown in green on there. Let me just quickly get my pointer. There we go, pointer here. And then development boundary in Barham. Barham has perhaps a polyfocal nature of development boundaries, and this is one of the development boundaries within Barham, just on towards the top of the screen there. So just to run through the aerial view of the site, we've got the site location outlined in red, and just superimposed proposed development in there, but I will obviously come on to that in more detail shortly. And just to give some context, we've got Norwich Road coming down the west of the site here, Church Lane, Barham, along the south of the site, and the church, which I'll show you in a moment, and the A14. And the yellow dots just shown there, just to show the bridleway, which abuts the site on the eastern boundary. Just to run through other constraints around the site, we've got the Church of St Mary and St Peter, just to the east of the site here, which is a Grade 1 listed church. And the green dotted lines are the public rights of way, which just extend around the site further to the south. And then we've got some TPO trees to the south of Church Lane, Barham, not within the application site, but just shown in these areas here. Also to note on this slide here, we've got special landscape area, which is not, the site is not within the special landscape area, it's the west side of Norwich Road. So here's the list of buildings, slightly more detail around the site. We've got St Mary's and St Peter's, as I say, Grade 1 church, and we've got Barham House Wall, a Grade 2 listed building, which is just along here. And we've got the King Henry VIII farmhouse, which is a Grade 2 listed building, just to the south west of the site on the other side of Norwich Road. Just for context, we've also got St Peter's Church to the south of Claydon. It is quite a distance, and there's no impact to the setting of that, but just for context of that. And lastly, we have Shrubland Hall. Just zoomed out slightly here. So obviously Shrubland Hall is slightly further to the north within Barham, but as I'll show in the slides, there is some impact in the setting of that Grade 2 listed building. So other constraints to note on the site here, we've got agricultural land classification. Soil testing was undertaken through the course of the application, and the different areas show the different grades. We have Grade 4 in yellow, Grade 3B in green, and Grade 2 in blue. And just showing in total, there's 13 hectares of the application site in Grade 2, with 4.5 hectares proposed to be developed. So I'll show you on those plans in a bit, just so I'm showing you the highlighted area now. Also, as a matter which I will come on to, matters that were raised at the previous committee, I will go through the history of this application shortly, but I just want to point out the location of Barham Quarry in relation to this application site. So we've got the application site here for this application. I've also shown the second application on the agenda today, just also in red to the south. But Barham Quarry is this area of obviously disturbed ground here. I will show photos of the topography in the relationship to that through the presentation. And just to update the committee report on the relevant policies, the Minerals and Waste Local Plan is now dated 2020 from Suffolk County Council. That's a slight update from the committee report, but it doesn't change the nature of the assessment that we've made on that matter. So the previous application, I think now's probably a good time to talk about the history of this application. It's obviously a 2017 application and what has happened to it since 2017 when it was submitted. So this application has been before Planning Referrals Committee before in March 2018. These were the proposals that were presented to members at that point. The members resolved to refuse a resolution of minded to refuse the application due to concerns relating to archaeology, ecology, heritage impacts and uncertainty over cumulative impacts in highways terms. I will go over that in a little bit more detail in the next slide, but I just wanted to show members the previous plans and how it's changed to the current plan. So here we have the previous site. The preschool site was identified, preschool and primary school site identified here. A community use doctor surgery site, the same here. Extension to the church grounds, informal open space, and that spine road and access points. This proposal was for 300 dwellings. If I just highlight this area here in red, this is the area that particularly has changed. So the proposals now, if we just fade in to the current proposals being presented to members today, the proposals have been reduced to 269 dwellings and pulled that development back from the setting of the Grade 1 listed church, which is just to the right of this slide. The church ground extensions have increased, more informal open space, and an agricultural land to be retained as meadow, which has both ecological and archaeological matters, which I'll explain more when we go through the proposals. So just to show the change, it's fading back as the application has changed as it's being presented to members today. So just to go through the matters in detail, the heritage and landscape, like I said, the development has been pulled back from the church and the number of dwellings have reduced in effect of that. And there's a greater extension to the church grounds being provided, which will be secured through a league agreement and obviously the parameter plans. In terms of ecology, biodiversity and landscape, further work was carried out to ensure that land is provided for brown hares. If I just go back to that slide here, so the agricultural land retained meadow here, that habitat is being enhanced to provide additional habitat for brown hares to enhance that population, and is being secured as a mitigation enhancement measure under the application. But also this piece of land here is where there are underground Anglo-Saxon remains, and it's being secured that this land would be undisturbed. It wouldn't be ploughed, it would be retained as meadow, and any planting of any trees and shrubs wouldn't be deep rooted to try and really maintain that historic interest in the area of the site there. So at present it is an agricultural field which is being ploughed and can result in below ground disturbance, but it's being retained instead as a meadow. So that in effect would help protect the underground historic assets further than at present even. Also, there's lots of structural planting going in, which is good habitat for turtle doves. I'll go through the landscaping plan shortly, and a whole package of mitigation enhancement measures for other protected species, such as great crested newts and bats. So I've covered the archaeology area, just showing that that's now being protected and won't be disturbed below ground. And I think the final piece of work which was undertaken is an assessment of highway impact. Work was undertaken with the application, which is second on the agenda today, at Ely Road, to consider the cumulative impacts of both of those developments coming forwards. When this was considered at Planning Committee last by members, the application for Ely Road had just been received, obviously a 2018 application, and obviously it's important to understand the impacts of both of those applications together on the junctions and the roads around Claydon. There was extensive consultation and discussion with the parish councils. A number of meetings were held between the developers and the parish councils to consider what the impacts are. The applicants presented evidence and discussed the potential mitigation measures, and a raft of mitigation measures were identified to improve the safety of pedestrians and cyclists at key junctions in Claydon, which I'll detail in the presentation later just to show you those. So there was a large amount of work that was undertaken, which did take quite a few months through 2018 to 2019. But the intention clearly was to try and make sure that any changes, any proposals put forwards were ones that were engaged with the community to see what they thought of those proposals coming forwards. And obviously this application was then presented to members in January 2020 Referrals Committee, but then the events of the pandemic have overtaken, and now we are here in 2021 with these proposals. So hopefully that gives a bit of an overview as to what's happened since the application was received and since it was last at committee. So just to go through the proposals, the parameter plan in a little bit more detail, I've just zoomed into different areas. Here we have the site reserved for a primary school. We have an indicative kind of layout of the primary school site, but this is by no means fixed at present. It was just officers considered it important to understand how a building could be accommodated on the site, as the site is quite sloping, as I'll show in the photos later. And obviously you want to make sure that you could get an appropriate building. The two-form entry primary school, which the County Council are looking to secure in this site. And so this is why we've got the indicative plans. So the site area of this school site is 3 hectares, which is larger than required for a two-form entry primary school, but it's a case of future-proofing in case further land is required to increase the capacity of that school in the future. The site, like I say, is being secured. It's a primary school site that the County Council are pursuing. It's in the Council's published infrastructure delivery plan, published in November 2020. It's a piece of essential infrastructure to consider the future plan-led growth of the area that's emerging through the joint local plan. The only final thing just to say on the school site is at present discussions are being had with County Council on securing an options agreement on the site, and those discussions have been extensive, giving an indication this is a site that clearly the County Council are interested and want to and need to be delivered. Just to go down to the south of the site now, here we've got the Spine Road, which is shown in blue. I'll show that in the next slide. Proposed indicative layout of residential in a kind of peach colour. And that's obviously all indicative at present, just to give an indication of how the 269 dwellings could be achieved on the site. And in pink here, we have a site identified for a community use or a doctor's surgery. The members will note on the planning application, the NHS and CCG have responded to the planning application, stating they have no objections to the proposed development, provided SIL monies will be provided. As they would be secured to the infrastructure delivery plan to make sure that healthcare can be provided for those future residents of this scheme. They've indicated that the SIL monies would go towards the refurbishment and extension of the existing Barham and Claydon Doctor Surgery, which is just to the south of where the plan is here. So I'm hovering my cursor. There's an existing Doctor Surgery there. There hasn't, the CCG and NHS haven't indicated that they would like to take on this site, and so I think the committee report carefully identifies the weight that we place on the proposals for this site here. It's a site, it's an option, but there's no indication that it is required or to be taken up by the NHS at present. I think it's important to note that this application needs to mitigate its own impacts, and the NHS CCG have identified that it can do so through the provision of SIL monies, and so this site area here is an option, but not necessarily something which is being pursued by the NHS. The alternative use for this site is a community use site, and we've had discussions with Barham Parish Council on the provision of community facilities on this site, as members will see from the tabled papers. There have been recent discussions on an increased provision over and above just this piece of land here. But I think for now, you'll also notice in the tabled papers that whilst there's no certainty that a building can come forwards on this site, officers don't consider that we can insist that a building is built here. The site would be retained for community use in perpetuity. There are options, obviously, for the use of SIL monies generated for the parish council that could be used to create a community facility on this site. But the site would be retained in a community use in perpetuity through the Section 106 agreement, by which I mean that it wouldn't be able to be released, say, to a further planning application for further private housing to come forwards in 5 years' time. It's intended that this site will always be in community use. So even if we have open space, community allotments, community orchard, it will be protected and managed and maintained through the Section 106 so that there is that community space.
Joe, can I just stop you there just for one moment? Councillor Matheson has put his hand up, but unless it's anything to do with that you can't hear, will you please wait for will you please wait for the officer to finish her presentation? If you can't hear, then that's an issue.
Well, the issue is it's very similar to that, actually. I was just to ask,
can you hear or can't you hear?
Well, the officer is. the officer is, I'm getting a sentence from the officer before the slide appears on the screen, so the internet is slow. I just wanted to ask for a little pause before, while the slide actually appears.
Well, that is happening to all of us as well. Well, I think we're all catching up with it, but I hear your point, but we're all struggling with it too. So, Joe, if you can just pause.
Thank you.
And Councillor Matheson, if you take your hand down, please. I'm so sorry, we interrupted the flow of what you were saying. Councillor Matheson, can you take your hand down? Thank you.
No, that's absolutely fine. And thank you for letting me know. So if I just make sure that I give a moment for the slide to load up before I start speaking, hopefully that should address the point. Okay, thank you. So on to the next slide here now, we have the location of the Spine Road and the access points to the scheme. So as I mentioned earlier, this is outline application, but the access points to the scheme and the location of the Spine Road, shown here in blue, are fixed by the proposals. So we've got the existing Church Lane Barham running along the south of the site here. There are proposals to create a new junction for the Spine Road on Norwich Road, and so vehicles can enter the site here. The junction, just showing where I'm hovering the cursor now, would change the priority of traffic on Barham Church Lane. So presently traffic can come down from the church and travel down Barham Church Lane all the way down here. It's proposed that that access down here would be blocked and all to all apart from pedestrians and cyclists, and the traffic would be rerouted through the application site and to provide a wider road than at present. I will show some photos and videos of the road shortly, just so you can see that detail. And also I do have a further slide just showing the options of how you can travel through the site, and just to give members a little bit more information on that. But at the moment I just want to point out that we've got an alteration to the current priority of traffic here, an access opposite Thornhill walk here, and access to the community use site just here, and access into the main development here, and two accesses into the proposed school sites just shown on the left hand side of the slide there. Okay, the next slide, just moving on to, shows the informal open space in green just across the top of the space, a development here. This is where the previous development was proposed residential, but it's being pulled back and more informal open space being provided. And you'll see from the green dots the strategic native buffer planting, which is proposed to give a real opportunity for wildlife, some real meaningful planting, and also reinforce the existing landscaping character of the field boundaries, which is referred to in the committee report to address the landscape impacts of the scheme. And here we have the retained land for agricultural, for the meadow, for the brown hare habitat, and for the protection of the Anglo-Saxon remains underneath it, and the extension to the church grounds. And just want to draw members' attention also to the footpath which is provided, which connects the existing footpath network in Claydon to the church, because at present anyone who knows the site knows that there's no safe pedestrian accessibility along that road. So it is more so an option of driving or cycling to get to the church, and so a footpath is provided, two footpaths provided in the extensions to the church grounds. The extensions to the church grounds would be secured through, like I say, the plans, but also legal agreement with a contribution to the church to enable the car park to come forwards, and so there's a financial contribution as set out in the recommendation as well. So nearly finished with the proposals. Just want to show this area in pink here on the parameter plan. It's proposed that the development along this area here would be single-storey bungalows, in part to deal with the heritage and landscape impact, but also obviously that's a provision of a type of housing which is welcomed by the council. It would be secured through the conditions in the parameter plan that this development here should be single storey for the purposes of the assessment on the landscape impact and heritage impact. So just to clarify the access points again, they're shown in red as I've kind of gone through in the previous slide. So just to kind of draw those out, and the orange is just the rerouted vehicle access. So just to go through, there's the the plan has disappeared. I'm going to have to use I'll just use this slide instead. So as I mentioned earlier, pedestrians and cyclists will still be able to freely move through Church Lane, Barham, but traffic will be rerouted. Obviously, residents of Thornhill Drive can still access Barham Lane, Church Lane to travel to the west, but there would be a reroute if they want to travel to the east of a short diversion around here. But obviously there's a wider consideration of improving the existing width of the road, which I'll show some videos shortly, which sometimes does get a little bit narrow, particularly when the buses come down this road here. Slide, sorry. So I'm just going to play a video now, just showing this route here, starting at the point in green to the east of the application site, and just travelling around the south and the west boundary. So I'll just quickly play this video here, and just showing on the video, it shows the labels popping up and showing where the access points are being proposed. So we just have the Spine Road access points to the west of the scheme. Showing the kind of the width of the road there slightly with the large vehicles travelling through. So now we are coming round to the point at which the road would be rerouted into the site. So here traffic would now go towards the right hand side of the slide through the Spine Road of the site. And here we are just coming down to the southwest point of the site where the proposed community use site would be proposed. Here. And now we're coming to the junction of Norwich Road. You can see the King Henry VIII farmhouse straight ahead of you, the Grade 2 listed building. Now we're just going to turn right and go along the east side of the west side of the application site. The application site on the right there. The existing speed limit sign where it changes from 30 to 40. This is where the Spine Road access point would be. Retained hedgerow on site there on the right. And now we just come past the proposed school site accesses, of which there are 2. Okay. Just to go through the other information submitted with the application, we've here, just let the slide load up. The next slide is the illustrative landscape master plan. This just shows a little bit more detail, the areas that are secured, the potential planting, but also some of the indicative planting which is proposed along the Spine Road within the scheme. And also the surface water attenuation features on the site to the southwest and the south of the scheme. This is next slide provides a potential street scene, a bit of a cross section. There's a red dot in the top left hand corner of the screen that just shows you where the cross section is. So we're looking to the west towards the single story development if we have our back to the extension to the church grounds. So it's just to give an indication of obviously the slightly lower lying development on that part of the site that is slightly more elevated. And the next slide just gives a little bit more detail on the proposed single story elements of the scheme, which we would be looking to secure through the approved plans, the parameter plans of the broad zone of where the single story development would be. Obviously, this is only an indicative layout plan, but it does give an idea of where the single story development would be secured. The applicants have provided some information on the key buildings. Members will note that there have been discussions with Barham Parish Council and the intention and desire to have a design code that's recommended in one of the planning conditions. And certainly it's something that we would wanting to be discussed with the parish councils, both Barham and Claydon, coming forwards. should members be minded to approve today, just to help that kind of local recognition of local character and kind of input into the final reserve matters design of the scheme. But the applicant has done some work just to indicate how the indicative master plan could come forwards with key buildings, just showing that how they could be presented along the Spine Road, which is obviously a fixed location. So, as I say, this is indicative, but it just gives that indication of how that could be achieved. And also, just to point out just moving on to the next slide, we've got a slide on the densities of developments. I think that's an important point to make when we talk about the indicative plans and the proposed landscaping and the proposals for street trees, which hopefully you can see along the Spine Road. Obviously, that's all dependent on there being sufficient space for landscaping, which is often the matter we grapple with at reserve matters stages. Can we have this amount of development and have space for all the required infrastructure, the road specifications and street trees? And certainly the proposed development densities for this scheme are relatively low for the southern parts of the site, 27.5 dwellings per hectare adjacent to the school site, which is still a good density to achieve. But what I'm trying to show of the overall density for this site is that there is sufficient space for that landscaping to come forwards because of the slightly perhaps lower densities being provided. But that's very much a theme of the proposals being put forwards, to reinforce the existing landscape characters, the field boundaries, to try and have space to enhance those. Certain proposals have been designed to not max out the capacity of development on the site, but try and make sure there is space so that a green and pleasant form of development could come forward at the reserve matters stage. And just to show the potential locations of affordable housing, the applicants have produced this plan. I appreciate it might be slightly faint, but there's opportunities for the affordable housing to be integrated and dispersed within the site. This is obviously something that would be secured at the reserve matters stage, but the proposed Section 106 legal agreement has a requirement that there would be clusters of no more than 15 dwellings in any one place, which is a standard that we work towards with registered providers, just to make sure that we don't have all the affordables in one corner of the scheme, and it is something which is throughout the whole scheme. So now I'm just going to play some videos. You can see the video location from the yellow dot and the kind of semicircle of where the video is taken from. So here we have Norwich Road, panning across the site to the east. You get a sense of the rise of the landscape in the video. Barham Quarries just beyond the hill for guys that I mentioned earlier. I'll show you photos of the church.
Joe, your sound is going again.
Okay, I think it's probably because there's sound on the video, so I'll let the videos play and then I'll talk afterwards.
Yeah, I think it's because you leant forward. You were perfectly all right before. Thank you.
Okay, and just showing the next video again, we have the rise of the land. I just want to point out that Barham Quarry is kind of behind the hill here, slightly down the other side of the hill. So there's a kind of a natural feature in between the proposed development of housing on this site and that quarry. So there are no concerns over the future functioning or noise from that quarry impacting on the residents of this proposed development. So I just want to point out that location now. But if I just play this video of the church, it just shows the church behind some of the mature trees to the east of the site. So I'll just play it now. And just showing the residences there on the south of Barham Church Lane and those trees that are protected by tree preservation order but that aren't in the application site. So now we're looking with the church behind us, so we're slightly further up the hill. You see Great Blakenham, the energy from waste plant just in the distance there. I'll just play the video just sweeping around this part of the site now. And hopefully members get a sense of the rise in the levels at the site there, which is obviously why the proposed development has been pulled back down the hill, just to reduce the heritage impact to the church, but also the landscape impact of those proposals when viewed from the wider area. So I'm just going to run through the key issues now, and then the key benefits, and then just look at the some of the matters in a little bit more detail in the future slides. So the key issues or harms with the proposals, obviously we have conflict with the current development plan. The site is outside of existing built-up area boundaries. We have conflict with key policies, core strategy policy 1 and 2, and policy H7 of the local plan. As members will see, we've considered the weight to attribute these policies in the committee report. It's something which has been extensively discussed at key appeals in recent couple of years. In the tabled papers, I do address that point in particular, as Barham Parish Council have raised the concern that they feel that we could give more weight to those policies, that they are in step with the NPPF, and that we should be concluding that they are up to date and we can rely on them in full. As you'll see from my tabled papers, I've noted that obviously they are relevant development plan policies. We are giving them weight, but we consider that we have to acknowledge that they are slightly out of step with the National Planning Policy Framework, and that's a matter which has been consistently held up through detailed consideration at public inquiry in the recent appeals in Eye and Poplar Hill and Stowmarket. So officers feel it is right and proper to identify that those policies do have to attribute a little less weight. That doesn't mean we're not giving them weight in the plan making process. They are the relevant policies of our development plan, but we do consider that they need to have slightly less weight due to those conflicts with the NPPF. I'll come on to the planning balance at the end of the presentation, the conclusion, and what that means for the tilted balance and conclusion on the scheme. But for now, just to run through the heritage impacts. So we have the two key heritage assets which are impacted by these proposals of St Mary's and St Peter's Church, Grade 1, and Shrubland Hall, Grade 2. Consideration has also been given to the listed wall at Barham Hall, and also the Grade 2 listed heritage asset there, and the Grade 2 listed King Henry VIII farmhouse. It's not considered that the setting or the significance of those heritage assets is adversely impacted, and there's no harm to those two assets, but there is less than substantial harm to the setting of the church, and also to a minor degree Shrubland Hall. It is a very small harm, but nonetheless there is a less than substantial harm to that setting. So I'll show some more photos in a second. The other two key impacts of the scheme obviously are the landscape impact. There's no getting away from the fact that at the moment it's an open agricultural field, and proposing residential development in there would lead to a change in the character, fundamental character of that landscape character. But as the report identifies, the implementation, the approach to the design, the reinforcement of the existing field boundaries, the strengthening of those, and the space proposed for landscaping, it does help mitigate those landscape impacts to a large degree. And finally, we've got the loss of Grade 2 agricultural land. Obviously, the slide I pointed out earlier, we've got a loss of 13 hectares, but only 4 of those hectares are being proposed for development. But in effect, it takes out 13 hectares of the working agricultural land. Members will note from the committee report that that does fall within under the 20 hectare limit identified by Natural England. They don't have an objection to the loss of the agricultural land on this basis, even in accumulation with the second application item that we are going to be considering today. But nonetheless, it is a harm, it is a conflict with the development plan that we need to throw into the balance when we make a recommendation on this application. So the next slide, just running through the key benefits. They are well rehearsed in the application, the planning committee report. Obviously, we have the provision of private dwellings, 269 dwellings, is a significant benefit for the council, and policy compliance 35%, which would be 94 if the full 269 dwellings were delivered on this site. The location, obviously, we have a location on the edge of Claydon and Barham. There are bus services. It's in good proximity to Ipswich for sustainable transport corridors when compared to other locations within the district. I think obviously there's always a kind of comparison to be made that this is a more sustainable location compared to some other proposed developments within the district, which does weigh in this application's favour. We've also got the proposed school sites. Recent appeal decisions have indicated that the provision of a school site, just a school site, not necessarily the construction of a school, but just a school site, is a significant planning benefit for any scheme. And obviously we do have the kind of the backing of the wider infrastructure delivery plan for this site, indicating that it's not just a kind of a token gesture of some land that could be used. There's a real intention that this school would be delivered to support the wider plan-led growth emerging through the joint local plan. We also have the community use site or doctor's surgery site. Hopefully members have kind of picked up the nuance of the fact that the building is not being delivered, but still there is some benefit attached to the fact that there is a community space being promoted and that something could be delivered on the site in future. But I must be careful in the weight that I advise members to give this site, because obviously there's not a financial sum securing the delivery or a commitment to build the community use on site. And whilst this has been extensively discussed with the community, unfortunately it's not considered that we have a strong enough ground in policy terms to insist that that building is actually built for this proposals. It's positive that the space is being provided, and officers are hopeful that we can have discussions and look at the use of community infrastructure levy for the parish council's precept to help deliver something on this site. But we do have to temper the weight that we give to this. Obviously, that it's not certain that something could be delivered, but it's not considered reasonable to, on the flip side of that, to refuse this application, because we don't have a strong requirement for the say a site allocation saying that this site must deliver a community use on site. It is an additional component of the scheme, but not something that we necessarily feel that we can, like I say, insist is delivered. So just running through the other key the benefits, we obviously have the ecological mitigation and enhancement. That offer has improved since members last saw the proposals. We have the additional meadow for the brown hares. We have land for skylark nesting, which I'll show you the location of shortly, and the improved landscaping structural boundary landscaping will obviously provide additional habitat for turtle doves and foraging corridors for bats, and also the proposals enable further habitat for great crested newts around the site as well. So there are a number of proposals which do benefit biodiversity over and above the current use. Obviously, agricultural land doesn't always have the best benefits for biodiversity, but there would be biodiversity net gain from the proposals, which would be secured through legal agreements and Section 106. So also the new Spine Road. Obviously, you saw from the video the slight narrow existing church lane. It does provide a new access way through, which would be wider, less conflict with larger vehicles going through Church Lane Barham, while still maintaining access for all the residents who access those routes already, with only a short detour from Thornhill Road if you're travelling towards the church to the east of the site. There's a number of public rights-of-way improvements. I'll show you a plan shortly of where the proposed monies secured would be spent for those, and the extension to the church grounds with a financial contribution, as I said earlier, and highway improvements in Claydon, which were the outcome of the wider cumulative impacts work undertaken with both the two schemes being considered today. Again, I'll show you plans of where they are shortly. And then we have open space, 4 hectares, which is over and above the standard requirements for open space for a scheme of this size. And just to put some figures in there, there's a total of over 11,000 square metres of new strategic hedgerow and green buffer planting being secured on the site. And as the committee report sets out, the proposals are compliant in all other aspects of the local plan policies and requirements. So just to run through a couple of the issues in more detail, obviously this site is in the emerging joint local plan. Here we've got the extract from the 2020 Regulation 19 plan that the council has produced, which is the version of the plan which will be submitted to the planning inspectorate at some point this year. The application site here is shown with the red dot. As you can see, it's only this application site being considered today. There is a further proposal to the north, and we have the Ely Road scheme, which I'll show you obviously with the next presentation here. This is obviously the direction of travel for the council, but as you've probably well rehearsed with other planning applications, we can only give this plan limited weight at present, as it hasn't been through that examination process. It hasn't been submitted and it hasn't gone through the examination process. So it's obviously the site has been identified as part of a wider plan-led approach, and it's how the council will deliver its higher housing requirements over the plan period. And obviously the site also contains that essential infrastructure of the primary school as well. I think we can only note that direction of travel at present of the joint local plan, and as I say, it only has limited weight in this decision-making process. Okay. So just to look at some of the benefits before I go on to more detail on some of the harms, I just wanted to really kind of point out on the slides here the location of the biodiversity and improvements and ecology enhancements. So we have the structural landscaping proposed along the boundaries of the site here, which, like I said, there's sufficient space to give meaningful planting, and that figure of 11,000 square metres it kind of really does provide that space for something more sufficient to be provided. Skylight mitigation plots off-site. I'll show you a plan shortly, just to the north-east of the site. There would be land secured there to mitigate any skylarks who are currently nesting on this area of land here, to provide alternative plots for them over there. We've got the brown hare habitat being secured in perpetuity. The back corridor is obviously along that kind of more mature and kind of strategic landscaping that is being provided. Within the scheme, there's a commitment to provide swift bricks, hedgehog-friendly fencing. These are all matters that could be secured through planning condition to ensure they're delivered. And also have habitat for great crested newts with the rough grassland and some of the other features across the site. It's all additional habitat. There are a number of ponds within the wider area, and there is a great crested newt population. So obviously any kind of rough grassland is additional terrestrial habitat for those protected species. Also, finally, we'll have features such as hybernaculums, log piles for stag beetles and such like, which would be secured through those ecology mitigation enhancement measures through planning condition. So the area shown in blue on this next slide just shows where the skylark plots are being provided. 3 skylark plots. They would be secured through legal agreement, just to make sure that habitat is provided. The application site outlined in red, and so it's just next door to the site. The next few slides, I just want to kind of focus on the accessibility, the access to kind of green infrastructure and public rights of way, and the sustainability proposals being put forwards in this scheme. So kind of see it as a broader kind of consideration of the sustainability credentials of the scheme. So obviously sustainability isn't just about the renewable energy solutions that we require on buildings, but it's a wider picture of where the site is, what's the accessibility, what's the future potential for residents to be able to kind of go out for a walk, use green infrastructure, and kind of contribute to their overall health and well-being. This slide just identifies obviously the site location within Claydon. We've got the footways, which shows the accessibility for pedestrians to access key services in the main village. We obviously have Claydon High School, Claydon Primary School, and we have shops in the main village core of Claydon. And obviously also a number of we've got public rights of way just showing on here, but on brown, but I'll also just pick up another plan of that shortly. But it does show, obviously, the application site is close to existing services. There's also bus routes through Claydon. Obviously, it's a well-rehearsed discussion that bus routes, obviously, it's not something that we can secure to the planning process, but there's obviously a critical mass of residents that help promote the success of the bus route. And so you are better to try and locate proposed housing in areas where there are more likely to be bus routes, and certainly this kind of corridor here for Claydon going towards Ipswich is considered to be a location where sustainable transport links are more likely to be available and maximised. Just to show the accessibility in walking, we've got the site. The proposed development is superimposed onto this slide here. It's just showing the wider public rights of way networks here, really. We've got the footpath which runs along the east boundary of the site in blue, and the wider network of other footpaths. There are some in the key there, there's just some notes on the upgrades. I will show you a slide shortly from the County Council of where the proposed monies to be secured would be spent on the wider public rights of way network. But I really just want to kind of draw out that obviously there's good accessibility to the countryside for potential for obviously you know, kind of getting out, health, well-being and access to walking. So it's just to kind of show the accessibility of this scheme a little bit more. So this is a plan from the County Council of where they would like that are secured for the public rights of way contributions as set out in the committee report. We have £115,000 secured for upgrades to public rights of way. So here we have the application site, broadly shown with the red dot, but obviously we've got Norwich Road here and Church Lane, and a number of footpaths around the site, and it's just shown where there'll be improvements to surfacing treatments just around the site here along footpaths or bridleways, and the footpaths around here and going towards the A14 as well. So just showing that where the proposed monies would be spent to ensure that there are improvements for the additional residents who would be generated from this site to use that wider network. So just drawing together sustainability arguments, obviously officers consider that it's an accessible site, it's well connected to the village of Claydon and obviously wider kind of sustainable transport connection routes. And also a travel plan would be secured through the planning application to make sure that sustainable transport is promoted, as we do with our major planning applications. The applicants have done some work to show the potential for solar gain for the proposed dwellings. Obviously, this is an indicative layout at present, but there are features of the site that won't change, which is the slope, the orientation of the site and the slope. Obviously, we have this kind of southwestern facing site as the site slopes down here. I'll show you a slide shortly next on the potential houses that can maximise solar gain, but the applicants consider there's a potential for up to 65 dwellings to be designed to get that maximised solar gain. Obviously, it's a balance when we look at solar gain. We need to ensure that we get the right townscapes and streetscapes in design terms, but it's considered that there is a potential due to the nature of this site to really maximise the solar gain for those future dwellings. Applicants have also identified in the sustainability and renewable energy statement they submitted with the planning application that there's a commitment to have site waste management for on-site recycling and reuse of materials through the construction process, a commitment to fabric first approach when designing dwellings that can be secured through planning conditions, as can details of water efficiency and resource efficiency, which are outlined in the committee report. Just to show the solar gain, this is a plan, indicative plan, obviously, that the applicants have submitted, but showing where you do have plots where you could possibly maximise solar gain due to the orientation of those dwellings. So it does give some comfort that with the fixed location of the spine road, you can still have a development that will kind of work well in that regard, and obviously make the most of the solar gain from its orientation. So that just gives a bit of an indication at this stage. Just to note delivery, that's obviously a consideration for the council. We obviously want to make sure that any development that is promoted, that we have the consideration that it is deliverable, that there is a chance that it will come forward and it will help boost the council's land supply. So with the proposals with this application, the applicant has agreed to a reduced time limit to get the reserve matters submitted in a shorter timescale, which is positive because that can only help speed up the delivery within that 5-year timescale. The applicant has identified they can deliver part of the scheme themselves, but also they have had discussions with key house builders, and there is interest in taking on this site. And also just the nature, the level of information which has been submitted with this application does give officers comfort that it's more than just a red line plan with some kind of a provision of houses. There's been quite a lot of work to support these proposals and identify how they could come forward, which only helps support the delivery of the reserve matters. It's kind of a front loading of some of the details, so to speak, so that it's easier for house builders to pick up the reserve matters and kind of progress them more quickly. And in the same light, there have been discussions on the Section 106, the heads of terms. There's a draft document, and conditions have also been discussed, which also helps to show that kind of front loading of the process and gives confidence that the scheme could be delivered in a timely way to help boost that land supply. So just a couple more points before I go on to the listed building and the impacts. This is just a plan from the submitted archaeological reports. I appreciate it's a slightly busy plan, but it just shows the location of the trial trenching which has been undertaken. But more importantly, just shown outlined in red to the east of the site here, it shows the area that would be protected from below ground disturbance. So no ploughing of that agricultural field anymore, no deep-rooted tree species that could disturb the Anglo-Saxon remains. And also the proposed car park for the church would be secured to be suitable foundations so that we don't have deep excavations disturbing potential heritage assets. So that would all be secured through planning condition. Just to go through the heritage impacts a little bit more now, I just want to draw out the proposals in line with the Church of St Mary and St Peter. So here we just have a cross section which just kind of gives an idea of the broad height of the church, and then the distance and the kind of position of single-storey development, as you can see from the slide here, and then the two-storey development further down the hill. So just to show that kind of relationship, how it's really been pulled back to that point in the land where the land levels do drop down further. So hopefully that gives members an indication of how that would kind of sit when you're experiencing the heritage asset, when you're kind of viewing it from the church, but also within the wider landscape. Here's a photo. The photo locations are shown just with the arrows across the scheme here. But here we have the church with the kind of mature trees shown around it. The videos earlier showed the trees in full leaf, and hopefully here's a photo just to show what it would look like with in winter without that vegetation foliage. But I think it's also important to think about the heritage impact, and it's not always can you see the heritage impact when you're standing in the heritage the setting of the church, can you see the proposed development. Setting an impact on the significance of heritage assets is obviously it's more evolved than that. It's about the use of the land surrounding the heritage asset, the relationship of the heritage asset to that land. And here we obviously have a Grade 1 listed church which has previously sat in an agricultural setting, and there's a proposal to put development within part of that setting. However, obviously there have been changes to the scheme to pull that development back to reduce that kind of the heritage impact. And we are at a point now where it's the lower end of less than substantial harm. And so whilst that is of utmost importance, that there is a harm to a heritage asset, and it's something that we do need to take seriously as set out in the committee report, it is a matter which we then need to consider in terms of the public benefits of the scheme. So this is just a view from the churchyard. If you're standing in the churchyard, you can just see the application site just here. You can see the top of the field. Obviously, the land levels drop away. That gives a bit of an indication of what you would experience from that heritage asset. And just to run through the other listed buildings, just so members have the kind of information to hand. Here we have Barham Hall and the listed wall as well, which is just kind of off picture here. That's just the access to the church. So the photo here is taken, shown by that arrow at that top corner, and the extension of the church grounds would be here. But it's not considered that the setting of that heritage asset would be adversely impacted by the proposed development, which is kind of much further down the hill, kind of geographically separated to a degree. In here we have King Henry VIII farmhouse, so we're looking across the site to the southwestern corner. You can just see the farmhouse there, so I've just provided a photo of it a little bit more clearly there. The setting of this Grade 2 heritage asset has obviously changed quite a bit since it was built. There's other newer developments within the surrounding area, and so it's not considered that the proposed development on this site would adversely affect the significance of that heritage asset, because to a degree the area has already changed from when it was obviously first built. And now just to look at Shrubland Hall. So here, standing in that kind of east corner of the site, we go back to the church again, and you can't really see it in this photo, but that is Shrubland Hall, just that tiny little dot there. So you do get views of Shrubland Hall. It's obviously something you can experience and you can see. If I just go to this photo, that is slightly clearer. if you're standing to the southwest of the site, you can see Shrubland Hall in the distance in its parkland setting. Obviously, Shrubland Hall does have a Grade 2 listed building. It does have quite perhaps a wide setting because it's quite prominent in the landscape. The level of harm, though, for this site being developed in terms of its significance to its of its setting is negligible, but we determine it to be at the very low end of less than substantial harm. And then finally, if we're just at that kind of eastern corner again of the site, we're just looking across Barham Church Lane towards Claydon, and the application site that we'll be considering later is just shown here. But that's just to show that kind of relationship between the two. Obviously, proposed wider site allocation across this land here, but the application site, as I'll show you later, but it's just to show when you're standing on an elevated position at the top of the bank on that field, that you do get those views across to Claydon from this site. So just to provide the full raft of photos, I'll just quickly show the relationship, if it hasn't been clear in the videos, of the surrounding residential developments. We've got the dwellings along Barham Church Lane here, to the south of the site, just panning round. And now if we just go to the west of the site, we obviously have other residential dwellings and more recent permission for development on this site here, which is being built out at the moment. And just those residential dwellings just to the west there. And just one final photo, hopefully you've picked up from the videos, the topography of the site, but that just shows obviously the steepness, the rise of the site. Okay, so now I just want to go through the community highway assessment work undertaken and just really show what has been secured through the further discussions that happened in 2018 and 2019. So these are the two application sites. As set out in the committee report, it was considered whether any further development should be included in that community highway assessment, because also we have had a number of applications in kind of Bramford, Sproughton, all which kind of potentially could have a wider impact to the highway corridor. But on review of the transport assessments, the Highway Authority considered that these two, they're suitably geographically isolated, that they wouldn't all play into the wider cumulative assessment of those residential schemes. That said, there's obviously proposed development and committed development in Great Blakenham, all feed into junction 52 of the A14. But that has all been considered in the transport assessments and the background data available. And as members will see from the tabled papers, the kind of the cumulative assessment has been, the transport assessments provided do adequately deal with this to industry standards, and the county are happy that has all been appropriately modelled. But that said, these two application sites, when considered together, they did identify that there would be some additional queuing at key junctions in Claydon. So just to show where those junctions are, we've got Norwich Road, Station Road Junction here, that green star, and Norwich Road, Church Road, Lane, Claydon, the junction here. So I think it's important to kind of look at the extent of the queuing and the extent of those impacts. The test within the National Planning Policy Framework is, are the delays severe to the road network? And we're not in that territory. The delays are by no means severe. So within the kind of 15-minute rush hour peak in the morning and in the evening, there would be additional queuing. And the kind of information, the modelling that demonstrates has been put forward is that there would be a delay of around 19 seconds for those car users if they are using those junctions during those 15-minute kind of peak times. So in the kind of, there is a delay to the additional junctions. It's not severe, but it is within a relatively short space of time that those potential delays happen due to the impact of these additional two sites. And it's just, I think it's just something that we need to consider in context of the kind of, you know, when you think of rush hour delays across perhaps, you know, the 2-hour morning peak, it's only 15 minutes where those that additional perhaps 19 seconds of queuing would be experienced. But because of the additional queuing, the county did ask the applicants to look at potential impact on pedestrian and cyclists using those junctions and what the impact on their safety would be. And from that, some measures have been put forward to the junctions to help improve the pedestrian and cycle accessibility at present. So if we just start Church Lane, Claydon, to the south southern end of the village, so we've got the Crown Public House, an existing zebra crossing across the road here. This junction is proposed to have some works to improve it, which are just shown in this slide here. So we've got the provision of tactile paving, drop curbs, removal of parking here just to help the kind of approach the junction for cyclists. And we've got improvements, widening of the footway from what there is at present, and looking at the visibility display, just making sure that it's clear so it's safe for cyclists to move through that junction. Slightly kind of a busy junction we've got in the centre of the Claydon here. We've got the village hall on the left, we've got shops, parking area, and obviously Station Road, which goes through to Great Blakenham. This junction, there are proposals to make more provision for off carriageway cycle lanes to help cyclists negotiate this junction. So the carriageway would be realigned and just to provide some more space for those cyclists, and provision of drop curbs and crossing points for pedestrians, just to make it easy for pedestrians to move through the area. They're all proposed to obviously make sure that conflict with the additional cars through that 15-minute peak time just kind of reduces, so that it's safe for those pedestrians and cyclists using the junction. The final improvement also is just to note that the relocation of 30-mile-an-hour speed limit. So now we've gone to the application, back to the application site. We've got the proposed spine road just shown here, the application site. The existing speed limit is here, where it moves from 30 to 40 miles an hour. The proposed location is moving it further north, obviously, to really slow traffic down before you get to the junctions with the school site. And that would be secured through the highway improvements as well. So the highway improvements, there is a section requirement through the Section 106 agreement would be secured to secure monies to carry out those works. They would then address the kind of the concerns over pedestrian highway safety from that additional queuing. But I really do want to kind of focus on the point that the wider highway network would work fine. There was obviously slight delays in those 15-minute periods in the morning and the evening, but with these measures to improve pedestrian and cycle safety, then we consider that that is acceptable, and these schemes mitigate the impacts that they cause. So just drawing to the summary now, I just wanted to kind of talk about the planning balance and the conclusions in the committee report. Here I've set out the harms and the benefits, but I think before we kind of get into that balance, it's obviously important to think about what is the context of the policies that we're looking at here. We're in a position where we have a development plan. It's been established through recent appeal decisions that the most important policies, so Core Strategy 1 and 2 and H7 of the local plan, can't be given full weight. They're still applicable, they're still relevant in that planning balance, but they can't be given full weight. And so we have to note that kind of there is a tension with those policies in the acceptability of this scheme, but there is a less weight because of it. So in the conclusion to the committee report, members will note that officers consider that as a whole, this proposed development is in accordance with the development plan. It does deliver dwellings in a location that is accessible. It mitigates its own impacts and provides enhancements to a number of matters, such as shown on this screen here. But we are in a position because of the reduced weight to those policies that are considered to be most important to the determination of this application, that we do consider it appropriate to engage paragraph 11 of the NPPF, paragraph 11D2, and engage the tilted balance. And so we have to consider approving development unless the harms are outweighed by the benefits. In this instance, the harms, obviously, like I say, outside development boundaries, we have the lower end of less than substantial harm, and we have landscape harm and the loss of some agricultural land. But then we have a number of benefits which are quite significant and compelling for this proposed scheme. Apart from the delivery of affordable private housing and affordable housing, we also have a number of other measures secured. The primary school site, the ecology mitigation enhancements, the provision of the enlarged church grounds, and improved accessibility to that church, and all the other matters that are secured through Section 106. Particularly on the heritage matter, it's probably important just to kind of consider the balance that we're required to undertake under the National Planning Policy Framework. As I said earlier, we have a heritage harm to 2 heritage assets, and we do need to take that with utmost importance. You should generally try to avoid any heritage harm. And in this instance, the scheme has been amended to try and reduce that heritage harm, but it still does exist. But then we're directed by material consideration of the National Planning Policy Framework to consider
Jo,
that.
Can I just interrupt you? We are now getting at 10:59, and you might not be aware of that. So I wonder if Robert can give us some guidance on the timing just for our 2 minutes silence, please. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you in full flow, but yeah, Robert, can you give us a help on that, please?
Absolutely, Chair. So as laid out at the beginning of the meeting, the Council and the meeting members are asked to observe the 2 minutes silence in remembrance for Holocaust Remembrance Day. The time is currently 10:59, has just dropped over to 11 now.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. That's 2 minutes in remembrance. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Jo, if you'd like to continue.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So just to recap on the heritage harms, the public benefits need to be considered against that less than substantial harm that we have identified for this proposed scheme. And as set out in the committee report, we do feel that the public benefits, obviously, and that's not all benefits of the scheme, but the public benefits such as the affordable housing, the increased accessibility to the church, public rights of way improvements, they all weigh in favour of balancing out that less than substantial harm in officers' opinion with this scheme. So if I just double check to see what other matters I wanted to cover before we finally conclude on this scheme. Yeah, so I think just to bring it into summary, the scheme it obviously does have a number of some matters which weigh against it, but overall we consider that there are significant compelling benefits that lead to officers recommending approval for this scheme. It's obviously a site that the council is looking to promote the joint local plan, but for the purposes of this decision making, that has limited weight at the moment. But it does give a direction of travel of where the council could go to help deliver that housing requirement on sites that are considered to be sustainable and the best location for those sites. So it's a case of obviously not placing weight on that joint local plan at the moment, but it does give some, as I say, indirect direction of travel. on where we need to go to help kind of maintain that supply of appropriate sites as well. We also need to consider that we do currently have a sufficient land supply, but it's always the material consideration of the National Planning Policy Framework of paragraph 59 looks us to boost our land supply with appropriate sites in the right locations, and it is considered that this site is one of those sites that will help the council to kind of keep that kind of supply of housing going. Just to note the tabled papers, obviously there are updates within there, particularly on Barham Parish Council, the comments that were submitted last week after the papers were published. Just to note that they have made representations and the officer's response is detailed in the tabled papers. I think I have covered most of the key points that have been made by the Parish Council in my discussions. And as I say, obviously we would look to secure as many community benefits as we can in this scheme, but officers do consider that this scheme presented does provide significant and compelling benefits, and it does meet the requirements of our development plan to do so. And just also just to note, there has been, since the tabled papers were published, there has also been a further consultee comment received from the council's sustainability officer, just kind of maintaining their objection and concerns that there aren't sufficient measures identified and detailed in terms of sustainability and what could be secured. Obviously, I have given some further information in the presentation on that as to how that could be secured. There's a planning condition, and also there's sorry, just lost my train of thought. Yeah, there's a planning condition to help secure that matter. But officers consider that this is something that we can entirely feasibly secure at the reserve matters stage. And also there's some commentary in my committee report as to how we kind of have dealt with the objection and concerns raised by the sustainability officer as well. Just to double check, yeah, there are no further tabled papers from this report. So the recommendation is as shown on page 69 of the agenda, to approve, subject to securing the Section 106 agreement relating to affordable housing and community use sites, provision and maintenance of open space, the church extension with financial contribution to enable that to come forwards, the off-site public rights of way footpath works, the highway works within Claydon, which I went through in those slides, the Stour and Orwell recreational access mitigation monies that are required just to make sure the visitor pressure doesn't have an adverse impact on those protected sites, and the securing of the school site within the consent, and also an education contribution for pupils that would be generated by this proposed development. And also just to note, there are a number of planning conditions, not the full list isn't given here, but they are shown on page 69 onwards of the committee report. So thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you very much indeed. And first of all, can I thank you for a very, very detailed report. I attended obviously the first meeting of this, and the report that you have produced to give us more details to me has given me a very wide perspective of what we're looking at here. So I thank you for that. Before I go on to questions for members and so on, can I just confirm that we do have Suffolk County Council highways here, because I failed to introduce them. They weren't on my papers. I have a crib sheet. I do apologise. But can we just confirm that they are present for questions should they be required? Robert, can you tell us, please?
Yes, Chair. So in the meeting today, we also have Mr. McManus from the County Council, and Sam Harvey from the Suffolk County Council's Highways Department.
Yeah, thank you. I noted them in the present, but I think the public need to know that we do have them present here for questions. And before we do go on to questions for you, Joe, as I'm sure there will be, would members, and just do a quick show of hands, would they just like a 5-minute comfort break? I can see hands going up. So shall we just have a 5-minute comfort break, and then Joe, we'll come back and I'm sure there'll be some questioning for you. Thank you very much indeed. Just 5 minutes. So Robert, if you could just suspend the meeting. Thank you. Thank you very much and welcome back. And I'll just ask Robert Carmichael to make sure that we've all returned. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So if I would just go through a quick roll call of members to ensure that we're all back from the break. So Councillor Eburn.
Present.
Councillor Guthrie.
Here.
Councillor Humphreys.
Present.
Councillor Mansell.
Present.
I think I heard present there. Can I just confirm again? Sorry, Councillor Mansell.
Yes, I'm present.
Oh, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Matheson.
Present.
Councillor Mellon.
Present.
Councillor Mayer.
Present.
Councillor Muller.
Present.
Councillor Norris.
Present.
Councillor Stringer.
Present.
Councillor Warboys.
Present.
And Councillor Whitehead.
Present.
Thank you, Chair. We are all here.
Can I point out I'm here too?
Oh, apologies, Councillor Field. That was not intentional by any means. Please accept my apologies.
Well done, Councillor Field, because I hadn't noticed it either. I do beg your pardon. Right. So if we can go back to Joe, please. Joe, there will be questions, no doubt, from my colleagues. But I just wanted you to make sure that you point out the accesses that we are looking at today, so that it's quite clear. And I do have other questions, but one question is there an access separate for the medicals or the proposed medical site? So if you could do that. Okay.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, so the access points, if I just run through on this slide here, hopefully that'll be okay. Let's get my pointer. We have main access on Norwich Road into the housing scheme. There's an access into the the community use site or doctor's surgery site here. There's an access opposite Thornhill Road here. And there's an access near the, just to the east of the scheme here. So they are the access points. And as I say, and the blue line is would be fixed in the application as well.
Yes, it's just that makes that so clear for everybody. And so questions. Robert, I'm going to have to ask you to sort of keep control over who's asking questions. Members who would like to ask questions. Councillor Field, please. I can see you as one. And I apologise if I get you all in a wrong order, but I think Mr. Carmichael will get us on the straight and narrow. I'll leave it to him to call you in. Thank you.
Quite happy with first. Could I just ask Joe to point out the part of Claydon Church, Barham Church Lane that will be closed because it wasn't clear at that point.
Yeah.
And just a couple of questions in conjunction with that. One of your plans showed controlled crossings in the what shall I call it, Claydon High Street. I just wanted to be clear. Does that mean the existing zebra crossings, are you upgrading them to pelicans, toucans, or some other bird variety? And you did mention highways A14 noise reduction, which I wasn't quite clear what that was proposing. It was in your long list that you showed towards the end of the presentation. And then I have a couple of points about congestion, if I can come back after that.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Field. Yes, certainly. So the road that would be the rerouted road or the road closure is just where I'm hovering here now. So at present, cars can travel along Barham Church Lane through here. And the proposals are to shut the road apart from pedestrians and cyclists who would still be able to move freely through here, but reroute traffic, car traffic, through the spine road here to wherever the car user wants to go. So it's this location just here that would be rerouted.
Thank you. I was just making that point because your video, I think you incorrectly identified the entrance into the estate. You were on a piece of road that will not be movable, not be coverable by cars in the future, clearly. Thank you.
Okay.
The other 2 points?
Yep, the other 2 points. And also just to say, Councillor Guthrie, your point earlier about the access points, there's also access points into the school. Sorry, I was remiss that I should have mentioned those as the 2 proposed access points that would be secured through the outline consent as well. So sorry, I'm just bringing that one in one more on access points. So in relation to your other questions, Councillor Field, the control crossing, there are no proposals for any signalised crossings through this planning application to be put in place. The proposals are for those pedestrian and cycle improvements. Any reference to control crossings were existing ones that were on there, existing zebra crossings. I think the word uncontrolled may have popped up on the plans, uncontrolled crossing points where you have dropped curbs to kind of help direct pedestrians at the safest point to cross the road, but there's no controlled crossings being proposed. On the list of conditions, there is a condition to consider noise from the A14 for future residents, particularly to the west-hand side of the scheme. So there's a condition just to have a noise strategy to make sure the residents of those houses have suitable acoustic windows with the ventilation to make sure that the noise levels are acceptable. But we are at some distance from A14. We're not directly close to the A14, but obviously there's a river valley in between. The noise does travel across that area. So our environmental health officers, they're happy with the scheme, but they just think we need a condition to make sure that the noise levels, particularly to that side of the site, are acceptable for future residents.
Thank you. Then could I just ask perhaps Highways about the degree of congestion, which you've covered in your presentation clearly. Clearly, there will be traffic from this development, which goes some perhaps down to the A140, but amount of it to the A14 Claydon Junction. And there is considerable traffic there at the moment. Just 3 business parks at least, and a couple of new housing developments. So the delays that were presented, I think I saw them on page 180 of the Highways documents, looked rather surprising. They talk about Station Road as a 19-second
John, can you ask your question as such rather than a long-winded debate into it, please?
Yeah, I appreciate that. I was just trying to say what I would like the question to answer. The point was that they talk about Station Road, Burstall Lane Road in Sporton, Church Lane, and the delay on Church Lane is 11 and up to 24 vehicles. Those figures seem rather strange to me. I just wondered if they could run through how they got to those and assure us that they're realistic.
Can Sam or someone answer that question, please?
Yeah, hello, Chairman. Thank you. The transport assessment that we received for this application has they've been looked at again, obviously because the original transport assessment was done in 2017, so the years have moved on. But looking at a recent application that's within the area, the one at Great Blakenham, that assessment also took into account the site and neighbouring sites for the committed development that's coming forward, and it showed that the A140 junction, the A14 junction at Claydon was working within capacity, and also the Station Road junction itself was just over capacity, no more than much more than what has been anticipated in this application's transport assessment. And we also looked at the Suffolk model as well to make sure that these junctions will all work okay. Yes, there is a small window of capacity where it is at 100%, but it is only a 15-minute window within that peak hour.
Thank you. Do you have another question, Councillor Field, or has that answered your question? You must be able to make a judgment on it yourself, whether you like the answer or not.
I will make a judgment. I hope other members will too. I did have one other question for Manus from the schools people, which is basically that looking at the schools document, there wasn't an analysis of schools requirement. So the question really is, just how many developments in this area will make it necessary to build the new school? Is it just this development, or are we assuming a number of other developments, particularly the one behind this?
Mr. McManus, can you answer that, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and good. I think still good morning, councillors. So the Joe Hobbs, I believe, has identified the level of growth that's coming forward in the locality. So in terms of sort of housing proposals, there's a considerable amount of growth proposed in the emerging joint local plan, of which this is one of the bigger sites. But there's, I believe it was last week, you considered the Old Norwich Road application, or one of your committees did, which is 190 houses that was approved at planning appeal a couple of years ago. So the Reserve Matters application was before one of the committees last week. Obviously, there's the Ely Road proposal that's being considered a bit later. Plus there are other sites that are proposed as part of the joint local plan. So there is a considerable amount of growth that we estimate would take the pupil requirements for a primary school well above and beyond what could be dealt with in existing school facilities, hence the need for a new primary school.
Thank you for that.
Could I just ask whether that assumes the extension that's just been completed to Claydon Primary is taken to its full capacity, which is 620, or are you assuming it stays at 2.5 full intake?
So, the school has currently been enlarged to 525 places. So that expansion was completed quite recently. Was subject to a SIL funding bid, which was much appreciated. So we have got planning permission to take that school up to 630 places. But in doing that, we will still have at least 100, I think about 113 places that will still be required. So we would be in a position where we couldn't expand any further Claydon High School, Claydon Primary School. So we would have to somehow deal with that, which wouldn't be appropriate. So our strategy is to stop the current expansion at 525 for the existing primary school, and basically put those extra 105 places into the new school, which would take the new school to a minimum of 210 places, but we've able to future-proof it up to 420 and even 630 in the longer term if that's needed.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Can I just ask councillors moving forward, I have just got them up on the side who want to ask questions. Can I make sure that you don't just repeat the questions that your colleagues are asking, because they're all very, very important points, and Councillor Field has started us off with some very good points there. So, right, I think, is it Councillor Matheson next, Robert? Is that right? Yes, Councillor Matheson, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, grateful to the Chair for noting already the access points, of which there are quite a number. And what I wanted to ask was, these will all be needing visibility displays, and I wondered how much hedging we're likely to lose of existing hedging if all these access points are going ahead. And I'd like to return, if we get to conditions, I'd like to come back and just talk about the school.
Yeah, but hang on a minute, John.
The potential access as well as the definite access.
So, John, your first question, very salient. Can we ask Joe to answer that? And we'll come back in debate on other issues regarding conditions, if we may. Thank you. Joe?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the proposed access points, there are some areas of landscaping at the moment, some hedging. So on Norwich Road, if I just switch the pointer on here, you would have seen it from the video earlier, there is some intermittent, but also some landscaping at the school sites, and certainly the proposed access points for the community use site and these two. I think it's probably important to note that whilst they are existing hedgerow sites, and yes, I do have plans on the junction details in the presentation if you want to see them, and there would be some loss of hedging. I think the the key thing to note in this is the sheer extent of replacement hedging, which is being proposed on the site in areas where hopefully it will provide good kind of biodiversity and ecology kind of corridors to have that real meaningful replacement planting. And overall, there is that 11,000 square metre of planting going in of structural landscaping hedging. It would provide a significant net gain over the loss that there is now. So you're obviously correct. There's no escaping the fact there would be a loss of kind of hedging within the visibility display. There's obviously proposed landscaping, but there is that real kind of hopeful, meaningful structural landscaping that would provide that net gain when it comes to hedging and biodiversity value that has on the site.
Thank you for that, Joe. I don't want a debate on it, John. If you have another question, please.
No, I prefer to listen to some other people's questions while I go through and see what other questions I have further on in the report. Thank you.
Well, I don't think we're coming back again. These are the questions now. I'm sorry, we do have to move on. We're not debating the report minute by minute. They're questions that need clarity. So thank you for that, and I'll move on to Councillor Mansell, if we may, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a number of questions. Do you want me to give them all at once, or can I do them
how many you've got? Because I mean, you know, we've had quite an extensive.
It depends if you relate the questions to one another. So my first questions are about the access to the school site. There appear to be two road stubs on the eastern side. Are they to be maintenance vehicle access? And also on the front side of the school site, adjacent to Norwich Road, are there any plans for pedestrian crossing, pedestrian access, because the pavement is on the west side? So that's my two questions about the school.
Let's go for those first, because they're linked. I know the area extremely well, and I know why you're asking them. So can we have that from Sam, please? I think that would be best, wouldn't it, to go straight to the highways?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The two accesses that are off Norwich Road, they are an in and an out for the school, for the main part of the school, and the accesses to the back of the school to the east, they are for maintenance only. At the moment, there is nothing there are no proposals to put a pedestrian crossing anywhere near that location, but that will be something that we will consider if the school comes to fruition.
Thank you for that. Can I come back with another couple of questions about the highways improvements? The highways improvements, maybe I've got this wrong, but they appear to be linked to both this application and the one we're considering later. How much reliance on them both getting permission will the implementation of those highways improvements carry? And on page 47 of our report, I think it's the improvements to the Church Lane junction, talks about a tree which could be lost. And I just wondered, given that we've had a lot of publicity about losing trees, whether we could have any information about that tree that could be lost.
Yeah, good points. So Sam, again, can you help us on that one, and maybe Joe on the tree?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The improvements that we for mitigation from these sites, what we would like is that they're not reliant on each other. We would come up with a priority scheme, a priority, so as that the Station Road being the highest priority would be the first, then Church Lane in Ipswich Road Junction, and then following on would be the further cycleway improvements, cycle and footway improvements. So they're not reliant on each other at all.
On the tree?
I think Joe's going to give us a tree survey.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and just to add also to Sam's point that the legal agreement would secure that kind of fallback mechanism in case one didn't, as Sam outlined. So that would be covered by the legal agreements for both applications. I believe this is the tree that we were discussing. It's been identified to be cut back or removed to clear the visibility display. Sorry, I don't have a photo of the tree, but it's it's not by any means a significant kind of category A or category B tree within the street scene. Sam, sorry to come back to you on the question, but I know we did debate the retention of this tree through the discussions, and I believe it is a possibility. But also, I don't want to give false assurances if it's by no means certain. Sam, could I possibly ask you just to come in on your recollection of the whether that tree could be retained with the proposed highway works?
Yes, we're hopeful that the tree can be retained. Obviously, any works that we do near the tree roots, we don't want to damage them, so there will be a no dig. But the canopy may have to be raised to allow for so the branches don't hit people in the face. So we are hopeful the tree will be retained.
Thank you. And Councillor Mansell, any further questions?
Yeah, I've got another couple, and hopefully these ones are relatively quick. On slide 24, which I think is the right slide from the officer, there was a box that said limit height stories or something, and it had no number. So I'm assuming that it was no more than 2 stories. So I just want a confirmation that there should be a 2 in there. And finally, the church car park provision. Are there to be any cycle parking provision at the church, as well as cars?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Mansell. Yeah, just going back to the story height, the development would be a maximum of 2 stories. Yeah, sorry, there's a 2 missing there, isn't there?
Yeah,
apologies.
Yes, no, it was a quick one.
2 stories. Yeah,
we're going underground.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, that can be secured through planning condition. It is obviously quite sensitive site, so we'd be looking not to have rooms in kind of roof spaces or 2.5 stories. So yeah, that's certainly the case. And in relation to the church car park, at present there aren't details of cycle parking, but I think that's something that we could discuss with the applicants and require as part of the scheme, because obviously, yeah, we do want to encourage the walking and cycling networks, to the church as well through those improved routes, hopefully that are safer routes for cyclists in the current road. So that's something that we could explore through planning condition if councillors would like us to.
Thank you. I'll leave other people to ask questions, and maybe the other points I'll bring up in debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mansell. Councillor Eburn.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Joe, for your presentation. I've got 2 questions, please. Following on about the highways improvements that are...
Do you need to get that, and do you want to get someone? Oh, well, you have to listen to the debate.
Sorry, I've just sent someone else to get it. Apologies for that interruption. With the highways improvements and the ones that are going to come forward from this site alone, do I therefore understand that the cycle improvements being 3rd on the list would likely not come forward if only this site was approved? And secondly, just with regards to the GP surgery extension, I know the NHS's comments and so forth, is there a certainty either through the infrastructure delivery plan or through SIL that they will achieve the funding for that extension? Thank you very much.
I think Sam answered that earlier to say that it was 3rd on the list, but I'll let Sam answer it properly.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, it is 3rd on the list, as in it's the wider network going towards Ipswich down Old Norwich Road. That is the 3rd on the list, but we are hopeful that we will try to get as much done with the money that we receive.
And then the second question was GP surgery for Joe. The SIL funding. Could you answer Councillor Eburn's question on that, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, as this site is identified within the plan-led growth within the joint local plan, the infrastructure requirements are in the published infrastructure delivery plan, one of which is the healthcare improvements. So it's not a kind of a bid that will potentially fail. It is accommodated within the wider planned contributions for SIL that this site would deliver. Obviously, we then pass those monies to the NHS to provide the kind of extensions and refurbishment. We don't have absolute certainty precisely how they will spend those monies, but the important thing is that this development would deliver that mitigation money to provide healthcare for the future residents of this scheme.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mallon, please, your questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I've got one or two here. I think some of them have already been covered.
Well, please don't repeat them.
Wasn't going to. Thank you, Chair. Just a question for Joe on the meadow, where I think we're sort of trying to encourage hares and that sort of thing. Can I just check that is not going to be public access land where we're going to have dog walkers and stuff as well? Obviously, there'll be a bit of a conflict there.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, let's get to the right slide. There we go. Yeah, thank you. The majority of the public open space is provided in quite close proximity to that area there, and there is proposed footpath connections, obviously, to connect that site to the wider public right-of-way network, which obviously is quite a positive matter to do. There wouldn't be walks around this area here, but we're not necessarily looking kind of to try and put physical boundaries to exclude people, because obviously we want kind of biodiversity to kind of move around the site. There are existing public rights of way networks, and obviously there's potential obviously for kind of disturbance to wildlife at present. So whilst this doesn't form part of the official open space, we're not going to be kind of securing footpaths around this area here. So, people walk around the field boundary that we're trying to protect for the hares. It won't be fully kind of excluded. So the answer is yes, it's not part of the recreational space of this development, but we wouldn't kind of want to fence it off completely, just as an ecology management area, because it's more so about providing the habitat for those brown hares.
Right, so if there's no boundaries around it, then people can access it. I wonder if there's any kind of education that. Well,
can you use that in debate, Councillor Mellon? You've had the answer to the question. I'm sorry. We'll use that in debate if we may. Your second question, maybe, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. This is in relation to the church, and we've got nothing in the papers with this, interaction with the church. Are they welcoming this development and the car park, or is it just something that's just kind of being offered to them without interaction or discussion?
Yeah, thank you. I'm just trying to see in my report. I did cover in my report, but apologies, I haven't got the paragraph to hand. But there is a section where the discussions with the church are outlined. The church did respond to the planning application early on to say that they're happy with the proposals, provided that they can secure those church ground extensions, and there is a financial contribution. So there has been discussion with the church on that matter. The applicant, perhaps they can update if they have opportunity when they speak, if there's been any more recent discussions, but certainly provided that those benefits were secured in the legal agreements, and it didn't fall away, then the church, they were happy with the kind of the proposals being put forward. So there has been discussion with the church throughout the course of this application.
Okay, yeah, sorry, I must have missed that. Thank you. Next question is on the access to the school, and I appreciate this might come forward at reserved matters, but obviously it would be a bit of a nonsense if people had to get in their cars to drive around to the school and there was no pedestrian access into the site from this development, but there doesn't appear to be anything in the indicative layout beyond going down to Norwich Road.
Yeah, so there would be a footpath, obviously, like you say, along Norwich Road, to safe route to school, to access the school here. There is quite a significant hedgerow along this boundary here with the school, which is proposed to be kind of strengthened, planted and retained. And I think that's the only kind of concern that I have with kind of creating a footpath link. Whilst it would be good and perhaps wouldn't be result in too much hedgerow, that is kind of quite a positive kind of corridor at present. And so we've looked to kind of provide that safe route to school through there. Also, I'm not too sure kind of how the school, potentially how it could come forwards. It is potentially a matter that could be considered at reserve matters. But I think as we have that kind of safe route to school through the site and a footpath into the area there, then it's kind of it does provide that safe route, as I say.
Thank you.
Can I just have a clarification from the highways people? There's a phrase in the papers which I didn't fully understand, which is that the impact is during the peak hour in the growth year. If someone could just sort of unpick that for me and just explain that.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. It's the growth year is in 5 years' time. We always look at what the implications will be, not now, but in 5 years' time, and that is the growth year. We look at the Tempro, which is background growth that we ordinarily have all the time, and the growth from this development and committed developments as well. And we add it all onto the existing survey data to get the growth year.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Councillor Mellon, at 6.2, there's quite a substantial amount, page 52, regarding the church, for your information, if you want to look at that. Councillor Stringer.
Thank you, Chair. Just one question, two parts. We're constantly being told about highways improvements, and we're being asked to enshrine today the highways accesses, etc., etc. I have one issue that I want resolved and clarified. The right-angled turn that, as it were, the main road will now be diverted onto, is that sharp bend accessible by buses and public transport? And also, have we taken into account residential amenity on that bend from lights from cars on dark evenings? Thank you.
Sam, can you help us on that, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor. Yes, the bend itself has been tracked for buses and for large vehicles. Around there, the actual junction will be widened slightly to allow for overrun, making sure that they don't overrun the verges, I'm meaning. And glare, I'm afraid I can't help you with that.
Okay. Councillor Stringer, do you have any further questions?
No, thankfully not.
Thank you. Councillor Mayer, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. My question's about the extensive border planting and hopefully the street trees as well, and indeed the meadow. With that comes quite a heavy maintenance bill. Who will be picking that up?
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Yeah, through the legal agreement, the management maintenance options will be considered. The full details obviously haven't quite been secured yet, but there would definitely be a maintenance mechanism in there. So the options are potentially a management company through that the residents pay into, or potentially parish councils could, if they are interested in obviously taking on that management maintenance. But we would be potentially looking to secure a commuted sum in that instance. Obviously, you don't want to take on a liability without some ability to keep that funds in the future. But it would all be covered through the legal agreement to make sure that there is an appropriate mechanism to maintain that and make it successful in perpetuity. And that also it comes into the landscape and ecological management plan conditions as well, because whilst we're securing these benefits for ecology and biodiversity, those conditions, we need to make sure it's not just about kind of going out and trimming the hedges every so often, that they do provide the appropriate habitat in perpetuity for those protected species. So it would be covered by the Section 106, but also the kind of ecological side would be covered by that ecological management plan condition as well.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I know Philip Isbell wants to make a comment. If you would like to, please. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Chairman. Yes, just quickly, Councillor Stringer asked about the car headlights question. I think that's entirely within scope for the design code, which we've recommended as one of the conditions. And I think that kind of detail is exactly the sort of territory at that bend point where one would look to sort out that detail for the reserve matters. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for that. And before I before I ask Councillor Whitehead to give us his talk as ward member, Councillor Passmore has sent in a note, but we'll hear from Councillor Whitehead. Councillor Whitehead, did you have any questions for the officer? I know you didn't put your hand up. You might think you can't, but are there any questions you need clarity on, please?
No, I have no questions.
Right. Thank you. At this point. In that case, then, can we move on to your presentation, please? And can we hear from the ward member, please? Thank you.
Yeah.
We do have some other public speakers this morning for the application.
Okay.
So
we'll have the. Sorry, I'm just looking at my crib sheet. Sorry, I do apologise. Public speakers first, then. I do beg your pardon. I'm so sorry. So the first one will be parish council speakers. Thank you.
So we've got Darren Millwood, who has opted to go talk for 15 seconds, and Chris Pattinson, who will speak for the remainder of 2 minutes 45.
Off you go then. I do apologise to you. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Very well, thank you.
Yes, okay, well, I'm going to kick off. Thank you. I'm addressing you today on behalf of both Barham and Claydon Parish Councils, and I'm accompanied by the Chair of Barham, should you have any questions, Darren Millwood. The Parish Councils have resisted this application and may have made many, well, they have made many technical environmental objections which are before you, but my appointment by the parish was to look at Historic England's response about the impact on the Grade 1 listed church, and whether that impact was outweighed by public benefits. That's been my focus, ensuring that if these applications are approved, they could create a hub for a village, not just housing, given that these schemes will expand the parish population by at least 50%. The application is not, this application site is not in the adopted local plan, and we are contesting the new local plan. So the proposals must satisfy the various tests set out in the national framework, and I refer to you to paragraph 92 in particular, which requires decision making to plan positively and provide for new shared spaces and community facilities, ensure an integrated approach to considering the location of housing, economic uses and community facilities and services. Your own policies reinforce this point. In terms of creating balanced communities, we see no barrier for the right for the council to demand infrastructure unless there is a viability issue which is evidenced. Public benefits to be invoked as it is in section 15 of the report, then we should hold the development to the highest standards of sustainability in creating balanced communities. We think the benefits outlined in section 15 of the report fall short of that standard. The report rightly identifies there's no guarantee of delivery of either a medical or community facility. We would argue no weight can be attached to this benefit, not limited weight as proposed by the report. There is no pathway to delivery, and SIL money alone is not enough. The open spaces owe more to environmental constraints and mitigation. They are not design-led. They are located on the periphery of the development rather than integrated, such as a village green. The benefits mooted in respect of the church are seen by the Church Council as essential mitigation and not benefit. The proposed school will serve new demand, not that already present, and besides, the phasing of the school is unclear. There's likely to be pressure on the primary school for the foreseeable future. All other benefits relate to the development washing its own face, particularly transport. I'd refer you to paragraph 15.9 of the report, which says, whilst pre-existing highway issues cannot be addressed, it is not considered reasonable to require developers to go any further than the measures outlined, as these relate to existing highways issues in Claydon. It's not reasonable to require them to resolve these. Public benefit clearly has its limits then. I note the omission of physical alterations to Norwich Road, which would be needed to reduce speeds to 30 miles an hour. It's an example of some of the omissions. Returning to Historic England's comments, the Parish Council determined that if there is a debate about public benefit, it should be the one to establish what can be properly regarded as such. The Parish Council surveyed all households in Barham.
Can you now hand over, because we're getting short of time, please?
Okay, well, I'll just run to my conclusions. The parish are clear. If development was to be forced on the parish, there had to be a deliverable pathway to a new community hub and village green. Part payment of SIL money and the temporary transfer of land is not a deliverable solution.
You're now over the 3 minutes, so I'm afraid the other person can no longer speak.
Can I just finish?
No, I'm sorry. We've run over the 3 minutes, so I'm really sorry. You've gone over your time.
I just referred to the heads of terms in our email, which have gone unaddressed by the
Can you now stop, please, Mr. Patterson? Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Now we might have the opportunity to have questions that you may be able to help with further in your presentation. So do I have questions, please? Anybody want any questions? Sorry, I haven't got myself on. Anybody want questions for the speaker, please? No, I can't see it. I don't know why. Hang on. Oh. Right, in that order then, if you would, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, the proposed meadow Can you tell us whether that's currently arable land or a pasture land, please?
Was that to the parish? Was that question to the parish?
Yes,
yes, indeed, to your good self.
If you have the answer.
I wouldn't. I would refer to Joe, who obviously represents. Well, sorry, I'll rephrase that. I would ask Pigeon Land, who represent the applicant.
Councillor Matheson, can you hold that question for that?
Very well, thank you, Chair.
Yeah, and who else is next, please? Thanks, Councillor Stringer.
Thank you, Chair. Just like to ask you, you mentioned, Mr. Patterson, that in the draft joint local plan that this site was contested by the parish. Were there other sites put forward within the parish that were found sustainable by any appraisal?
We have not done a comparative assessment, although it can be said.
Mr. Patterson, could you answer the question yes or no? Is there a comparison to it? Did you put any further sites forward?
Did we put further sites forward? Yeah. The parish did not put any further sites forward.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just be clear about?
No, I'm sorry, we've finished on that question. Councillor Stringer, do you have a further question?
No, I don't. That's sort of. It could be a further question in terms of it wasn't fully answered. What I was trying to explore was if this site is not sustainable, was the parish promoting equal numbers somewhere else that had been through an appraisal that had been found sustainable?
And the answer to that was no, there weren't any other sites put forward, I think. I'm sorry, I'm not into debate here.
Important qualification.
Mr. Patterson, Mr. Patterson, can we just say yes or no to the question? Okay, then we'll move on. Any further questions to Mr. Patterson from members? Councillor Eburn, please.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Chair. Just a question on housing in Claydon. This development's 269. How many houses roughly are there in Claydon? Thank you very much.
I think that's probably more for Joe, isn't it, to be fair to Mr. Patterson, unless he has the answer.
I do have the answer.
Oh, right. OK, fire away. Go for it.
According to the last census, I believe there was about 650 houses in the parish. That's in the parish. So that would include the rural aspects.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. And the next question, please, for Mr. Patterson. Councillor Whitehead, please. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair, my understanding was that both Barham Parish Council and Claydon Parish Council could address the committee and that Mr. Patterson would be speaking on both their behalves, and therefore would have 6 minutes worth of speech time.
Well, can I inform you on that? I was asked that at 10 to 9 this morning, and I had taken lots and lots of questions and emails, and nobody had asked me that before. And to ask to speak, one has to inform the officer of that request within 24 hours prior to the meeting. So I'm sorry, that's the reason for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. Patterson, please?
I have my hand up.
I can't see. I'm awfully sorry. Councillor Field,
I'll let Councillor Field go first.
Yeah, Councillor Field, please.
I was going to ask Mr. Patterson, has there been any surveying of a local opinion to form this request for additional facilities, community facilities that Barham Parish is proposing?
Yes, there has, and I can give you a summary of the headlines. We surveyed all households within the parish. And we asked them, just bear with me while I pull it up. Yeah, we received 138 responses, and we asked them, yes, do you support the application? 92% said they did not, but you have to look behind some of the questions that were in there. They identified their main concerns with it, and whilst the top two were about traffic and loss of rural character, if you were asked to rank your top 4 concerns, the other two ranked was disbelief that the promised facilities will be delivered, 73%, and lack of services and facilities to support new housing. 68% said they were concerned about that. We also
Can I
asked
just stop you, Mr. Patterson? The question is, of the facilities, who wanted the facilities, not what they were objecting to. What facilities? I think, could we just have the question again so we can have clarity on it, please? It's just answering the question, not entering the debate, please, Mr. Patterson. Mr. Councillor Field, could you just ask the question specifically?
I specifically asked whether a survey had been performed.
Right, so the answer to that will be yes.
So that the requests were based on more than just one or two individuals.
Absolutely.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
So, but it's the facilities, isn't it? I don't need the answer of whether they were against it or whatever. I'm so sorry, Mr. Patterson, but we really have to be quite strict on you entering a debate, and that is what you're trying to do. Okay, so, well, Councillor Field, have you had the answer that you want, or can you ask it that you can narrow it down, that Mr. Patterson can give us that succinct response? I'd be very, very grateful.
I think there has been a list of facilities required, a village screen, community hall, various things. I was trying to establish whether those requirements were made by a substantial number of people. So essentially, as you're saying, what are the facilities that people required and how many required it? So is it just one or two individuals?
Yeah.
Yes,
that's very clear. That's very clear.
I can be very specific. 138 households wish to see a community hall, a village green and a cafe. These were the top three.
Village green and a cafe. Good, good. That's excellent. That's perfect. Thank you so much.
May I have one more question?
You may indeed.
Sorry, I don't know if it's really to Mr. Patterson, but we quoted the number of houses in Barham. Barham is clearly integrated with Claydon as village. It has a common boundary. So I think it would be fair to councillors if we heard the number of houses in Claydon as well.
Yeah, okay, so that would be Jo, I think, can answer that question, can't she? Unless Mr. Patterson can give us that information, that would be helpful.
I can.
Go on, please do. Thank you.
There's 947 households at the last census, 2011.
Thank you very much indeed for that. It's very, very helpful. Thank you. And so we move on now to a question from Councillor Mansell, please.
Thank you, Chair. I must admit I've got a little bit confused when Mr. Patterson refers to the parish. I'm not sure whether he's talking about Barham or Claydon. And I just wanted to ask about the concept of a village green. Is the village green for Barham or for Claydon? And what exactly do you mean by a village green in a modern development?
Okay, well, I'm referring to Barham Parish. And when we talk about a village green, it's not so much for Barham, although it would be in Barham. It's more for the northern end of the village. That would be used for Barham and Claydon residents. And we specifically wanted to see that where the drainage detention basin is on that plan you can see on your screen. So in the bottom left hand corner, we thought rather than a drainage basin, which might be brown for long periods of the year, we wanted to see a village green integrated in that area for both parishes to use in support of that, the northern part of the village.
Thank you for that. Councillor Mansell, any further questions for Mr. Patterson?
Well, I just come back that the northern part of Barham is not this development, so I'm still a bit confused, but I'll accept.
I think you have to assess what the information that you've been given. I think Councillor Mansell would be the best. Do you agree? Any further questions? I can't see any. Can you see any, Robert? Right, thank you very much, Mr. Patterson. So, just help me where we are. Yes, I've got 3 minutes for Mr. Lee to address the committee, if you would please, Mr. Lee. Thank you very much.
Yes, good morning, everybody, and thank you, Jo, for your presentation. I've been asked to just make a short couple of points on the from the church. And also, I'd like to for my second part, bring in Chris Patterson and also.
No, you can't bring it. in Chris Patterson. You've got 3 minutes, so go for it. And if Mr. Patterson can get in with you, we can squeeze him in. Go for it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so this is from the Boreham Parochial Church Council. Firstly, can I emphasise that Boreham Parochial Church Council's position may not in any way be construed as support for the overall scheme. The views of our individual congregation members will be have already fed into the local planning process through the proper channels and are represented by Claydon and Boreham Parish Councils. The Parochial Church Council has not changed its position since our earlier response. In fact, the absence of any new information, we have only considered the matter in passing when discussing other matters. If the application were to be approved, we need to look after our own interest and the immediate neighbour of the proposed scheme, and that's being the parish church and guardians of the beautiful historic Grade 1 listed building in its grounds. From our viewpoint, the elements of the proposal was that the land would be gifted to the church, and there will be a reduced height of properties higher up the development, and the provision of funds to enable the conversion of the gifted land. I'll just pass to Chris Patterson to join and finish off my other pieces. Thank you. Chris, over to you.
Thank you. Just to say that we just point out that we have engaged with the applicant to see if a public benefit package could be agreed on that would satisfy the whole village. After several meetings, this culminated in our draft heads of terms dated 15th of December, which is set out in the email attached to the letter we sent to you. The applicant was unwilling to support this citing viability. We've received no formal response to our offer. What we're saying is if the applicant is unable to meet the heads of terms of the parish, then this reinforces our view that the application is best premature and that it's too small to deliver public benefit for the community. At worst, it is not viable, unable to meet the public benefit test, and unable to meet the definition of sustainable development, and we respectfully request you to dismiss this application. Thank you.
Right, before we go on to questions, can I just ask either Mr. Patterson or Jeremy Lee, on page 52 of our papers, it would appear that the response from the church has been a praise there, shall we say. And I just wonder if the praise has been misunderstood. Could somebody help us, please? Because it's sort of saying that the applicants have appreciated their issues and come forward with practical proposals. They've had several meetings. They believe certain aspects significantly reduce the impact on the church and land to be gifted to the church and all those sort of things. That to me looks slightly positive. Is that an incorrect reading of our understanding? And either Mr. Patterson or Mr. Lee can respond to that, if you would, please.
Yeah, I will respond as Jeremy Lee first, and I'll let Chris to finish off. Yes, my brief in the church is from Roger Colthorpe, and he was asked when we had a meeting that it can be seen that the church's view would be viewed as positive, whereas in fact it's negative. And I've read out a prepared script from Roger Colthorpe.
No. I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I can accept that. That's fine.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Patterson, did you want to add anything else to that? So our understanding is completely incorrect then at 6 p.m.
Yes, that's correct. Essentially, what's being reported does not align with the position of the church, and we have that outlined in an email, which was sent 22nd of January. I think
hang on a minute. What's the date today? I've lost it.
27th, Madam Chair.
Yes, right. So can I just thank you for that, Mr. Patterson, and Mr. Lee, if you just stay there, there might be questions from members. Can I just ask the planning officer to just comment on those issues, please? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The paragraph 6.20 of the committee report does refer to correspondence we received from the church that identified those precise words, and I haven't had any formal other response from the diocese that was from the church, sorry, that changes that position. I haven't seen the email of the 22nd of January, obviously I would report information to members that I had more recently received. I think it may be something that the applicant can answer when we come to their speaking slot, to see what their current position is and their current understanding with the churches. But certainly the original correspondence, which is reported in the committee report, is factually correct. And I don't have anything, I don't have the 22nd of January email to conflict that. But perhaps the applicant could provide an update when we get to their speaking slot on what their understanding is on the church and their position.
Yes, I mean, it is disappointing that these things have come in so late when the issue has been rolling on. But nonetheless, I thank Mr. Patterson and Mr. Lee for pointing this out to us. So can we just leave the comments? No, Mr. Patterson, no, please. We don't want you to enter into the debate. Let's wait until we get some questions through. I now have questions from our good committee, and can somebody help me with where we are on that, please? Thank you. Councillor Mellon, if you would like to ask a question. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just a quick clarification, and going back to those that paragraph 6.20 on the top of page 53, it talks about the church understand the developers will contribute to an extension to the church hall. Can I just ask, I think it was a PCC member who mentioned there, where is the church hall? Is it part of the church itself? And we didn't hear anything about a contribution from the developer in the officer's report. So
well, we haven't had the developer speak yet, so we'll go for that. Yeah, can we have that question?
Are they expecting a contribution to extend the church hall as listed in the minutes?
Sir Jeremy Lee here. I'll just say something first, and I'll pass over to Chris.
So no, just answer the question if you could, please.
Yeah, I'm trying to. What I read out is contained in the email 22nd of January from the Barham Parochial Church Council, and I believe they're not aware about the question that you asked. Chris, can you assist me on that?
They're clear that they did ask for that. It is in the email, which was prompted by a request from the applicant. The applicant got in touch with the church, which prompted that email, and it's restated as a request, although it doesn't appear as the included within the Section 106 package.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, sorry, could I come back on that point, Joe?
Yes,
Hobbs?
yeah.
Just wanted to direct members to page 68 of the committee papers and the recommendation. One of the requirements of the Section 106 covers a contribution to the church to extend their church grounds for £60,000. So that would be secured through the Section 106, and that leads on from my earlier paragraph 6.20 of the committee report, that the church their position and that they would look to have that financial contribution. So it is identified and proposed to be secured through the recommendation.
And Chairman, if I can just come in as well, there's certainly correspondence on the application file that I can see from St Mary's and St Peter's Church on behalf of the Parochial Church Council by Mr Roger Colthorpe, which appears to be positively framed. I wouldn't say reading one across the other it's a complete transcript, but certainly there's correspondence on the file to that effect, Chairman.
Okay, well, we are where we are with it. So there seems to be a contribution, a conflict of whatever. Who's got a copy of this email of the 22nd? Joe, you haven't had a copy. Philip, have you had a copy?
No, I don't believe I've got a copy. I'll check.
I'm sorry. I'll forward it on. It was addressed to the applicant, and we'll forward that on to you all now.
Well, I'm not sure that we can accept that at this stage.
Chair, Madam Chair,
yes, please help. Please help.
That's across anybody, but have I got it right? This email was sent to the applicant and not to anybody at the council. Is that correct?
That looks like the answer. Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Chris, I beg your pardon, Mr. Patterson. Can you confirm that was only sent to the applicant? Sorry, I can't hear you. You're on mute. Sorry. Sorry, Mr. Patterson, sorry. Yeah.
Sorry, apologies. I wasn't directly involved in the correspondence. I've seen the email afterwards, but it was forwarded on to Tim Passmore, John Whitehead and John Field.
Yeah, but they're not the planning officers.
Well, understood. I'm just reading out who from the broader council have seen it.
Yeah, but you know, you can't run a hare and then chase it with the hounds and expect us to catch up with you, using analogies of hares earlier. Sorry, Councillor Mellon.
Chair, can I clarify for you? It's an email dated for 22nd of January from Walter Courthorpe to Simon Butler-Finbo.
It's not gone to the planning officer in this committee, which is debating it, not everybody else. So let's have legal input when we need it. Let's keep going. Do we have any further questions for, I've forgotten who we're asking now, Mr. Lee? Any further questions from, I can see, I think.
Chair.
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered if we could get an answer to Councillor Mellon's question of where is the church hall? Is it next to the church or is it in another location? Thank you very much.
I think that's a good point. Well done. We've gone off the steam a bit. Yeah.
Apologies, didn't answer the question. The church hall is at the rear of the church.
Lovely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done, Councillor Eburn. Right. So that's the objector. Does Councillor Whitehead have a question?
No, Madam Chair.
Right, lovely, thank you. So we now move on to the agent to speak, Simon Butler-Finbo. And you have 3 minutes to address the committee, please. This does seem a long 3 minutes, but I'm sure my colleague will time you. Councillor Simon Butler-Finbo, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, members, for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. My name is Simon Butler-Finbo. I'm Pigeon Director responsible for this scheme. Our application seeks permission for a high quality, highly sustainable landscape and design-led scheme, as described to you in the case officer's excellent presentation. We have undertaken extensive engagement, included a series of meetings with both parish councils and local groups, many of which included your officers, as well as public exhibitions. Responding positively to feedback throughout the course of this application, I would just like to reinforce the benefits the scheme will bring to the local area. A 3.5 hectare pre and primary school site, which will future-proof education provision in the community. The rerouting of traffic from Barham Church Lane, providing significant enhancements to highway safety, including a new vehicle access to St Mary's and St Peter's Church. A greenway providing safe pedestrian access along Barham Church Lane, physically connecting to the church. Highway improvements to Station Road and Claydon Church Lane junctions, along with financial contributions for improved cycleways and footpaths in and around the village. A package of sustainable measures, including low carbon construction, which addresses in particular energy, water and waste, along with vehicle charging points. A full SUD scheme underpins the design, as does a full range of travel planning measures with a focus on.
Can I just stop you there? I'm so sorry. I dropped out of the presentation just as you started it. I do beg your pardon. Do you think you could restart that, please? I literally dropped out as you spoke. I'm so sorry.
Okay, no
Robert,
worries.
could you put the 3 minutes on again? I'm so sorry.
Our application seeks permission for a high quality, highly sustainable landscape and design-led scheme, as described in your case officer's excellent presentation. We have undertaken extensive engagement, including a series of meetings with both parish councils and local groups, many of which included your officers, as well as public exhibitions. Responding positively to feedback throughout the course of this application, I would just like to reinforce the benefits the scheme will bring to the local area. A 3.5 hectare pre and primary school site, which will future-proof education provision in the community. The rerouting of traffic for Barham Church Lane, providing significant enhancements to highway safety, including a new vehicle access to St Mary and St Peter's Church. A greenway providing safe pedestrian access along Barham Church Lane to physically connect the church. Highway infrastructure improvements to Station Road and Claydon Church Lane junctions, along with financial contributions for improved cycleways and footpaths in and around the village. A package of sustainable measures, including low carbon construction, which addresses in particular energy, water and waste, along with vehicle charging points. A full SUD scheme, the design, as well as travel planning measures with a focus on walking and particularly cycling. Affordable housing, 24 bungalows, 99 smaller 1 and 2 bedroom houses, all designed to meet housing need, a lower density to create a spacious environment for the locality.
extensive green infrastructure over 4 hectares in excess of council standards, significant Section 106 contributions as detailed in the members' report, along with new homes bonus and SIL. The technical consultee responses to the application demonstrates its deliverability, and in policy terms it complies with the development plan as a whole, is in full accordance with the NPPF, and is an allocation in the council's submission joint local plan. A site for a community hub is provided, and we are more than willing to continue to engage with Barham Parish Council regarding its ability to provide for a community building, health provision, shops, cafe and local employment. In conclusion, we acknowledge that the scheme represents change, but firmly believe that its high quality and comprehensive package of benefits will make a long-lasting positive addition to the local community. Thank you for consideration. Happy to take questions.
So members, do you have questions for the applicant, please? Thank you. Yeah, I clicked the wrong button earlier on and lost myself. Yeah, go on. Right, Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to pick up on something that Mr. Butler-Fimbo mentioned. He talked about a pre and primary school site, and that's the first I've heard of it being a preschool. So can we have some confirmation of whether that is included? He also mentioned that there was a, in terms of the size of the houses, the mix of the market housing, is that something that's been conditioned at this stage? And while we're on the subject of the school, perhaps Mr. Butler-Fimbo can also clarify the answer to an earlier question from Councillor Mellon about pedestrian access to the school. Is there going to be any on the east side of Norwich Road?
Okay, Councillor Mansell, I think some of those questions may be for others, but in terms of access, this is an outline scheme, as you appreciate, in the main, but we will provide pedestrian and cycle linkage on the eastern side of Norwich Road. That said, we recognise the point about the existing path and are quite happy to look at a crossing point if members want us to do so, along with highways, of course, as an additional way of connecting the school.
And maybe somebody else could answer the other questions that I've raised.
The size and mix, I think it was.
Well, the size and mix, and also the preschool, because the preschool was just mentioned.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Mansell. In terms of preschool, we've got 3.5 hectares here. As you'll appreciate, county are looking for 2 in regards to 2-form entry, so we are future-proofing. But that gives us more than ample potential to provide preschool facilities on site. In terms of the mix, happy to be conditioned in line with the figures I've just given you.
Can I just jump in there? First of all, I think we need Mr. McManus just to comment on the school issue for you. Would that be helpful, Councillor Mansell?
Yes, if perhaps he could tell us whether there is a need for a new preschool in this area.
Yeah, let's ask the first questions first. Go for it.
All right, thank you, Chair. Councillor Mansell, yes, every new school that the county delivers nowadays, we always make provision for a early years facility to be sort of closely linked in with that new school. So we think at the moment we have got sufficient places in the area for early years children, but that could very easily change in the future. So the key thing is that we've got a big enough site to deliver a preschool facility without compromising the primary school. And Jo Hobbs, when she displayed the proposed layout of the new school, that did also have on the plans an early years facility shown on that drawing. So we, as I say, we always plan to put early years provision in. Clearly, we wouldn't want to put an early years provision in if there's lots of surplus places in the area when we delivered it, because that would undermine the viability of current settings. But we think going forward that we're going to be likely to need a preschool facility as well.
And then can somebody answer the question that Councillor Mansell asked, I think it's Joe, regarding the mix? Do we normally fix that now or in reserved matters? If that would be a comfort to Councillor Mansell, could you help us on that, please, Joe?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And just before I get into that point, apologies if I wasn't clear in my presentation that the school site would be for a preschool and primary school. But I have just checked in my report. I appreciate the report is very long, but it is also outlined that the site would be primary school and preschool. But sorry if I didn't make that clear when I was going through my presentation earlier. But hopefully Neil's answered that question. And yes, on the housing mix, we are proposing a market housing mix condition to be appended to this planning application. If it's granted permission, to make sure that that reflects the strategic housing market needs assessment or the most recent evidence that we have, just to make sure that we get an appropriate mix on this site. So we can do that now.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Mansell. Councillor Eburn.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the applicant for being here today. Could you answer the question, the attenuation ponds that are in the southeast corner, was consideration made, given the village's requirement for or request for village green? Did you consider, and I appreciate again this is just a layout for current purposes, but putting in swales and village green instead of attenuation ponds? Thank you very much.
The landscaping master plan that you have in front of you is possibly slightly misleading, in the sense that where the basins are shown blue, which obviously implies water, they can be designed in either way. So the idea of village green in the southwestern corner of the site is something that we can engineer. And we are quite happy to look at that area again, and again with ongoing discussions with the parish council, if members would like us to do that. But that area is over an acre in size, so one would like to think that's of a sufficient scale to deliver a village green, if that's how the design is to be progressed.
Thanks very much, and apologies, I did mean southwestern corner. Thank you.
Sorry.
Just on that point, if I can jump in, for really Joe, what we don't want to do is redesign everything, but this is outline at the moment, so that could be considered. Is that what your reading of this is too, please, Joe?
Yes, there is certain scope within reserve matters to accommodate village green and such like, but I think we do need to be mindful that obviously there's a surface water strategy that's informed this layout, and obviously we do need to meet the requirements to dispose of surface water correctly. So there may be some scope to the reserve matters to have those discussions. But if it's a case of significant new areas of land being provided, we'll be talking about looking at revised plans, revised layouts, what's the impact on the density of the scheme and such like. So obviously we need to be careful what we kind of can promise at reserve matters stage. It might not be, there may be differing aspirations between parties as to what could be achieved. But certainly it's a discussion that can be had about how that space can be used and its functionality. But we just need to make sure it's based on the current proposals for 269 dwellings and other matters on site.
Oh, am I? Sorry, I don't know what I am. Yes, Councillor Matson, if you would, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I have two questions for the applicant. The first one is, are you prepared to provide a handful, let's say up to 5 houses built to Part M of the building regulations as fully usable by wheelchairs? And the second question is my outstanding question about the potential meadow, whether this is currently arable land.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. In reverse order, it is currently arable land. So taking that over into meadow is going to significantly enhance the biodiversity of that part of the scheme. It will also enhance, I would suggest, the setting of the church. In terms of your request with regards to a percentage of homes for full disabled access, I'm more than happy to entertain that as a condition.
Thank you, Chair. There'd be a question then, if it's arable land, about from somebody to answer possibly as to how it's going to be converted to meadow use, because I think we've established that's quite a tricky
well, I think
change.
if you don't mind me saying, John, I think that's
Somewhere
something down the route. That's something down the line that's
okay,
for them to determine. I think you're getting the answers to your questions, and your questions are extremely helpful. So thank you for that. So if you've finished with those questions, do we have Councillor Field? Did you have a question for the applicant, please?
I did. I hope this is appropriate to the applicant. I was just going to ask how we ensure the discussions that he mentioned with the parish continue and the low carbon construction and fabric first commitments are delivered. Clearly the actual construction of this site will be by another agency, so just I'm not clear whether they're in conditions or what.
On our part, Councillor, again, I would suggest that the design code condition that we're signed up to is the appropriate location to cover such matters, and clearly that will work through with your officers. In terms of build, you appreciate we're not a volume house builder, but we do build. Just for members' information, we are looking at the eastern end of the site as being a scheme that we may bring forward ourselves. So again, that's just something to bear in mind if members need added confidence in terms of delivering higher standards than perhaps building regs currently require us to do.
Thank you for that. Is that satisfactory, Councillor Field? Right, I think we're all done on questions. Well, Councillor Mathers has already spoken, yes. Councillor Mellon, I do apologise, thank you, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of quick questions. The applicant has mentioned about low carbon construction, and I was really pleased to hear in the officer's report about they're being open to passive solar gain in these houses. The first time I've heard that in an application. I'm really pleased about that. But can I just clarify? We're not just talking about the orientation of the houses here. We're actually talking about measures which are designed in, properly designed so that there's passive solar gain and not overheating. And then just on the low carbon construction, can I then assume that these houses are going to be built primarily out of timber?
Okay. Clearly, there's a number of points there, Councillor. It's a package at the end of the day. So via fabric first, timber construction, things of that nature, we can achieve higher standards. In looking at the design of the site, I think as Joe, the case officer, pointed out, there's often a balance to be struck between placemaking, urban design principles, creating a quality environment from that design perspective, but also what we have here is a clear opportunity to embrace solar passive gain as well. Typically sites probably would be about 50-50 in terms of percentage on layouts. Here, as you have seen, we're 2/3 of the site lends itself to benefit from solar gain.
Thank you for that.
Can I have one more question?
Yes, if you would please, because we've rather gone on a bit here now. I hope our debate will be foreshortened with all these questions having been answered. Thank you.
Okay, final one. Mr. Butler-Finbay, you mentioned about being open to the possibility of a shop or a cafe as part of this development, which is something that the parish council have come forward with, but we've only got housing on there at the moment. So is that something you would genuinely consider at reserve matters at stage?
Again, Councillor, that's certainly the case. We did have a number of discussions with the parish council. We have looked at the southwest corner of the site in terms of expanding it as a community hub, and if members want us to go into that direction, again, more than happy to do that.
Right, thank you very much indeed. Thank you everybody. So we now move to the ward members, and I think I would like to hear from Councillor Whitehead, if you would please, and then there's a statement from Councillor Passmore. Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chairman, just had a technical glitch. I was trying to amend my speech, and I did instead of saving it, I lost it. Would you mind doing Tim's short speech first, whilst I just get back together? I'm sorry about that.
Recobble it away. Okay, so Councillor Robert Carmichael, can you read out Councillor Passmore's presentation, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll just open it up if you bear with me one moment. So, from Councillor Tim Passmore, Ward Member. Apologies, I cannot be at the referrals meeting today, but I would be grateful if you would share my thoughts with the committee members as set out below. As Ward Member representing the views of the constituents, I do have considerable concerns about this outline application for the following reasons. The application for 269 dwellings is huge for a village the size of Barham. If approved, the application would more or less double the number of dwellings in the parish. I accept members must look at what is in front of them and consider the application on its own merits, but I am concerned when the map is examined of what might happen in the future on adjacent land. What effect might more development have on the rural tranquillity of the village and its character? Mid-Suffolk's settlement pattern is one of our jewels in the crown, and I am not in any way against development of more housing, but I do believe this proposal is simply far too big and will then make the area more reminiscent of a town. If people want to live in a town, they can do so. In my years as a district councillor, it is extremely rare for a single parish council to go to such expense and detail within their submissions to the planning authority as set out in Appendix 3 from page 76 onwards. I'd ask all members consider these views very carefully indeed. Specific concerns I have include future healthcare provision. The latest evidence from the NHS is now over 2 years old, and I suspect it is inaccurate. Church Road Barham is a cut-through to the A14 from 5 ways in Henley and carries a great deal of traffic from Henley, Ashbocking and Otley, plus the surrounding hinterland. In spite of the spine road included in the plan, this will still add large volumes of traffic to the road network if permission is granted. Please examine the highways, pedestrian access and cycleways very carefully. All infrastructure must be fit for purpose. There are questions need on parking and traffic flow, particularly for delivery vehicles, refuse collection and emergency services. This site is not a brownfield site, so it's a large development suitable for the environmental impact and the use of scarce natural resources, including agricultural land. Overall, I support the Parish Council objections on the basis of scale, highways, infrastructure capacity and the use of scarce natural resources. Does this application really fit in with existing settlement patterns for a rural mid-Suffolk location? Signed, Councillor Tim Passmore, Ward Member.
Thank you very much indeed. I wonder if Councillor Whitehead has managed to retrieve his notes.
Yes, Madam Chairman. Can you hear me? I'm assuming I'm all ready now. Thank you. Good morning, members. I'm grateful for the opportunity to address the committee in respect to this planning application. I've attended meetings about this proposal going back to April 16, possibly even earlier, where Pigeon Developments gave pre-submission presentations to the Parish Council. This large application has been hanging over the village for about 5 years. Barham Parish Council has remained resolute in its opposition to this application, despite consistently being in favour of a number of more modest, yet still major applications in their patch over recent years. The reason for their opposition in this case should be crystal clear. The extensive feedback they've elicited from their residents has consistently showed overwhelming hostility to this proposed development. It's also clearly unusual for a single parish council to go to the expense of employing 3 consultants, P&DG, THAT and Turnberry, to help them fight their case. There are 41 pages in your committee pack today of submissions by consultants on behalf of Barham Parish Council. They've clearly spent thousands of pounds to obtain this expertise. This from a modest parish whose annual precept is only £28,000. So the major issues as I see them, other than simply the sheer scale of this proposal relative to the size of the existing village, are 1, primary health GP provision, 2, traffic, 3, school provision, and 4, building on productive agricultural land. Actually, starting with the latter, paragraph 17 on page 56 sets out this proposal builds on best and most versatile land of 14.62 hectares. When the nation can only supply about 60% of its food needs, should we be granting an application on this quality land in mid-Suffolk when we already have 7 years, 8 months of existing housing supply in our pipeline? On land that has yielded crops for centuries, we could now instead be planting for the foreseeable future 269 gas-fired boilers. Is that really the best use of this quality land? Regarding school provision, this application sets aside both land and money for a future small primary school, as the current primary school is at capacity from existing approved developments, well, as incidentally is the high school. Fairly recent experience in Great Blakenham demonstrates that County does not want to build small primary schools. Of course, at no cost themselves, they'll accept the reservation of some land, but the reality is that they only want to build large, cost-efficient primary schools. Land originally set aside for a similar purpose in Great Blakenham now has houses built upon it instead. And even a promised railway station there was never delivered, and now never can be. Offering up some land for infrastructure is easy. Delivery of the same is clearly much more problematic. So no wonder local residents are quite cynical and suspicious of such offers. Despite my real concerns over traffic, I'll be brief on this. I know some committee members present have already expressed concerns about large commercial developments in Great Blakenham, adding to traffic pressure on junction 52 of the A14. And now we're told that enormous Valley Ridge project, previously known as Snoasis, has the financial backing for it to go ahead too. So Claydon A14 junction 52 could rapidly become COP-DOC 2. Paragraph 510 in the report states this application cannot be required to resolve wider traffic issues. Now, it may not be able to resolve them, but it most certainly can add significantly to these wider traffic issues. Now, one area that really gives me real concern is the GP surgery provision. The existing surgery has been in place since 1992, housed in 2 connected temporary porta cabins. In your pack, you've got 2 letters from the NHS, one dated June 17 and one dated January 19. So even the latest one is over 2 years old. And what's not made clear in your committee pack is the fact that the local Barham and Claydon surgery closed its list to new patients in November 2020. Now, I admit that's not even clear on their website, but I do chair their patients' participation group, so I can tell you it as a matter of fact. The surgery's Facebook page has a pinned post dated 18th of November 2020, stating that they've closed their list to new patients. Now, incoming residents now post on social media that they've found the surgery closed to new patients, and they ask where they should go. The usual response is, try Needham Market and good luck. Now, I've spent several years campaigning for a new building for the current patient list of about 3,500, but it rapidly became clear that the NHS had only interest in building much bigger health centres to cater for perhaps 12,000 plus. So this application may result in 2 sites for a GP surgery, the current one and a proposed new one, but frankly, that's only just plots of land. There's no new surgery building being delivered, and personally, I don't think there ever will be, although that is just a personal opinion. It's also my personal opinion that it is morally unacceptable to approve 269 new homes when the present surgery is close to new patients and there is little prospect of change. So to conclude, members, I do understand the constant dilemma that you always find yourselves in from central government housing delivery diktats from the National Planning Policy Framework and the resulting pressure to accept officer recommendations on these large applications. However, I sincerely hope now that you've heard from the parish consultant, from Councillor Passmore and from myself, that's given you much to think about as you head into debate on this application, and that you'll have the courage to act in the interest of the Barham and Claydon existing residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Field. And before I ask members if, oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong picture again. Sorry, Whitehead. Can I, yeah, in the same ward, can I ask Philip Isbell just to pass a comment on something there, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes. The question of health infrastructure is an important one and has been under a lot of discussion in relation to this. And I won't overstate things because I do think it's appropriate for Joe perhaps to point to some of the relevant considerations here. But clearly there is a community infrastructure levy, a relationship with these things, and obviously it's part of the infrastructure delivery plan. So the question of whether or not the development is acceptable in healthcare terms, we have had advice, I believe, in the papers, and I think that's the position that we have, broadly speaking. Clearly the experience locally may feel very, very different, but in terms of the clinical commissioning group, I think we do have advice within our papers. And if I can hand over to Joe, and I'm also conscious Christine Thurlow's here, so she might be able to assist Joe as well. If I can hand over to Joe, that might be a useful point for me to do that, Chairman.
Yes, please do.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify a point made earlier about the SIL monies. Obviously, the position of the NHS was set out. The last letter published on the application file, I appreciate, is a little bit old, but we have had more recent discussions, both myself and Christine Thurlow, with the NHS right up until last week. And their position, they verbally confirmed, is still the same on this application, that they have no objections subject to a SIL bid being put in. But I just do want to clarify the point I made earlier about the SIL bids. It will be a bid that is made to the council. I don't want to give I think I gave the wrong impression that the money is ring fenced and will go straight to the NHS. It is a matter of them making the bid, but as it is for all of our major developments, and obviously healthcare is a key priority for us. But certainly, I'm not sure if Christine wants to come in on anything further on that. Yeah, a bid would be made. But I think we need to be minded of the fact that yes, there is evidence, Facebook post that Councillor Whitehead referred to, that the surgery has closed its list for a period of 1 year, from November last year to November this year. That's the current matter that they're dealing with. But the matter that the kind of the body that provides the healthcare has directed us to say that they have no objections subject to that SIL bids being made. So it is difficult to kind of substantiate kind of a further concern or reason for refusal on that basis.
I don't know if Christine is going to pass any further comment, but before you do, I suppose it would have been helpful for members to have had details of those discussions that you'd had, either in writing or available for us to look at, so that we know that things are more up to date than the letter that's been alluded to. Christine, did you want to comment on anything further?
I can update you on two small aspects of this. I mean, as members will be aware, SIL bids do have to come in, and we consider the need, and the decisions go through to Cabinet, particularly where the spend is over 50, where the spend is over 10,000, then it is a Cabinet decision which is made. Two minor things, and we do meet with Health once every 2 months now because there's a pandemic on. But just very quickly, in respect of investment at GP practices, wherever they may be now, not only do we have to consider the GP practice itself, but Health will be looking to see what the impact would be across their primary care networks, and that is terminology for other GP practices as well. So they're looking a little bit wider than just individual practices. And the other thing that I can update you on is that Health are currently working with us to look at pipeline approvals of development which have happened in the A14
corridor, and also, in the Ipswich Fringe area, with a view to looking at what will be needed from a cumulative impact growth point of view. So that study is something which is happening as we speak, and there are no outcomes at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Christine. Right, so members, I hope that was helpful to you. Do you have any further questions for our ward member, please? And Robert, can you help me as to who's first and who's next? Thank you. Councillor Eburn.
Thank you, Chair. Just a very quick point of clarification. Councillor Passmore referred to this application doubling the size of Barham, but from the figures we were given about when I asked earlier about the number of households, that doesn't seem the case. So just could someone confirm the number of households in Barham and the number of households in Claydon? Thank you very much indeed.
Well, I think there was 650 in Barham, wasn't it? And
yes, I think so, Chair.
47 in Claydon.
That's what I thought, Chair, and that's why I just wanted clarification that that's not then in relation to Councillor Passmore's comments.
Maybe he didn't have those figures, I don't know. Okay, any other questions? Robert, can you help me there? Councillor Matheson, off you go.
Switch on, yeah. I can confirm the figures just been given about households. Actually, I did have a look at that. And regarding the GP surgery, yeah, how long did you say that they've been asking for that to be upgraded to something?
Well, I arrived in Claydon in 2008, and actually I stood in the election for the county council in 2009, and one of the biggest issues I saw at the time was the fact that this temporary porta cabins had been there for about 20 years, and I felt it was disgraceful that our village had those sort of facilities. Although, albeit it's a very well respected surgery, when you get inside in terms of the staff, it get remarkable feedback. But really, since 2011, and I've had meetings included with the representatives from the MP, Christine Furlow was in there, and others, just talking with the GPs there and with the NHS to try and see what could be done. But basically,
hang on, I don't think we want to.
No. So I'm just concluding. I just basically ran into a brick wall, and it was quite clear that unless it was sort of a mega health centre with dentists and umpteen GPs, say 12,000 patients plus, that they didn't seem to have any interest. So basically, I ran into a brick wall and stopped.
So from 2008-9, John, I think is the answer to your question, Councillor Matheson. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Second question is, you mentioned it on your way through your points, gas boilers. Now, I discovered in the depths of the detail somewhere that I had a question I wanted to ask somebody about that, so I can ask you now. Is there an actual proposal somewhere that this estate will be connected to the gas grid?
Well, my understanding is the main residential area of Claydon and Barham are on the main gas. But I mean, my understanding this is just outline only. I think quite a few of the questions.
Yeah, we're into outline. Yeah,
and by the time outline already.
Okay, well, I'll leave that one for now. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Matheson. Anyone else?
Thank you. Just want to, you mentioned, I might have caught it wrong, but you mentioned that no health facilities were being expanded. Did you just mean in your area, or were you being, saying across the piece? Because that is actually not the case. There's ongoing extension, certainly in the Mendlesham area.
I mean, if I was ill in Claydon, I don't think I'd particularly want to go to Mendlesham. There is obviously a surgery in Needham Market. There's a proposal on the old Tuck's Bakery site in North Ipswich to merge several GP surgeries there. And as the crow flies, it's about 2.5 miles to get from Claydon and Barham to that proposed new surgery. It's obviously more difficult to get onto the A14 and then of the Asda roundabout, but just in terms of, well, I mean, that's not even in our district as well, but I just know really in terms of here in Claydon and Barham, Needham, and then what's proposed up there. I can't speak for the wider Mid Suffolk.
Any further questions do you see, Robert? Right. In that case, it's 5-1, so we will go for debate. I think we've had a very, very fulsome question and answer session that's more or less entered into what we might bring up in debate. So I'm prepared to keep going if you are, and then we will have a half an hour's lunch break. So can we move on to the debate? I think I'm there. Is that correct, Robert? Am I ready for debate? Good. So we will start with Councillor Eburn, if we may, please. Thank you. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on, Councillor Humphrey. Oh, yes, yeah, no. I'm doing A to Z for the starting round, if you don't mind, please, ladies and gentlemen. And then second time around, if we need it, we'll do the hands up then. Is that all right with everyone? Thank you. So, Councillor Eburn, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want a couple of points to add to the debate. Is that no one's yet mentioned the proximity to the neighbouring settlements, as it were, and that's only about one field a difference now, possibly 2 fields, I think it's, and that would be a concern in terms of the push out into the rural countryside. And secondly, I'm just concerned about I appreciate there's been lots of toing and froing between the parish council and the applicant, but the things that the parish council would have liked to have seen, such as a village green, which sounds as though it could have been easily incorporated, don't seem to have been done so. So I have a concern about that, as well as the slightly conflicting points about the GP surgery, where the papers seem to suggest an extension could be done, but others are suggesting otherwise. But those are my 3 areas: so proximity to the countryside, taking on board the parish council's comments, particularly the village green, and also the GP surgery. Thank you very much, Chair. And I wait to see what others say at the moment. Thank you.
Yeah, but Councillor Eburn, I'm hoping that this will be the start of the debate going forward, and hopefully somebody might come up with a proposal.
Yes,
so
sure. Yeah.
If you've got anything else, we may go for a second go, but I'm hoping
that's fine
that your points are very salient, and thank you for that.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So we now move on to Councillor Humphreys, if you would, please.
Madam Chair, thank you. Although I wasn't at the original planning meeting, I can fully understand the reasons why the members were minded to refuse. But since that meeting, since all the work that's gone on in mitigation, etc., I think that most of their concerns have been answered quite well. And it's apparent in this comprehensive report in front of us, and from an extremely detailed report that we had from the officer and obviously all the speakers. So I think most of the original concerns have been answered satisfactorily, in my opinion, from the first meeting. I think that the amount of work the applicant and developer has done as well in trying to mitigate the highways issues, etc., and talking with the parish councils, and that's all detailed with this document, is good. It's a good thing, and it's quite rare. I look at the ecology, and I also look at the biodiversity side of it. And if you look at the map that's in front of you at the moment on the screen, compared with an aerial view that you can get on Google Maps right now of that area, there is more plantings, more hedgerows. So actually, it is good for the ecology and biodiversity issues. And I welcome the meadow. I think that's excellent. The reduction in property numbers from 300 down to 369 is also welcome, as is the 35% housing mix of affordable housing, and therefore that's good news. Place services, ecology and landscape, no objection to this, and the local highways authority has no objection either. And if you go to page, I think it's 47, 46, 45, there's enough detail in there about the highways mitigation and also the S106 commitments that they need to have in place to have no real objection. And I think those the mitigation in there is good enough. Personally, I believe that all the points raised by the original committee members where they were minded for refusal have been answered and answered satisfactorily. However, you can't get away from the other side of the argument that this is a huge development. And I agree, it's not half the size again, it's about a third. You can't get away from that, and you can't get away from public opinion and the opinion of the parishes and the people that live there. And I actually think the work they've done is incredible. The amount of effort they put into supporting their views, rather than just stating it, they've gone and tried to find the facts to support it. And that, again, commendable, really good. But I keep coming back to the NPPF and trying to find a reason to refuse this. I think all the original answers were correctly answered, and there's enough mitigation in there. The highways, they've done the best they can for this particular development. The biodiversity, ecology, I think that's been dealt with. I'm minded to approve, but I'm waiting for the debate to continue. They're just my thoughts at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Humphreys. If we now move on and ask Councillor Mansell for her views on it, please. Thank you, Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I can completely appreciate where the parishioners are coming from in terms of this development. It is a big development, and Barham is only a small village. But and I share Councillor Eburn's comment about the rural outskirts of the villages, because effectively this development is heading to merge Barham with Claydon, but the two parishes already have a boundary that's got housing all over it. But the parishes haven't commented on the fact that they don't really want. They haven't said anything about this sort of buffer between the two communities. I also hear what the community are saying about their GP services, but we're not in any position to change NHS committee, whatever they're called, clinical commissioning groups' policies. And if they do have a policy for wanting larger community facilities, health facilities all in one place, I don't really see how we are going to influence that. Following on from the pandemic, a lot of changes are happening in the health service. I've heard from my own local surgery that they are less likely to need more space because they're doing more online consultations and things like that. They're 5 years ahead of where they thought they would be. But yeah, I do feel for the community. If they've got porter cabin buildings, maybe they do need something else, but that's for the NHS to sort out. Now, this plot of land is an allocation in our draft local plan. So I know we're not at the stage yet where that's been adopted, and we're still waiting for the inspector's comments on the version 19. But I fully suspect that this will become an allocation. So I think even if we say no today, it will come forward again at some later stage. And to be perfectly honest, I think that this developer has done quite a lot of work, an awful lot of work, in trying to mitigate some of the issues that this development raises. It is a big development, but on the whole, I think it's a good scheme. And if we don't accept this one, maybe we'll get something worse again. And the comments about the school, well, at least this school is actually going to be in the village that it's going to serve. And I also completely understand Councillor Whitehead's comment about the Grade 2 agricultural land. Again, only part of this development is the best and most versatile land, and I've certainly come across other developments where that hasn't been the case, nor has the provision of a land for school been in the right place. So I must admit, I would like to listen to what other people have said, but I do think that this developer has done quite a good job in trying to mitigate the harm that is caused. But if and when we come to a proposal, I would like to come back about some conditions which are listed on page 70 to 71 of our papers, because I'd like a bit of clarity on some of them, and there may be some others that we wish to add. In particular, I would like to ask also about the church car park, and whether we can have some cycle parking provision as well as car parking provision there. That hasn't been mentioned. Some of the others need a bit of clarity, I think. So I will listen to what other people have to say. But if you don't mind, Chair, if we are coming to be minded to approve, I would like to come back on the conditions. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Mansell. Let's see how we go on. And I do have a crib sheet here and I follow it sometimes, but when there's something missing, we've missed out Councillor Field if we're doing alphabetically. So I do apologise. So if Councillor Field would like to say his next piece, I'd be grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. I normally don't like being near the front when I have local connections. However, I normally support the need for housing to ensure young people and mature families have the homes they can afford. I think this is a sustainable site and is within the emerging local plan. It's large, but similar to others in my county division. It's close to employment in the 4 local business parks and in Ipswich. There are good public transport links by Suffolk standards. The developer has addressed a number of issues: archaeology, heritage, impact on the church grounds, ecological issues and environmental ones. So that's quite a good effort. However, in the highways area, junction improvements are aimed at safety for pedestrians and cyclists, but congestion is still a significant issue in the area. This area has considerable congestion now, and more will arise from approved developments. The issue must be what is the extent to which this site will impact congestion, and is the result severe? One tends to feel that looking at the queue lengths at the only junction where it's quoted, an increase from 12 to 24 implies an increase in at least 6 minutes to a total of perhaps 12 minutes of delay in exiting that junction. We're only talking about a busy hour, the highways tell us, of about 15 minutes. So, and I also noticed there's absolutely no analysis of impact on the A14 junction at Claydon. I mean, clearly this traffic flow is not going to impact the road itself and its condition, but it will affect the junction. I asked myself, would it be possible to make further improvements? Unfortunately, I think there is local resistance to measures like traffic lights at junctions, but I'm convinced that we've not produced the mitigation that's necessary to make this development acceptable, and perhaps the other one that we will discuss later. In addition, I'm somewhat concerned that the school site presumes that the number of additional sites will be brought forward. So either we're going to get more development we don't require, or the school is unlikely to be delivered. So to summarise, I do have difficulty balancing all issues, including a number of local concerns that we've heard that are clearly can be addressed, and those that are impossible to address. So I will continue to listen to the debate and make a decision a little later. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Field. Can we have, let's see, Councillor Matheson, if you would, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think I must say, first of all, that it was a very good, comprehensive presentation for what is a very complicated proposal in terms of its implications and so on. So thank you for that. And also particularly that the applicant, for the first time, actually came forward discussing and considering orientation of the buildings. That is very, very welcome to see that. And again, as has been said, the work by the applicant and the officers to address the downsides and harms has been excellent. But I look particularly at the considerable loss of hedges, which I think is inevitable from the numerous access points. That worries me, because particularly and also the meadow would take a long time to establish. So although the biodiversity gains may eventually surface from the development, they are going to be set back quite a long way in the shorter term. And so I think I asked myself, or the rest of you, that why would we push on the yes side of that tilted balance at the moment, rather than perhaps waiting until the joint local plan has been through examination and been adopted. And then if this site's still there, then I tend to agree with Councillor Mansell, for example, that eventually something is going to be developed on part or all of this site, but I'm not sure I want to support it at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Matheson. And so we move on to Councillor Mellon, if you would, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, can I also commend the officer for a very detailed report on what is obviously a complex case. There's a few issues I just wanted to throw into the debate. The highways and the traffic is obviously a big concern, and we really do seem to have in the papers a kind of a tale of two consultants. We've got the one story from the Suffolk Highways people, and then a very different one from the parish council's consultant. Obviously, the improvements to the pedestrian and cycle paths are welcome and will be very good, but the congestion is clearly going to be an issue, and the question is simply, how big an issue? Is it really just a minor delay at the busiest times of day, or is it going to be something more significant than that? In terms of the green space and the new meadow, that is obviously welcome, and obviously a lot of noise has been made about the sort of the habitat for brown hares. But if that meadow is going to be public access, which is in a way a different benefit, you're not going to have many brown hares there if the public are walking and letting their dogs out on that bit of ground. So there's a bit of a conflict there. In terms of the design and the layout, obviously this is indicative, but as I made the point to the developer, this is housing apart from the school site and the potential doctor site. Now the NPPF paragraph 127E talks about optimising the potential of a site to accommodate and sustain an appropriate amount and mix of development. And to my mind, that would mean things like retail or cafes or that sort of thing as well. And I welcome the fact that the developer seems to be open to that coming in. It would have been nice and perhaps a reassurance for the parish council if that was something that we'd been able to sort of get a bit more certainty on at this stage, but hopefully it will come forward. So then we turn to the school and the doctor's surgery. It's great to have those places allocated, but then there's just that question mark hanging over them whether they will really come forward, which is probably outside the scope of what we're discussing. But it is important to know whether something is going to actually happen, or whether it's just a sort of a hope. So the question is really, has the developer gone far enough in moving forward to develop the proposed infrastructure? My concern at the moment is that this is primarily a car-based dormitory community. I would like to see it being something more than that, but I will continue to listen to the debate before I make a decision. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Councillor Mellon. And now we come to Councillor Mayer, if you would, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Having listened to the debate, particularly the input from the parish councils, I do feel very sorry for them. That if I were living in this village, would I want this massive increase in housing? No, I'm sure I wouldn't. But having said that, I struggle to see where the balance would allow me to vote against this being brought forward. If we look at why we didn't approve it last time. I think the developer has gone a long way in improving the ecological balance. The archaeological areas have been left undisturbed. And highways, well, we always have this problem with highways in that to reject on highways grounds, the impact has to be severe. It never seems to be severe. We can reject on the safety grounds, but again, I don't see where that safety issue can be found. So I think at this stage, somewhat reluctantly, I would support this proposal. Again, the GP surgeries, it's not within our remit to decide whether it's required or not. The land is available, but again, I find other surgeries are, oversubscribed to a far higher degree than the one we're looking at. Will a school be required? Will a school not be required? The land is there. Well, it would be nice in planning terms if we knew what was going to happen, rather than using words like we could have a school and we could have a GP surgery. I look forward to hearing what other councillors say, but I think reluctantly I am coming to the conclusion that I would support a proposal for approval. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Mayor. May we now have Councillor Muller, please?
Thank you, Chair. I've listened with great interest to what everybody has had to say, and I do commend the Planning Officer, Jo Hobbs, for the presentation that she made. But I'd also like to thank the Parish Council for all the work they've done. I must admit, I do agree with Councillor Whitehead that the amount of work they've done is absolutely tremendous. However, having listened to the debate, I feel the advantages actually outweigh the disadvantages. I would also point out that local businesses, of which there are quite a few in this particular location around the area, Claydon, Great Blakenham, would probably greatly benefit from this development. And also, yes, I accept that probably most people are going to use a car, but there are regular buses available, people can walk, and there is people could also cycle, and obviously the public highways are being improved as well. I thoroughly support the biodiversity and ecology protection enhancements. I fully support the 94 affordable homes. As we know, generally across the country, there is a shortage of affordable homes. So I think that's really important. I fully support the saving of the Anglo-Saxon settlement with a meadow. I think that's brilliant. On the whole, I must admit, I am tempted to recommend approval for this application. I would also like to add to that, I would agree with Councillor Mansell that I think cycle parking provision should be provided at church in addition to car parking. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. That was very succinct. Thank you very much. Councillor Norris, if you would, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I also would like to commend the officers and also the parish councils, actually, for the amount of work and detail that's gone into this application. I do actually have a number of concerns, however, regarding this application. Location of the application site is outside the settlement boundary for both Barham and Claydon. That's already been commented on earlier. I can't find any evidence of proven local need in the report for residential development being required to the scale and extent that is proposed. I know the area, and I do have concerns regarding the inevitable increase in traffic movements that would result from this proposed development, it having been mentioned in the report that the local bus service has been reduced. And finally, I have concern regarding the overall suburban effect I believe this development would create and the impact on the local characteristics of the area. So I'll keep to those brief comments at the moment. I am at present for the reasons I've just mentioned, unable to support this application, but I will listen to the rest of the debate and make up my mind finally. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Norris. Councillor Stringer, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I too would like to commend the officer. This is probably the best report and presentation I've seen on any large-scale application in recent past. It was a very, very balanced report in terms of weighing up the substantial items of planning merit that either support or would push back against such a development. And this is all based on the ridiculous government diktats we have and targets that we have to apply when we're trying to deal with housing provision in what is a predominantly very rural area. On the minus side, I think this development does put development in some of Suffolk's best quality land. It also will be devastating to views to the Grade 1 listed monument from further landscape views, certainly coming in from the Sorrel Horse end. Having said that, some of the other arguments that this will be a huge increase and an imposition on the health system, we have doubled the size of some villages that have no health provision in them already to meet these housing targets. That doesn't mean to say we should just whitewash everywhere else, but what it does do is put that into some kind of perspective. You then try and salvage out of this proposal what the likely outcome is. And the likely outcome is that if this is developed, I have to say, I'm happy and content that the developer has gone a significant way into trying meeting some of the demands of the locals. And I think they've come an awful long way. I've not seen many sites like this that are such good quality. If I were moving approval on it, which I'm not proposing to do at the moment, I would wish, the only condition I'd wish to have into such approval, that we have a condition that says the reserve matter should comply with MPPF paragraphs 148 to 154. That will sort out the finer points of the orientation and environmental impact of the build itself. You then also look like, if these are built, of course, there'll be significant sums of SIL money coming in to this. It's probably in its millions. That would actually potentially deliver a much needed health centre, as well as giving the land for it to come forward. So on balance, what would I do? On balance, I personally would vote in favour of this. Is not because I'm evangelical about this particular development, because I do think the views will be devastated, and I do think we'll be taking up valuable land. But what I do believe is if this particular application in its present form, with the condition about MPPF 148 and 154, I do not think we would sustain any appeal. On a note of housekeeping, Chair, I'm normally one of your most loyal and long-serving supporters and participants in your meetings. This meeting is programmed to finish at 1:45. I do have another meeting at 2 p.m. I will stay for 10 minutes longer than 1:45, but if the voting's not concluded by then, please accept my apologies. Thank you, Chair.
Your point very well taken and noted. Thank you very much. And thank you for your input. Right, so we move on to Councillor Warboys, if you would, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I don't really want to repeat too much, but I think there's been some very positive and constructive discussions between the case officer and the applicant, and I think the presentation has really shown how this development has evolved. Excuse me, I'm just going to change my headphones. Sorry about that. Better. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, and we could, but keep going.
Oh, that's fine. I couldn't hear myself.
Yeah, it's just Councillor Stringer's got a time bar on this.
Yeah. I think the parish council has done a terrific amount of work. They've been very thorough in their responses, there's a lot of tension between the traffic consultants and Suffolk Highways. There's a lot of benefits from the site. I particularly like the preservation of the archaeological site, and also bringing forward the land for the school and the community use, hopefully a health centre. 20% of the land available is in fact open space. And there's a commitment to electrification, solar gain, low carbon building methods. This does have a huge impact on the immediate communities of Claydon. With regards to its proximity to places of work, there's a lot to be argued in favour of it as a good site for development. I believe there will be an ongoing traffic plan. There's improvements to the road junctions in Claydon, which are secured by Section 106. There of huge concern is the cumulative impact on highways, particularly at junctions on the A14. I think probably from my perspective, I think the benefits do outweigh the harm, but I think hopefully some of the concerns raised by the parish councils, perhaps the provision of a village green, could be addressed when we come to detailed planning permission. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Warboys. And now I don't wish to repeat everything, but I have been jotting down things as I've been going along listening to you all. Sorry, hang on, I'll put my video on. Beg your pardon. Am I there? Yes. Am I there? Yes. You know, I did congratulate the officer, but equally the parish council and more parish councils are spending an enormous amount of time on defending their case and putting their proposals forward. And again, we can't thank you enough, because without the input from the local community, we wouldn't know whether we're going in the right direction or the wrong direction. A couple of things I would mention is that several of the members here today were on the Joint Local Plan Working Group. And whilst the Joint Local Plan is only just gone for Reg 19 and the inspector has to look at it, and I know that the parishes have made some sort of representation to them, then that was really only on legal sides of things, I think, but I could be corrected on that. So, but I do hear what they've said, and in fact I read one of the reports and my name was highlighted in red that I had passed comments earlier. So to sort of sum it up, what I did was a plus and minus, and school site plus, doctors plus. They've moved the houses back plus, bungalows are plus, road improvements plus, landscaping plus, the ecology. I do hear Councillor Mellon's comments about hares. We're losing hares. A lot of people have unfortunately shot hares, so we do need to keep them protected. The transport, there's lovely bus services, which I wish we had out here. The open space, as one or two people have mentioned, you know, perhaps there could be a village green, but that could be in reserve matters. The church was a bit disappointed that we felt that there was a positive response from them, but they feel not. But I think when they look back at what's being offered, that may well be something positive. And what else? I think that's about it. You know, all the others about affordables and that. The main concern of the people is losing their sight of their lovely landscape. And I just look at places like Stow Upland, where they can actually look at the eyes of those in Stowmarket from the new developments there. And if this is refused, then where's it going to go? Where are all these houses going to go? Because we have to look at mid-Suffolk wide. I'm afraid people have to understand that. And where would it go? Woolpit, Elmswell, Thurston. And the applicant has addressed many of the issues. So I will be supporting this application. Thank you. So if we need to go round again, can anyone give me a proposal if they feel with some conditions? Councillor Muller.
Thank you, Chair. I'm more than happy to propose this application. I would like to see a condition added, if possible, for some cycle parking spaces or racks, whatever, at the church, which Councillor Mansell mentioned earlier. Now, I know that Councillor Mansell did mention some various other conditions she'll be interested in, so I'll be interested to hear what she has to say on those as well. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, but we need to sort of move on this if we're going to vote properly.
But,
I think Isabel has also, and I'll come to Councillor Stringer. Councillor Stringer, yes, go on, Councillor Stringer. Wait a minute, hang on. Where are we? I'm losing the plot here. Sorry, Philip Isbell, you were going to give us some condition or something, I believe, weren't you?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, so what I was thinking was Councillor Muller's proposed this with the suggestion of cycle parking in relation to the church. I mean, I think the way to deal with that is there's already a Section 106 obligation in your papers towards providing the land and a contribution towards the church. I'd add this as a requirement onto that, and I think that way one can try and find a suitable location for cycle parking, which probably is not in quite the exposed location that the car parking is. So my suggestion is that we add that to the obligation you already have in your papers. And Chairman, I mean, I have been thinking that some of the conversations that have been taking place might be woven into the design code condition, but perhaps a little bit of further clarity from members and understanding whether that proposal is actually seconded would be helpful, Chairman. So perhaps if I can come back in after a little bit more clarity, Chairman.
Yeah, well, I've now looked at the order of play, and Councillor Humphreys was next, Councillor Stringer, then Councillor Mansell. So sorry if I can do it in that order. Councillor Humphreys.
Madam Chair, thank you. I would like to second the proposal. We're often accused of not listening on planning. I think we definitely listened on this, but it's important to listen to all sides of the argument and also to look into the detail in the report, which we have done, I think, and we've given it due consideration. As Councillor Stringer said, I think it would be really, really hard to defend a refusal on this, and that's the reason I'm seconding it. I would be interested to know what additional conditions he was talking about, because I missed that element. So I know he's coming next. He might be able to clarify it. Thank you.
Well, I'm hoping Councillor Stringer and Councillor Mansell can come up with any additional things that they feel that we might have missed off. So Councillor Stringer. Hello.
I'm here, Chair. I'm here.
Go for it.
I'm going. No. Yes. Is that better? Right, yes. What I would like to see from the proposal in the sector is an acceptance of a condition that makes sure that the reserve matters comes back compliant with paragraphs 148 and 154 of the National Planning Policy Framework. Reasoning for that is it addresses quite a lot of the issues that we've debated today, and it makes sure we meet the challenge of climate change and flooding, etc., etc. And I think we put it on an application recently, I believe, as a potential condition, and I think that would actually help address a lot of what was discussed in debate today, Chair. So if that condition could be accommodated and your officers felt it sensible, I would be supporting the application. Thank you, Chair.
Can I just ask Philip Isbell to sort of comment on that, please, before we ask the proposer and seconder to add that to it?
Chairman, yeah, I think compliance with 148 and 154 of a national policy is it's achievable within a condition. Whether it would quite do as much as you hope, I think there is a bit of judgment. So can I suggest that's possibly something that I have a brief conversation with Joe about whilst debate carries on, but I do have some thoughts around this, Chairman, and we'll come back to you. But it's certainly achievable, and I think the design code is possibly the vehicle to achieve that, so that what you get is what you hope for, Chairman.
Thank you for that. We'll come back to you, Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not as familiar with the NPPF as my colleague, Councillor Stringer, but the conditions I wanted to pick up on page 70, I think on section 2, where we've got the list of conditions, I think it's the 5th bullet point down. We have a sentence which says market housing mix prior to or concurrent with reserved matters to be agreed. I wonder whether we can actually secure the market housing mix at this stage, as the applicant mentioned, and he has done with other planning applications in our district, because that is one of the benefits, that we've got a reasonable amount of small market housing. I was also going to ask about the things mentioned on slide 39 of our presentation, where a load of low carbon initiatives were mentioned, including the fact that 65% have the potential to be orientated for solar gain. And I wondered if all or any of those items listed on slide 39 are possible to be conditioned, or even whether they're included in Councillor Stringer's
Can I just stop you there, Councillor Mansell, because I mean, I've got the MPPF here, and I think it probably sort of covers that aspect. Can we let Philip work that out, because we can't. He needs the words. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, I know he needs the words. But I just
he knows our thoughts.
Yes.
Yeah. So let him
tell us if whatever he's putting up will deliver those things on slide 39.
Yeah, well, if you look at 148 and 154, I think it's sort of heading that way anyway.
Can we just have slide 39 up? I've got 38 on my thing. Can we just have a reminder of what was on there? Because I jotted this down yonks ago. Yeah, it was the fabric first and the 65% dwellings of maximised solar gain and water, energy and resource efficiency I was interested in. And of course the market housing mix was the other thing. Thank you.
And can I just ask, while we're just waiting for a little longer, to the proposer and seconder, are they happy with these arrangements as we're moving forward? First of all, Councillor Muller.
Yes, I'd be happy with that. Thank you, Chair.
And Councillor Humphreys?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I've just looked at the MPPF 148. It talks about supporting transition to low carbon future, etc. I'm in agreement with that. And also 154, pretty similar vein, actually. It's about renewable and low carbon development, local planning authorities. It tells you what you should do. So I don't think there's anything controversial there at all.
No, me too. Councillor Matheson, if you can be brief on what it is we're adding to this.
Yes, Chair. I mean, I think it'd be a jolly good development. Why not put it off for 5 years? But 3, on the conditions, if we are going to move forward, the applicant accepted my suggestion or my request about Part M, and could we perhaps specify then 5 wheelchair properties? With the decision between market and affordables to be on the advice of our enabling officers, housing strategy. And regarding the...
Well, we can't have everything on there, Councillor Matheson. We're going pretty well down the road.
Well, I understand that this particular point has to be fixed in the planning permission about Part M. Regarding the meadow, that we include that in the advanced landscaping condition, that the meadow will be worked upon as in advance of the housing.
I think you're going a bit too much in the minutiae. If it's going to be a meadow, it's got to be a meadow.
They won't get in unless we say it.
Well, I'm afraid I think it will, because a meadow is a meadow. I hear your anxieties. Nobody's
it's an arid field at the moment. That's
we know that. They will work on it to become a meadow. It takes many, many, many years to get a meadow.
I know. That's why I want to get
started. Well, come on, look. I think we've done enough to it.
Last point. Conditions. Can we ensure that the visibility displays for the school entrances are delayed until they are needed by the school being approved?
I'm sure that would happen, John. We're not even into.
It went wrong in Ixworth. It went wrong in Ixworth Road first, and exactly on this point.
Councillor Muller and Councillor Humphreys, do you want all these bits added extras?
No, I don't think so. I think I'd like to hear what Mr. Isbell says, but I think that you've explained in answering Councillor Matheson's point. These will all be covered in reserved matters and etc. like that, and I think that should be left to that stage. Thank you, Chair.
I'm grateful for Councillor Matheson, because he's very passionate about all of this, and I absolutely agree with him, but this is not the right stage in my view. And Councillor Humphreys, what's your view?
I agree with you and Councillor Muller.
Thank you for that. So we're not ignoring you, Councillor Matheson. It's just that there's a limit to what we can do now, realistically.
Chairman, can I come in here?
Yes, please do, Philip.
Thank you, Chairman, and I appreciate some of the thoughts here. Can I suggest, I mean, from officers' point of view, we've recommended that you seek a design code to kind of manage the way this comes forward. And that design code, from my point of view, is not limited to simply dealing with the houses, but the totality of the site, including the meadow, because design is a broader thing than simply houses, parking spaces and other things. And we touched on some of that with headlights with Councillor Stringer earlier. Can I make a suggestion, Chairman, that what you do is that the design code element that we have as a condition at the moment, we actually put into the section 106. I think that way everybody gets a degree of confidence that it has a bit more bite. And I'll talk you through where I'm thinking about this. There has been a good programme of community engagement here. I think it's had moments, I suppose, from what you can see in the dialogue around the parochial church council, but I think that's important to continue, and I think that's worthwhile building into things. And from my point of view, any design code worth its salt needs a good measure of community engagement to work. So I think that needs to be locked into that. But it's very difficult to do, because when you get a reserved matters application, you know, all of those things should have been done in advance. So that's some of my thinking, and I've heard what members have said around the sustainability points of these things, and I think what I would suggest, and doubtless Councillor Stringer can shoot me down on the points about the NPPF, but the comments he makes in relation to 148 and 154 come from the element of the NPPF called planning for climate change, and we as officers would ultimately say you need good design as well. So I've written longhand a suggested tweak which takes the design code out of the list of planning conditions and puts it into one of the heads of terms for the section 106. And forgive me if I read this longhand, just so that everyone is clear what we're recommending as officers to you now. So this is a fresh section 106 obligation, and that is prior to the submission of the first reserved matter, a design code shall be submitted to the local planning authority for agreement. And prior to the submission of the design code, a programme for community engagement on that code, which shall have been the subject of consultation with Claydon and Barham Parish Council, shall be submitted to the local planning authority for agreement. Now, the design code should demonstrate the foreseeable reduction in carbon emissions which the proposed design will enable, and measures which are expected to optimise opportunities for sustainable travel, including walking, cycling and public transport, and shall establish a design approach for the site and the reserved matters having regard to the expectations for good design and planning for climate change in the NPPF 2019, and in particular those measures taken to ensure that development delivers sustainable development, creates better places in which to live and work, and help make the development acceptable to present and future communities. And because that gets locked into the section 106, I think it has more emphasis, more teeth. The community engagement element of it is more clear and creates more certainty. And hopefully we will get out of this something which delivers on what has already been quite a long journey. Now, that's a recommendation to take the design code as a solution to some of those questions. The housing mix point, perhaps if I can hand over to Joe to pick up on, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me? Just checking my microphone switched on. Thank you. Yes, the housing mix here, we have a condition, and we also have set out in the committee report at paragraph 9.4 the indicative market housing mix. I think we can add to the wording of the condition that the indicative housing mix shall be broadly in compliance with this, what's been identified already in that application, because and just the flexibility unless evidence indicates otherwise, because obviously we don't want to rigidly stick to that if there's new evidence saying we need a slightly different mix, and then we can have that discussion with our colleagues in strategic housing to make sure we get the right mix. So I think we can add wording to that condition to say it shall be broadly in compliance with the indicative housing mix, and hopefully that gives us a very good starting point to move forwards on this application. So hopefully that's okay for members.
Right, so Councillor Muller, are you happy with that?
I'm more than happy with that. Thank you, Chair.
And the seconder, Councillor Humphreys? Councillor Humphreys, are you happy with those proposals? Where's he gone? Councillor Humphreys? Where's he gone?
Has Zach dropped out of the meeting?
Oh, goodness.
Oh, no,
here he is.
He's just back now.
Sorry, had you dropped out of the meeting when you heard that proposal, Councillor Humphreys?
No, that would have been easy to say, wouldn't it? No, I dropped out as it fell out, as you start the proposal piece. I don't know why. So if you could repeat it, please.
Phil, could you just repeat that again, please? And then once I've got Councillor Muller is happy with the proposal, you as the seconder, and then I will go round again to speak to the motion, and then we can take a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So what we're proposing is to move the design code from a condition into a planning obligation in the section 106, and reading this longhand. Prior to submission of the first reserved matter, a design code shall be submitted to the local planning authority for agreement. Prior to the submission of the design code, a programme of community engagement on that code, which shall have been the subject of consultation with Claydon and Barham parish councils, shall be submitted to the local planning authority for agreement. The design code shall demonstrate the foreseeable reductions in carbon emissions which the proposed design will enable, and the measures which are expected to optimise opportunities for sustainable travel, including walking, cycling and public transport. The design code shall establish a design approach for the site and the reserved matters, having regard to the expectations for good design and planning for climate change in the NPPF 2019, and in particular those measures taken to ensure that development delivers sustainable development, creates better places in which to live and work, and help make the development acceptable to present and future communities. And Chairman, the further point was that my colleague Joe had suggested an amendment to the housing mixed condition to effectively make that something which would require broad compliance with the details in this outline application. Thank you, Chairman.
So, Councillor Humphreys, are you happy with that as the addition? Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
So now, if anybody wishes to speak to the motion before we move on to a vote, right. I actually think Councillor Warboys was there first. So can we take Councillor Warboys to speak to the motion, please?
It's a very old hand.
Oh, sorry. Are you talking to one another or what?
Sorry, my apologies.
Right. So you don't wish to speak, Councillor Warboys, is that?
Yes, I do.
Oh, right.
On page 70, I need to this clarified. I think it's important. It says protect land under recommendations. It says protect land for potential doctor surgery community use for a period of time before release into other uses. I'm sure I've heard this morning that this land would be protected in perpetuity. Could that just be clarified, please?
So am I okay to take that, Chair? Is that okay?
Yes, please do. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, no apologies. That should have been updated. It is updated in the tabled papers about the fact that the applicant is now happy to secure that community site in perpetuity in a community use, as I made clear in my committee report. So yes, the recommendation that does need to be updated to reflect that. That is the correct case.
Thank you ever so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Warboys, and then we go back to Councillor Mansell, please.
Chair, I just wanted to clarify what the change to the Section 106 agreement about the land to the church was going to say, just so that I know that that's in there.
A good point, Councillor Mansell. I'd admitted that one, so that's a further amendment to the obligation to add cycle parking to the list of obligations in favour of the church.
Indeed, and Councillor Muller mentioned that too on behalf of Councillor Mansell as well. I know, I heard it. So Councillor Muller and Councillor Humphreys, you both happy with that?
Yes, Chair, thank you.
Yes, Chair, thank you.
Thank you for that. And does anyone else wish Andrew Stringer to speak to the motion, if you would, please? Thank you.
Yes, Chair, it was just a comment that Philip Isbell suggested that I might shoot an officer down. I just wanted to clarify this. I'd never do that, but I sometimes shoot myself in the foot, Chair.
Yeah, OK, moving swiftly on. Can we now go to a vote then, please? Robert, can you set up the vote and train us through the system again? Thank you very much.
A moment to add in what Mr. Isbell has just sent me regarding the recommendation. So if I would ask members just to bear with me for a moment. Mr. Isbell, just to confirm on what you've sent me for this section 106, that will go in the recommendation, that does not include the points just raised. Would it be acceptable to you and the chair just to read out extra conditions that we've discussed regarding housing mix, which I don't think was in there, and that members would be happy to accept as the recommendation and the additional conditions as read out by the officer in the recommendation. Would that be acceptable?
That seems appropriate, yeah, because there was the cycle path and the housing mix.
Yes, I just want to make sure they're covered, Chair, so that there's no confusion.
And we do have a recording of this so that we know jolly well what we're telling.
Just for the record, and I'll let Joe pick up on the housing mix element of this, there is an obligation in the section 106 which says providing land and contribution to church, and it lists a number of purposes for that, including and to add to that list of provisions to including cycle parking
at the church.
Correct.
Yeah.
And then and the housing mix point I was going to leave to Joe to pick up. Apologies, Robert.
Yep, and the housing mix words will be added to the condition to say that the mix to be agreed will be in broad compliance with the indicative housing mix, market housing mix identified at this outline application stage.
And just for legal clarity, Councillor Muller, you happy with that?
Yes, Chair, I'm happy with that. Thank you.
And Councillor Humphreys, thank you.
Yes, Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you then, Chair, and thank you for your patience in allowing me to just get that tidied up there. So the voting should now all be detailed in the recommendation. So I would ask members to go to the recommendation, go to the modern.gov app and go into the top right. It might have timed out as we have been in the meeting for over 2 hours since we last voted.
It has, yeah.
So members will just have to need to log in again.
Log in again. Oh, right. Okay.
And just open up, and it will be in the same place as normal under the agenda, in the plus sign in the corner for today. So I will now open the vote for members, and if there are any issues, please let us know and we can work on them. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. That is all votes have now been received. So the final outcome is 8 votes for and 4 votes against.
Thank you very much indeed. So that's carried. So thank you for that. And I think now we need a break, and I think we need a half an hour break. So if you can tell us the time we should be back, and thank you to everybody, including all the parish councils and everybody's input today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So I make that we'd be back at 20 past 2.
Thank you very much indeed. Thanks a lot then. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you're all suitably refreshed and we're all ready for the next case. But Robert, if you'd like to take a roll call, that would be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Just to confirm, Councillor Carston, have you rejoined the meeting from earlier?
Yes, I'm back.
Thank you, Councillor.
Present.
So, Councillor Eburn?
Present.
Councillor Field?
Present.
Councillor Humphreys?
Present.
Councillor Mansell?
Present.
Councillor Matheson?
Present.
Councillor Mellon?
Present.
Councillor Mayer?
Present.
Councillor Muller?
Present.
Councillor Norris?
Present.
And Councillor Warboys?
Present.
Councillor Stringer has had to leave the meeting, so I've noted that for the minutes, Chair. Thank you. Other than that, we are all ready to go. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much indeed. In which case, let's move on to the agenda, which is DC 1800861, land to the east of Ely Road, Claydon. And so, Joe Hobbs, if you would like to introduce the case for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. So the second application on the agenda today, also in Claydon, but also the parish of Barham. I will show you the split of the parishes in a moment on this application site. But we've got land to the east of Ely Road in Claydon, and it's an outline application being presented to members today with only access points to be considered. And within that outline application, there's a proposal for 73 dwellings with open space and ecology enhancements. So just showing the location of this site, the little red dot, we're now to the south of Church Lane, Barham, but the site is accessed, as I say, from Ely Road.
Could I just ask, are you sharing your screen because I can't see it?
Oh, no, you're correct. I did try, but it's not got the red line around it. So bear with me 1 moment. Let me run through those slides again. Sorry, councillors. Here we go. So here's the location, Barham and Claydon. I think you don't really see any other information on that slide, but here is the plan, just showing the location within the wider area. So where I'm showing the highlighter now, we've got Barham, the Church Lane, Barham, and the site is to the south here, but accessed off Ely Road. And here's a little bit more of a detailed view of the site. And just to point out here, the green line, the greenish line, is the parish boundary. So it goes through the centre of the site where there's an existing hedgerow field boundary that I'll show you in a moment. And the access is off Ely Road, just shown here. So just to run through the surrounding area, just to give a view of the aerial view there. We've got Church Lane, Barham, Ely Road. Hereford Drive is this development just here, which joins the site. You'll see photos of some of those houses in a moment on there. And Thornhill Drive, Thornhill Road, I believe, is the road which travels down here. That is obviously the application site that we have just considered, just on that field there. There are two key public bridleways, footpaths around the site. We have Barham Bridleway number 9, which goes across the northern boundary of the site, just here, and that connects up to the wider footpath network, including footpath 13, which comes down the east side of the site, and then through the parcel of land to the south and into Hereford Drive and Exeter Way as well. So just looking at the constraints on this site, there's a tree with a tree preservation order just on the northern boundary of the site there within this hedgerow. And just adjacent to the site, there's a group of trees also protected by tree preservation order, but they're slightly further away from the proposals, as I'll show you shortly. Obviously, we've already seen the public footpaths that run down the side of the site here. And this is a slide which members did see in the past presentation, but I will just raise for this application because minerals were a matter that was discussed in this application. Again, this application has history that has been before members before. I will run through that in subsequent slides. But for now, I'm just pointing out the location of the quarry in relation to this site, as that was a matter that was raised at the last committee. So the application was considered by members in July 2018, and there were some concerns, and obviously there was then an awareness by July 2018 that the site on Barham, Church Lane, Barham, had been deferred to consider the wider highways impact. And this application obviously needed to be considered in conjunction with those cumulative impacts. Members resolved to defer the consideration of the application at Planning Committee A, I believe, to Referrals Committee. So it was escalated to Referrals Committee to be considered in conjunction with the other one this morning. But at the same time, there were also concerns raised on ecology, biodiversity, landscaping, the highways cumulative impact, and the precise locations of the public rights of way improvements, and also a matter I mentioned earlier, just clarification on the mineral safeguarding, which I'll just cover now because it's a relatively straightforward matter. Obviously, the site is quite far away from the Barham Quarry, but it is within a minerals safeguarding zone that the County Council have identified. And what this means, we've had it on a few other sites recently, is that we look to have a planning condition to secure a mineral safeguarding assessment, which means rather than the site being a formal quarry, it hasn't quite got that kind of level of importance to the county, so they haven't allocated it, but there may be deposits in site that are useful, so that assessment submitted through planning condition that just quantifies the amount of sand or gravel or any other aggregate that comes out of the site and what happens to it if it's reused in the proposed development. So that matter has now hopefully been addressed for members as outlined in the committee report and can be covered by an appropriate condition, and the County Council Minerals and Waste team have no objection on that basis. So just to run through the ecology, biodiversity and landscaping, I will show the parameter plan in a moment, but there has been changes to provide, quite frankly, more space and more buffer for protected species that are on all around the site. So that includes badgers, great crested newts, bats and reptiles. In accommodating that habitat, there's been a reduction from the proposals, a very minor reduction from 74 to 73 dwellings. There's also been the wider cumulative transport assessment work undertaken in association with the application Norwich Road, Church Road, Barham, which we've discussed this morning. I will run through those proposals briefly this morning as it's all fresh in members' minds. And also I have a slide just to show the clarification of where the public rights of way improvements would be made for this planning application, as that was a matter that members asked to come back on last time. So just to look at the previous proposals to the current, there was an indicative sketch diagram last time. If I just highlight these key areas in red, and they're the key areas that I want to show where the plans has changed. So on the northern boundary here, we have the public right of way. We previously had indication of development backing onto that public right of way. There may have been rear fences. The protected tree obviously was kind of the root protection zone, was in the rear gardens of those residents, proposed residents. And this, I must point out, this is only an indicative plan at present. The only point that is being proposed to be fixed in this application is the access point here at Ely Road. The remainder of it is up for discussion, but we do need to make sure at an outline stage that the quantum of development can be adequately accommodated, taking account of all of those constraints on site, such as the trees and other features, hedgerows and biodiversity, space for nature. So these areas here, if I just go to the next slide now, you'll see that the development has been pulled back from these areas. If it's morphed into the new slide. So now there's space for the tree, the protected tree, there's space for ecological buffer zone. There's public open space and retention of the existing field boundary that I referred to earlier, which is the parish boundary going through the site. And there's also space to the south of the site with a rough grassland buffer to provide habitat for reptiles and great crested newts. So I'll run through the proposals in a little bit more detail in subsequent slides, but I just want to point those out. So here's the site layout. The applicants have done a lot more work just to demonstrate that, you know, the 73 houses can be provided on site and there's suitable space for parking and such like, because we obviously want to make sure that a good quality of development can come forwards. But that said, these are only indicative plans. I'll share the parameter plan in a moment that shows the areas that we are looking to secure for protection of ecology areas and tree preservation, root protection zones. But the precise layout would obviously be up for discussion in future. So just to point out the key features, we've got public footpaths going along the north of the site, and you can just see the footpath outline outside of the site boundary, but just running along the east side of the site. That's the public footpath. There is mature planting outside of the application site. But that is proposed, obviously, that will be retained. And this space just in here is known as the Slade, which is a kind of a former, I believe, early quarry, but it's a depression in the land there. And there are obviously, it's an area of ecological interest, and so the development has been pulled back, as I said, just from this space here. Down to the southern portion of the site, we've got the public open space, as previously said, and that field boundary, the hedgerow, being retained with sufficient space this time to make sure that it's not encroached upon by rear fences. Obviously, it's being retained as a positive feature now, in the scheme, so that people can also look at on that rather than have their backs onto it. There's obviously rough grass and buffer, like I said. Surface water. The surface water attenuation is actually underneath the public open space here, and the pond that's being proposed to be created here is for biodiversity enhancement and benefits. So we have the terrestrial grassland for the great crested newts, but obviously also water feature for certain points in their life cycles where they access water. So this is part of the wider ecological benefits that have been identified for the site. So the parameter plan is the key plan that we would secure the development with to make sure that it comes forward to protecting the key areas. So we have the root protection zone, which is secured by planning condition in any case to protect that tree. We have the kind of potential now for development to face that public right of way rather than having its back onto it. But again, that's a matter for reserved matters. But there is the space to do so. We're confident of that now. These areas in yellow, the ecological protection areas, they would be secured through development being in broad compliance with this parameter plan. So it would be secured in any outline consent granted. And the same with this public open space here to make sure that no reserved matters can come forwards and be seeking to remove the hedgerow there. Just moving towards the south of the site, as the photos will show in a moment, there is adjacent development on Hereford Drive, just off this slide here. And in the sake of name of good design and kind of making sure that there's no adverse impact on those adjoining residents, the parameter plan identifies that these units in this broad location here, obviously precise units to be set, but this broad location here would be single-storey units. This is a design matter and amenity matter to make sure that it's appropriate, but obviously also the provision of bungalow single-storey dwellings is welcomed in the housing mix as well. But like I say, the parameter plan, we would specifically write that into the condition to make sure that that single-storey element is provided in this particular area. So just looking at some sections across the site, I've just put a red line for the first section AA. It just aims to show the gentle rise of the site from the east to the west. Hopefully the photos and videos will show that shortly. And then section BB, so now we're looking south towards the proposed development. We've got the existing hedgerow boundary there, some two-storey and single-storey behind, just adjacent to that development. The access plan, this was a matter which was discussed a little bit further at the previous consideration. This is obviously the only detail point that is fixed in this scheme, aside from the parameter plans. It's just showing the access in with provision of a footpath into the site here. I think there was also discussion last time about the fact that there's a tiny area, just from hovering that point now, where the land is outside of the ownership of the applicant or the highway authority. So a continuous footpath can't be provided from the south side of Ely Road into the site, but it can be provided to the north side of the road into the site. So on balance, officers feel there's a short gap in the provision of the footpath, but it's entirely feasible that people can safely access the site on foot via the existing pedestrian footpath network into the village of Claydon. Some visualisations that the applicants have provided just to show how the open space and the single-storey elements would work. So view A is looking from the south of the site towards the looking up towards north. It's the single-storey there, and view B is just looking towards that retained field boundary, just looking towards there. But as I say, it's all indicative at present. It's just an idea to give a sense of how the scheme could come forwards. I'm just going to quickly show a video now. The location is shown in the bottom left-hand side of the screen here. So starting on Barham Church Lane, going into the site via Thornhill Road. Just to give a sense of the existing development, kind of the changes in land levels just in this surrounding area. And the site is on the left of the screen. And we've got Ely Road that's coming up here on the left. And as we travel to Ely Road, then the site just coming to the distance there, and the access point just there. And just driving away from the site, I think it's also useful just to get some context of the route into perhaps the main facilities in Claydon. Video has frozen. I don't think that video is working. Can members see? I don't think that video is working. Could members see any moving pictures in that video or not?
No, no.
Okay, no, never mind.
Not yet.
There's some other. Okay, and I think, sorry, there's a slight fault with that video there, but you got a general sense of the character of the area with the previous video, the kind of the development. But as I mentioned, just looking at those kind of green dots, red dots on the screen there, that just shows the route into the main services in the village of Claydon. So just to move on now to the key issues, the key harms of the scheme, and then look at the benefits. Similar to the last application we've considered this morning, we've got conflict with the current development plan. This site is outside of the built-up area boundary for Claydon or Barham. It obviously directly adjoins it, but for the current context, that does mean that there's conflict with core strategy policies, CS1, CS2, CS7, and focused core strategy FC1 and 1.1. As we rehearsed earlier in the previous application, obviously officers do have concerns that they can't be given the policies CS1, CS2, H7 can't be given full weight because we consider them to be out of step with the National Planning Policy Framework and its position, which is reiterated through recent appeals, Nye and Poplar Hill. And that leads us to engage the planning balance under paragraph 11, the MPPF tilted balance for this application. The other key two impacts of this application are landscape impacts. I'll show you the extent and nature of those in another slide shortly, and a loss of grade 3 agricultural land. The site is slightly smaller, under 20 hectares, so we haven't requested or insisted on soil testing, so we don't know whether it's 3A or 3B, 3A obviously being best and most fertile agricultural land, or 3B, which isn't classed as that. So we've included it as potential harm because obviously there is a potential loss of best and most fertile agricultural land there. So as for the benefits of the scheme, we've obviously got provision of up to 73 dwellings, which would equate to 25 affordable, but it's the full policy compliant 35% affordable housing that it would be secured through a Section 106 agreement. The site is in a sustainable location. It's got very good connections to Claydon and the wider sustainable transport network that offers, the bus routes and such like that we discussed this morning. And the site is fully connected through existing footpath locations, and there are further highway improvement measures to be secured through that package of highway mitigation measures that we discussed this morning. But also this scheme goes further than that to deliver some more improvements of dropped curbs on the route to school to ensure that there is a safe route to the primary school and the secondary school in the village. So that's something else that this scheme does provide. The ecology mitigation enhancement measures I've identified earlier in the presentation, and obviously that there's a biodiversity net gain would be secured. And public rights of way improvements, I will show with the location of those, where the monies would be spent that are being secured, and the highway improvements in Claydon, which are part of that wider cumulative impact assessment that we just talked about. So just to run through the local services, obviously we have the application site here, and we have primary school and high school and services. We saw the photo earlier of Station Road, Norwich Road Junction. We've got the village hall and shops and services in the village here. And obviously, it's quite an accessible location into here. And then that wider context of its broad location within the district, obviously being accessible location, bus routes, and in close proximity to Ipswich compared to other sites within the district. I think that's the kind of comparison to make with this site. Just to look at the joint local plan now, this site is proposed to be included in the joint local plan, so obviously limited weight for the purposes of decision making, but it does show a direction of travel as to how we would accommodate our housing requirements in the most sustainable locations. Just to draw out a slight nuance with this application though, the application site is just shown in red there, and as you'll see, the proposed allocation LA003 goes further north and slightly south than this application site. So just show that emerging allocation, just to really draw that out there. The applicants do not own this land to the north, and that is in separate ownership. And I believe they don't own the land to the south either. And it's not being put forwards. But I don't want to kind of cloud the waters today for the purpose of making this decision. The site allocation is proposed for 75 dwellings, and clearly there's a potential for more than 75 dwellings to come across on this site allocation because we have 73 here. It's something the local plan obviously has limited weight at present, so it's not something that we can really engage ourselves with in the decision-making process today. But all I would draw members' attention to is the proposed plans, and the level of work that's detail that's gone into the indicative layout shows that you wouldn't necessarily want to deliver a lower density development, as it might start to jar with the character of the surrounding area and appear a bit odd if you had a kind of very kind of sparse intermittent development in this proposed site. So in terms of good design, it's felt that the proposal for 73 dwellings on this site area alone would result in a good quality design that could be secured at reserve matters stage. But as I say, the emerging local plan has got limited weight at present, so I advise caution on kind of placing weight on that kind of numbers at the present. And that's just a wider site of the joint local plan growth, but I don't think we need to go into too much detail. As I say, it's limited weight at present. This is a slide that that indicates where the public rights of way monies would be spent that would be secured from the developer for Suffolk County Council. This was some of the information that was requested by members at last committee of where is this money going to be spent, and these are the red lines show that where it would be spent. So footpath number 9 and footpath 13, and I believe it's 14 and 16 as well, but all the way along here. And the provision would be for the resurfacing, upgrading of those routes to cope with the additional pressures from additional people using those footpaths. So that's where the Section 106 agreement seeks to secure that money. And if you just bear with me 1 second, I just want to advise members of the amount of money that's being secured for the public rights of way improvement, which is £58,000, 58,125. So that's set out on page 294 of the agenda, just so members are clear on what is being secured. So just a plan here, just showing the application site is red in the centre, and the kind of, I think I want to draw out the relative importance of the ecological mitigation enhancement measures on this site. There are a number of good habitats in the surrounding area for protected species. So we've kind of got good terrestrial habitat for reptiles. There's ponds nearby, and so obviously form the foundation for the mitigation and enhancement measures that the applicants have put forward to really help promote the biodiversity value of the site for protected species. They have provided a fair level of detail in the application of what they could do to secure mitigation enhancements, the use of bat bricks and swift boxes, bat boxes, log piles, high binoculums. And sorry, this site plan is slightly out of date. The pond is now moved to the left of the site, the bottom corner of the site. But this just shows an indication of the proposed measures that would be secured through planning condition. So just to show a video of the site now, you should see the location. It's just standing at Ely Road, looking over the northern section of the site. And again, excuse me, bear with me 1 moment, members. I just need to sort out this presentation because it's not playing the video for some reason. I would like it to play the video. Sorry, bear with me 1 moment. Nearly there. Sorry, the technology is letting me down. Here we go. So just to pause, so hopefully members can hear me on this point. The tree is subject to the tree protection order. It's just that tree there, and then we've got the northern boundary with the public right of way going along the site here. And just showing the site raise and incline in the site there. as well. So now we're looking at the southern part of the site. So we're standing in the southeastern corner. In the background there, you can see the slightly newer development on Hereford Drive, Exeter Way. And just to pause there, you can see the field boundary in the middle of the site there, which is now proposed to be retained and protected. And also you can just see the incline of the site. This video is quite good just to show how it does gradually rise as you move from west to east across the site. And just some photos now, just to pick up anything that those videos didn't show. So we've got the site entrance and Winchester Gardens just to the left-hand side of the site there. And just to show the character of the development. Apologies, my screen is frozen. Here we go. Winchester Garden, obviously got the photo location there just on the right hand side of the screen, just showing some of the existing development, its nature, character, its density. And here we are just on the north of the site. Sorry, apologies, the photo location is gone, but here we have the public right of way along the north of the site and the protected trees just to the right hand side of this photo. And here we are looking from the north down across the site. You can see that slight incline. The site access is just where I'm hovering the red dot now. And just to show, obviously, there are residents that clearly look onto this site now. Part of the landscape visual impact does come from the impact that they would experience from the proposed development, but I'll detail that in a subsequent slide. And as a photo just requested to be included just to show the site at present. Well, in recent months, it has been laid fallow. It hasn't been farmed recently, as you can see from this photo. And just a close-up there of those slightly newer dwellings on Hereford Drive. There's a photo here. We're just to the, just get the photo location up. We're just to the east of the site here. So this is the public right-of-way that runs along the site. And that's just looking north. Obviously, that's quite a well-trodden route, quite a popular walking route around the site. This photo I did show you in the previous presentation, but just to draw out, clearly this is the application site. The proposed allocation obviously extends further to the north across this field here as well, but that's not what is being considered today. So we're looking at this route here. The location I'm standing on here is actually on the application site. It's not technically a public right-of-way or a view that the general public would generally have, but I just wanted to kind of give you a context of how the development would sit in the wider kind of built form, that backdrop of the built form next to Claydon Village. So the extent of landscape harm, as the committee report identifies, it's identified to be a major moderate landscape harm, but I really wanted just to kind of qualify the extent within the wider landscape as to where that was. So the harms come from, at present, users of the public right-of-way along the north of the site. When they enter this particular part of the site here, they have views across the site at present. It's proposed to have development there, and so even if that development is pulled back, as shown on this indicative plan, you're still going to have, rather than views right across the site, you're going to have kind of houses and rooftops blocking the view. So that's where the major moderate harm comes from in that sense. And also for the residents, these visual receptors down this part of the site here, obviously they currently have views of an inclining field towards trees, and that would obviously move to seeing residential dwellings. I think the important thing to note within the extent of this major moderate landscape harm is it is quite contained within the wider landscape. It's quite a contained site, and the extent of landscape harms are fairly limited to the wider area. So it's visual receptors along here who would experience that harm. But as I said, the photo which was taken from to the north here, there are obviously limited views along the public rights of way of this site because of the existing mature trees. and very obviously no public rights of way, no footpaths along Church Lane there, so limited views across there. So the landscape harm is quite limited in its extent within the wider landscape. The landscape harm has also been considered cumulatively with the proposed development on this site here. The conclusion, which our council's landscape architect agrees with, is that the sites are slightly geographically detached by topography, so there wouldn't be a kind of a cumulative landscape harm in association with each other, because they are viewed from different locations and experienced at different points in the landscape. So just to run through the cumulative highways assessment again, I will perhaps tunnel through this a little bit because we did, everyone was present for this discussion this morning. The location of the two junction improvements that this scheme would contribute towards. The cumulative impact work that was undertaken did highlight that this proposed development would only contribute one car to the proposed queue lengths at key junctions. Obviously, it's a smaller nature, it's a smaller scale of development. And so the Section 106 contributions identified for the scheme are proportionate to the fact that this does have a lesser impact in its terms, but nonetheless there are highway mitigation measures to be secured, including dropped curbs along the roads to provide access to Claydon Primary School to make sure that people can safely cross the roads to get to the school. The monies for those drop curbs will be secured through the Section 106 agreement as well. And just showing those junctions, just in case members wanted to see any of the details again, but I will just fly through them slightly just for now. We can always come back to them if needed. So just to provide summary, just to draw it all together, there are some harms with this proposed development. We have the conflict with the key policies in our development plan, but as I have run through earlier, the weight that we attribute to those policies is reduced slightly. They're still key points development plan policies that we have regard to, but that reduction in weight does mean that the overall balance, it's not fatal for this application, that the principle isn't acceptable. And just from the tabled papers, I just want to point out that I just wanted to clarify in the conclusion for this committee report, paragraph 14.10, I wasn't quite specific enough as I wanted to be, or as I was in the previous application, that this development is considered to comply with the development plan as a whole. We note those conflicts with those key policies, but it's considered that the overall aims of the development plan are met by this proposed development. We've got application sustainable location. It provides suitable ecology mitigation enhancements and other matters, and it's policy compliant in all other matters of the development plan, such as surface water disposal and amenity, which all can be appropriately designed. We have confidence at reserve matter stage that all of those matters can be adequately addressed from the information that's submitted with the application today. So because we are giving the most important policies to this application less weight, we are engaging the tilted balance. We're well versed in this. We're considering the harms and the direction to approve unless the harms outweigh the benefits. The harms here, the conflict with the plan. We have some landscape harm, but it is quite limited in the wider context of the landscape. And we have some loss of agricultural land, potentially best and most valuable, but not to a degree that is considered significant to weigh against this application. On the other side of this, we have the benefits of new dwellings, 73, including the policy required 35% affordable housing. We have that sustainable location, we good accessibility to services comparatively to the rest of the district and those sustainable transport routes. We have a good package now of ecology mitigation and enhancement measures for which there is space on the site to secure. They would be secured through planning condition and adherence to that parameter plan that I showed you. And we've got the public rights of way improvements, so the money shown in the recommendation in the committee report, and the contribution to those junction improvements in Claydon to address that wider highways impact. So it's considered that the previous resolution that members made to defer with the issues that they raised, the concerns that they raised, the plans have been quite significantly amended to help ensure that ecology is protected on site, that hedge is retained within the site, and that officers have confidence that a scheme can come forward with 73 dwellings to meet all of those requirements. And hopefully there is clarity on the minerals matter of what it means to be in a mineral safeguarding area and where the public rights of way improvements would be spent, and also that it has been considered cumulatively with the other application in terms of highway highway matters. So recommendation is to approve, subject to section 106 for affordable housing, off-site footpath works, the standard ecology mitigation for protected sites, the RAMS contribution to new school and the village highway improvements. And so with that, Chair, thank you. I'll pass back to you.
Thank you very much indeed for that, Joe. So can we have questions for the planning officer? So if you'd like to put your hands up, we'll see who goes first on that one, if I can get there. Councillor Norris seems to be first out of the thing. Councillor Norris.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. If the officer could just go back to the parameter plan, it's slide 8 in the papers. It's a long way to go back, I realise.
Is it the previous proposal, or is it the multicoloured plan?
It's
there it is.
No, it's the current parameter plan, which is slide 8 in the actual papers. No, it's the northern end of this section. It's the other. Yes, right. At the very top of that, it's better shown in the previous one you just had, actually.
Okay, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I'll just get to it. There we go.
No, that wasn't it. Sorry. No.
Did you want to show the rest of the plot? Is that what you're
the rest of the plot? Yes, I want the the northern end of it.
The one that
so is that
well, it's actually the whatever northwest, I suppose.
It's the bit we're not talking about, but it's in the pictures.
So with the joint local plan allocation, would that be?
Yeah, that'd be.
Yeah. No, that it doesn't actually show.
Is that any help, Councillor Morris?
No, that's all right. It isn't actually shown on there, but in the papers on slide 8 on that parameter plan, at what would be the northwestern end, I suppose, the top left corner, it shows like 2 red arrows which are on the outside of the site. Now, my question just simply was, is this some sort of footpath access to the existing road? It's not on this slide. It's slide.
I know what you mean now. I know what you mean now. I think it will just appear.
It's not.
It's just a cross section. Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's not shown clearly on there. No, it's headed parameter plan.
Yeah,
it's page 436 in our papers, isn't it, Mike?
Sorry, that's it. Actually, right. If you go to the very top of that, it's got there's 2 little red arrows. What exactly does that denote? I can't read the fine print in the papers. Actually, is this just an access?
Yes. So sorry, these arrows here. Yes, yeah. It's proposed links to the footpath. So it's indicative links to show how you will get from the public right of way that runs along the north of the site into the development. They're not applied for as access points in the reserve matters. The reserve matters would detail exactly how that area all links up, but it's envisaged because we've now got that tree protection area. There would be connections to the public right of way from this application site.
And these are just pedestrian accesses, I assume, are they?
Yes, that's right. That's correct.
Yes. Okay, that's fine. That's all I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Norris. Councillor Mansell.
Yeah, thank you. I've got a couple of queries. One is the part of the site that is adjacent to what I think is Hereford Drive, which I believe backs onto the public open space which you've got on that slide there. Is that proposed to be a pedestrian access from Hereford Drive into that public open space? That's my first question. Second question is, I can't find a response in the papers from our own strategic housing department. Is there one, and have I missed it? And the third question is, you talked about making sure there was a safe route to the existing primary school in Claydon with drop curbs and what have you. Has any such thought been made about a safe walking route to the site for the school that we've just approved the land for this morning?
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I may ask Sam Harvey if she could help me out with the last point. I do have an answer, but I'll get to that last. Just flagging that one to Sam now. So the first point, access to Hereford Drive. There's not proposed to be an access from this site into Hereford Drive. There is, however, I'm thinking of the wider accessibility and access to this public footpath. If I just go back to one of the earlier slides, there is a public footpath that goes through the land to the south of this application site. It was just shown on one of the, I think on this slide here, public rights of way. That's not that clear. There is a public footpath that basically enables, here we go, that's probably the best one to go for. So residents of Hereford Drive, there is a hard boundary along this site here. Let me just get my pointer to show you. There is existing fencing here, and there's kind of people's front gardens, back gardens. There may be issues with ownership to have an actual access into Hereford Drive here. So there's not one proposed, but if Hereford Drive residents obviously want to access the wider public rights of way network, there is that right of way around here to go around the site. So no is the answer to your first question. Strategic housing, the strategic housing have definitely been involved in the discussions. We have drafted a Section 106 agreement on this application site, which they are content with on the provision of affordable housing. I'm just looking at the papers and the comments that I've made, but certainly strategic housing, they have been engaged and they are happy with the affordable housing offer proposed, with the usual caveats within Section 106 to agree precise locations at reserve matter stage and such like. So they have been engaged in the application and are happy with the affordable housing offer. And then finally, the safe route to school. This is a matter which I do recall we did discuss, obviously, because it's this primary school site on the site to the north is being secured for the future potential residents of this development included. And the improvements to this area here, Thornhill Road clearly has a public footpath up to Church Lane, and then that would be where the Spine Road that's been identified in the other application comes in, and there is a public footpath all the way through, a pavement, a safe route to school pavement all the way through that Spine Road down to Norwich Road, and that's the debate we had earlier about then a footpath on Norwich Road into the school. So yes, there would be a footpath directly linking all of those. Sam, if there's anything else you wanted to add in from our discussions, please do.
Thank you, Jo. That is exactly right. There would be a safe route. We are looking at, when it comes to reserve matters on Thornhill Road, making sure that the pedestrian and cyclist have a priority over that area rather than the car.
Right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Could I just come back on the strategic housing response, because I haven't managed to find it in the papers. If it is there, please could someone point me to the right page number? Was there any comment on housing mix for either the affordables or the market dwellings, as we do have those on other applications?
Yes, no, the report doesn't contain any comments from strategic housing, but they have been engaged in the Section 106 agreement. So I don't have formal written comments from them on the application, but as I say, we have had discussions and they are happy with the affordable housing offer. As for the housing mix, I'm just looking to see the indicative housing mix for this application. We do have a planning condition suggested again that it shall be agreed for market housing at the reserve matters stage. And I'm just looking to refresh my memory on the mix that has been identified at this point. The housing mix, I can't see that we have one identified in the committee report, but I think what we can do through planning conditions similar to the other site is request that an appropriate housing mix is identified that reflects the current housing evidence, the SHMA, and that is secured. So we do have control at the reserve matters stage and to make sure that the mix is acceptable. We can always go away under delegated authority if there's a particular concern for members to identify what that housing mix is at this stage, and then get that written into any kind of condition. But I have confidence through the condition that is proposed that we can make sure an appropriate market housing mix that reflects our housing needs is secured on this site.
Thank you. Councillor Norris, can you take your hand down as you've now had your question? Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Mansell, for those questions. Councillor Field, thank you.
Thank you. Two issues. I don't know whether the legal chap's still here, but I realise I forgot to point out at the last item, and it applies to this one too, that I actually am a governor at Claydon Primary, which one you should be aware of. But the question I have at the moment is the Slade track, not the actual chalk pit or whatever it is, but the track itself. Just questioning the upgrades to that. I'm sure I've passed a highway local residents request for that to be made a cycling capable, shall we say, at least have the cyclists will be shot if they use this road signs taken down. I wondered if that is included in the upgrades proposed, whether you're aware.
If I could just ask Sam to come in on this point. My understanding is the monies are being secured to upgrade the surface of the route, but not necessarily upgrade to a bridleway. But Sam, are you able to offer any further guidance on that point?
Yeah, hello. I will just double check for you and come back to you.
Thank you. Can I just point out the objective, I forgot to tell you, is to form a circular cycle track going sort of past the development we discussed this morning and down to the extreme, to the edges of Barham. So there's a circular path for purposes of exercise and lessening the demand on the NHS service.
Thank you for that. While they're looking for that, can we have Councillor Warboy's question, please? Or does Joe need a little longer?
Perhaps if we could go on to Councillor Warboys and then we can feed back once we've got the answer. Is that okay, Chair?
Yes, I think that's appropriate. Councillor Warboys, thank you.
Shall I go? Thank you, Chair. Yes, just a question. The access along Ely Road, slide 28, it looks quite wide. Lovely, thank you. And then the expected route is along Thornham Road. Oh, sorry, Thornhill Road. I'm just wondering, this looks wide enough for two vehicles to pass each other in opposite directions, but it would be severely compromised if there was parking along that route. So that is my concern as to whether sort of mitigation could be done to sort of resolve that. And it mentions speed bumps to help control the speeds through what is quite a residential site. Where would they be situated?
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Yeah, the matter of parking on this road has been discussed with the applicants, and obviously it is important to make sure that this road can function if we have 73 dwellings going into the site here. It is a matter that we discussed with highways. So perhaps we'll ask Sam to come in on that point in a moment. But there is the opportunity for off-road parking, obviously, with these residents. We're not quite in a situation where we've got a street of terraced houses where there's absolutely no off-road parking. And so that does generally obviously happen at the moment. On the previous photo, I did show there is some on-street parking, and I've been to the site many times now, and that's routinely the case, that there's intermittent on-street parking. But there is also, I'm not sure if I've got a photo here, there's probably somewhere else. There are some off carriageway parking areas just to the left of this slide that do provide some kind of relief and some parking potential. I've certainly used it for visitor parking when I've been going to the area to look at the site. So it's felt that there is sufficient space for cars to safely park with the existing residences and for that traffic to come through the area. There may well be some parked cars on the street, but the kind of the density, the number isn't to a point where you're going to have unsafe traffic movements of these new residents coming out of the development and having to make awkward negotiations and limited parking places. So that has been given consideration by the Highway Authority, just to make sure that there's no loss of safety, highway safety from the additional dwellings. But the space that is available for residents to park is felt to weigh into that way into that matter and make it acceptable. On the matter of speed bumps, I just need to familiarise myself with the proposals. Perhaps Sam, would you be able to help me out with the answer to the speed bumps, and if you have anything else to add on the parking? Sorry to give you several questions to come back on at the same time.
That's okay. Thank you for that, Joe. The last question with regard to the speed bumps, I believe we were discussing with the developer about tabletop junctions more than just speed bumps on their own, because this means that pedestrians can easily cross a junction as well as it being a traffic calming feature, but that is actually within the site itself, not actually on Ely Road. With regard to the parking on Ely Road, the road is wide enough for 2 cars to pass. It is to standard, 5.5 metres wide, which is what we require for a residential road in this area. So there may be some on-street parking, as Joe said, but it's no different to any other residential street if there's on-street parking. Sometimes we like on-street parking because it slows the traffic down. It means that they haven't got free rein. And going back to the public rights of way, I'm trying to find the response that I received back from the public rights of way team. And it doesn't say about upgrading the footpath. It only mentions, as Joe said, about improving the surface. But if everybody is in an agreement and we do get it from public rights of way, if there is enough room for us to be able to upgrade it to a cycleway, then I feel sure that we're all for it, very much so. The only thing is that there would have to be enough funds for our public rights of way team to be able to do the legal side to, because I think it's, yeah, there has to be a sum included to upgrade the bridleway. Upgrade it to a bridleway. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. That's interesting, Sam, because having ridden horses all my life, I'm not sure what your upgrades to bridleways are, to be perfectly honest. I certainly wouldn't want cinder and such like, but anyway, that's an interesting point for another time. I've got the book on prows and all sorts of things, very interesting. If we can now move on to Councillor Matheson, please, that would be very helpful.
Thank you, Chair. The one of the objectors is questioning that the largest houses on the highest part of the site and social housing over 2 stories near the entrance. Now, I realise they're actually reserved matters details, but we if we need to, and I thought it was somewhere but I can't find it, that we were going to restrict this estate to 2 stories only. So I wondered if we could just kind of clarify which way we're going on that one. Next question is further on. That should be all right. Yeah, if could Mr. Isbell perhaps come back to just me in due course of the discussion as to what point we should ask for building regulations part M4 brackets 2 and brackets 3 providing access for wheelchair bound residents and indeed houses that are can be lived in by people in a wheelchair, which are what those 2 categories refer to, whether we need to do that now.
Well, hang on, that's a
later.
question and rather a statement, but I think it's a very useful one, Councillor Matheson. So shall we've posed that question to Philip, and we'll bring that back in the debate, and you can bring that
yes,
up
please.
again. Yeah, that would be great.
And then I've got yeah, the question again, how the house is going to be heated, and are we going to restrict permitted development to ensure that we don't get garages turned into private gyms and all the rest of it and lose the parking?
So that's the question for Joe, is it? Are we going to?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So we haven't had a debate yet, but Joe, would that be something that when we come into the debate we can look at?
Yes, obviously all the plans are indicative. I have pressed the applicant to demonstrate they can provide parking to the required standards, which they have done. There's very limited potential opportunity, I think, for triple parking. I think I covered that in the committee report and saying it could be designed out at the reserve matter stage in any case. And we would, we'd want to make sure there is sufficient parking. As for removing permitted development rights for garages, that is something that within members' gift if they wish to do so. We certainly would want to make sure that the parking is appropriate within the scheme. We do feel that there is sufficient space to provide that parking on plot, not in front of dwellings for this site, but only this indicative stage. It may be a matter that it could be dealt with at reserve matters. If when you see the final scheme, you actually still have concerns and say, I want to remove permitted development rights to stop garages from being converted, it may be slightly more appropriate to do that at that stage once you know for certain, what the actual layout will be and the parking pressures. But that is something that members can consider further if they wanted to. Just to take your other points in turn, the comment relating to the three-storey development, I believe that may have related to the earlier variations of the plan. There was certainly quite high density affordable housing proposed indicatively, obviously only indicatively proposed around the entrance to the scheme. But certainly we can add a condition to say two-storey only. I would expect that on the site, given the scale and nature of the surrounding development. I certainly want to entertain three-storey on this site because it's not really the right site for it. The development being two-storey on the higher level of land, I think the site does rise slightly, as shown by the photos, but we do have the backdrop of quite significant trees in the background. And I think if we were dealing with, say, the previous site, the heritage harm, and concerns about the wider views, or the slope was really steep and you'd be seeing rooftops on the brow of the hill, then it may be a case of trying to secure single-storey development along that area of the scheme. But I feel with the land levels and the quite mature landscape and the quite significant trees that are to the backdrop there, that two-storey development wouldn't necessarily jar in the landscape. It wouldn't make it look stark because we would have that backdrop of the quite mature trees in the background. So that's why we've not pursued it like we have pursued the single story elsewhere on the scheme in this instance.
Joe, I think that's really is more for reserve matters, don't you, to be perfectly honest?
Yes, yeah, it is a matter of appropriate design, isn't it? Whilst we can secure areas potentially of single story for matters like heritage, like we have on the previous scheme, then it is a matter of good design that you would want to negotiate at reserve matter stage.
Yeah, there are important points being raised and we need to flag them up. Councillor Eburn, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Joe, for your presentation. Two quick questions. There doesn't seem to be very much landscaping or hedging, as it were, in the southwestern half of the site. I'm just wondering why that was. And secondly, is it Winchester Gardens? Are they two-storey buildings on both sides of the street there? I noticed a photo of them, and therefore is it two-storey backing on to potentially two-storey in the new development? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Eburn. The broad parameter at the moment for the southwest of the site shows public open space. We've obviously got neighbouring dwellings in quite close proximity, but we would be looking to secure appropriate landscaping at the through planning condition and at reserve matter stage. There's certainly space for landscaping to go in. I think because there are houses fairly close proximity to this boundary, we would obviously want to be careful that we don't put huge tree species in there because that might cause issues for those joining residents, but we can certainly have meaningful landscaping around here, and it's something that would be secured at the reserve matters discharge condition stage, because we wouldn't want this to look stark and just be a a mown area of ground. That wouldn't be a good design solution. So we have control over that, and we would make sure that was appropriate at the reserve matters stage. And as for Winchester Gardens, perhaps if I just go back up to well, it's in very small scale, the adjoining development there. The properties that, if I hover here, they are two-storey. They're slightly shorter two-storey developments potentially. If I just go back to the photos, they they're of their time of when they were built, so they perhaps are slightly kind of shorter within the landscape than certainly the dwellings on Ely Road. Sorry, the dwellings on Hereford Way. So I'm just trying to find my photo. Here we go. But they are two-storey. They are two-storey developments, and so then that would kind of be facing other two-storey developments on the site here.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you for that, Councillor. And we have Councillor Caston, please.
Thank you very much. I think Councillor Eburn's sort of gone along the lines of the question that I wanted to ask, but this is in a different respect. This picture's perfect. The Winchester Gardens picture there. There's the hedge running along there, and I'm very mindful not to get into reserved matters, and this is just an illustrative drawing. But at this outline point, should we do we need to make provision, because there's going to be ever such a lot of overlooking on a sloped site from those houses. So I wondered if outline was the place where we need to actually look at the size and the type of boundary that we'd have there.
Yeah, so thank you, Councillor. If I just go back to the proposal plans, there is a hedge proposed to be planted along that boundary to provide some visual kind of relief from the proposed development. If I just quickly get the proposal plans up. Here we go, that's the best slide. So there is sufficient space, I think, particularly if we kind of look around to the rear of plots 11 and 12, obviously indicative plots, but just to give you some context, there we go. Obviously the houses are quite close here to Winchester Gardens. The Winchester Gardens are close to the proposed boundary, but we do have that space to provide that landscaping. There's conditions on landscaping proposed, one for advanced planting, which has been recommended by a landscape architect, just to make sure that we can get that landscaping in at an early stage and start to mitigate that impact for those residents. Obviously, we might want to make sure it's appropriate kind of height and species, particularly height in relation to the context next to their dwellings. But we want to get something which softens the appearance of those dwellings. But also we have ensured that indicatively there can be a good back-to-back distance space there between those two sets of dwellings within acceptable bounds at least, whilst recognising that there would be an impact on amenity and certainly the visual outlook as I outlined in the presentation. But there is certainly space, and there are planning conditions for that very reason to secure landscaping along that boundary.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Caston. Councillor Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. In the emerging draft local plan, the area is a lot larger, that allocation would have allowed access from 3 different areas: Church Road, Ely Road, and even Hereford Drive. I just wonder how much impact on our deliberations should the subdivision of that allocated area have, in that we've created what is in effect a 73 dwelling cul-de-sac.
Yeah, I think if I just go back to the joint local plan site, just so we can see the wider site rather than just the application site. I think what's featured in my mind is the kind of the natural boundaries that are within the site. So obviously in plan form, you'd look and say, okay, we'll access Mealy Road, we could have access all the way through this site here and down to the south. But in reality, we have some kind of very strong field boundaries, just where I'm hovering the pointer now. There's obviously the tree that's got tree protection order in the middle, and some quite positive landscape features of that historic hedge line. So it's not necessarily something that we would want to kind of punch a hole in necessarily. It is a matter which would need to be detailed if, as and when that further land comes forward, to see what the best solution is. Is the best solution to have access off of Church Lane, Barham Church Lane there, or is it to kind of make that sacrifice of some land here? But the problem is with the land ownership is obviously there's no certainty over the applicants for this application don't have any control over that land to the north there. And like I say, the kind of the presence of that field boundary means that I've been keen to kind of try and retain and enhance that insofar as possible, and look to have alternative access to that remainder of that land to the north there from alternative means. But I do take your point that it is difficult when you have a site location in different ownerships. It does make it tricky. But I think we've responded to the features that are on site. That's why we've recommended what we have on this application.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Mellon. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, it sort of leads on from the point Councillor Mayer just made. With the one access onto the site, can you just confirm then, Joe, that would mean all construction traffic would have to come through that one access point?
Yes, that would be correct. Yeah, there's a condition to detail construction environment management plan, but the route of the traffic would be through Ely Road. Yes.
Yeah, and just another further point on traffic. You mentioned in your report, and I may have heard this wrong, but you said that this development would only contribute one extra car to the weights at peak time. Can that be correct?
Yes, from the modelling that was undertaken, I believe it was just one car. Let's just check my notes. Sam may be able to come in. She may have the information to hand. It was obviously a slightly lesser effect than the previous application site. Just check my notes. Yeah, so one additional car per minute when modelled at the worst case scenario, not including modal shift, is my note, which modal shift obviously means people using cycling and walking. So yeah, that's what the modelling indicated for the development.
Yeah, let's hope there are lots of cyclists. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. So, Councillor Whitehead, did you want to make any questions of the officer at all? And can everyone put their hands down who've already spoken? Thank you.
No, thank you.
No, right. So we don't have a representative from the parish council or an objector. So I'll ask the agent Richard Martin to speak, and you have 3 minutes to address the committee, if you would, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, members, I'm Richard Martin, a director at Scott Properties, and have been leading on this project since work started in 2016. Our proposals evolved through pre-application discussions with officers, a detailed public consultation prior to submission, and further changes through the determination period. Outline planning permission is sought for up to 73 dwellings with access from Ely Road. The indicative housing mix has been agreed with officers and includes a high proportion of bungalows to help meet a local housing need identified through our consultation. The dwellings are set around a central area of public open space alongside landscaping and new habitats for wildlife. We welcome the ecological conditions proposed, and a parameter plan sits alongside our master plan to detail on-site measures to ensure biodiversity net gain. Significant amendments have been made to the application since submission in February 2018 to resolve a number of points raised. This thorough approach has ensured that the application is being brought to members with no objection from the technical consultees. In particular, and at the suggestion of the Council, we took part in extensive discussions during 2018 and 2019 with Suffolk Highways and Claydon and Barham Parish Councils. This was done in collaboration with Pigeon as promoters of the Norwich Road site and has led to a package of further highways improvements measures. These are pedestrian and cycle safety improvements at the Station Road and Claydon Church Lane junctions, further village-wide measures to provide safer routes to school, and the extension of the 30-mile-per-hour limit on Norwich Road. These works have been costed by and agreed with Suffolk Highways and will be delivered through appropriate contributions within the Section 106 agreements for both sites. As well as SIL payments, the Ely Road site will also provide a policy-compliant level of affordable housing equating to 25 homes, contributions towards a new primary school, significant works to public rights-of-way in and around the site to improve connectivity between the village and the countryside, and a contribution to the Suffolk Coast Rams project. I'm pleased that our efforts have been recognised through the site's allocation within the emerging local plan, the absence of any objection from technical consultees, and of course the officer's recommendation. We believe this application represents a positive development in a sustainable location that will provide benefits for the local area and district as a whole. We very much hope you will see the merits of the proposal and support the officer's recommendation by granting your approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, does anyone have any questions for the applicant, please? Councillor Caston.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Martin said about the bungalows on site, and I just wondered if he could tell us where that information came from, that was a need in the area, and the percentage of bungalows that are on that site.
Thank you, Councillor Caston. Yep. So as part of the public consultation we undertook, we had feedback on the different types of houses that would be required within the village. And so that was done through our public consultation and statement of community involvement. We also submitted the proposed housing mix to the housing policy officer, and the feedback was that yes, there would be strong demand in this location for the bungalows which are proposed. So the proposal is for 8 number in total, so 11% of the total provision, and as explained by Joe, the location of those is sort of fixed through the parameters to be in the southern portion of the site.
Thank you for that. Any other questions for the applicant, please? No? Then we come on to the ward members. And if we have Councillor Whitehead, if you'd like to tell us your bit on this, please. Thank you very much.
Yes, could I just request that slide 33 is shown during my presentation?
Absolutely. Slide 33, if you would please, Joe.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman, and good afternoon, members. For this application, I'm speaking on behalf of myself and Councillor Tim Passmore. Also, I'm a parish councillor on the Claydon and Whitton Parish Council, and they generally seem happy for me to speak on their behalf. So here we have another application to build outside the Claydon and Barham village boundary, this time for 73 dwellings. This obviously is a more modest size application compared to the Barham Church Lane site, but at 73 houses, it is still significant, especially as it would be 73 on top of the 269 just approved, making 342 houses in total, a truly dark day for this locality. Major applications are defined as 15 or more, so 73 is certainly still a large development by any definition. Let's not lose sight of the fact that this would be a major application, even if it were in a town like Stowmarket, Woodbridge or Felixstowe, let alone in the village environment of Claydon and Barham. I'm not going to repeat all the points I raised in the previous application. Everything I said before remains valid, albeit on a somewhat reduced scale. Let me just address a couple of issues specific to this application. The sole vehicular exit is from the site is via the existing Ely Road. When exiting Ely Road, drivers face 2 choices. Turn right onto Thornhill Road if heading north or east into rural Suffolk, or turn left onto Thornhill Road if heading down through the village towards Ipswich and the A14 for the south and west. So firstly, if turning right on Thornhill Road, at the end of that road, there are frequently parked many cars visiting the care home, often 10 or more in a row. Residents express concern how narrow this makes the road, becoming effectively one carriageway only, or one width of car only. Indeed, on occasions, the buses have been unable to negotiate through and have had to reverse and abort their route. If turning left onto Thornhill Road, the route through the village goes down Edinburgh Gardens, past the primary school access, and then onto York Crescent, and it is a shame you were not able to see that video. Here, too many cars park on these estate roads that were built in the 1960s, and I suspect never envisaged current levels of car ownership. It's no exaggeration to say that on occasions when driving along Edinburgh Gardens or York Crescent, at either the start or end of the school day, or indeed on evenings and weekends, a driver can spend longer on the wrong side of the road than the right side of the road, including what is effectively a shallow but blind bend on York Crescent. And that's not hearsay, it's something I experience myself quite frequently. So believe me, adding significant more traffic onto these estate roads is something quite undesirable. And if approved, building deliveries must avoid school start and end times. Expanding the village beyond its boundary eastward towards a footpath known as the Slade encroaches on what is a lovely vista, described by the officer as major/moderate landscape harm. You can see here the photo of the site covered in thousands of poppies. and I think I've no need to add thousands of words description to my speech when a picture like this paints its own story. This area is also a natural environment for wildlife. A resident on Glebe Way, just north of this site, posts nighttime videos of badgers, foxes and deers coming into their garden to feed. Those videos represent a true wildlife survey carried out in the middle of the night. This cherished wildlife would surely be affected by this development. So let me conclude. This development is outside the village boundary. The arguments we rehearsed for the Barham Church Lane site are equally valid here. There are genuine concerns about adding so many vehicular movements through the narrow spine roads of the village, as so many residents choose to park on the roads. The development would take away the beautiful edge of the village countryside view from a very popular footpath and impact on the abundant wildlife present in the area. So again, on behalf of my residents, I urge the committee not to approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Now, do members have some questions for John, please? Yes, Councillor Matheson, thank you.
Thank you. In the light of what Councillor Mayer was asking a little while ago and pointing out about that you know, sort of large cul-de-sac kind of thing, should you trace for members on whatever's the most appropriate plan that the officer can put up, what the route would be for vehicles from this estate, this proposal, to reach the, let's say, the shops in the old Norwich Road?
I wonder whether it would be appropriate if Joe could try and see if the previous video did work this time or not.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yep, I can make it work. I know how to make it work now. Apologies. I just need to remove a picture from it.
Pedal a bit quicker.
Yeah. Is it? Here we go. Let's try this.
I thought you were going to remove a picture.
Here we go. It should be working now.
No, it's.
So this is the end of Ely Road, and I explained you turn out the left to go south and west to Claydon, or to the right if you're going to rural Suffolk. So we're just approaching the junction now with Edinburgh Gardens, where you would have to turn right because everything else beyond that is a cul-de-sac. And this is where well, sometimes around school times, it just feels like you're doing a slalom course down here where you spend more time on one side of the road than the wrong side of the road. This is to the left is where the school is. And though there are some double yellows here, which stop people parking right on the junction, they do park. Or here it's a bit blind again. And then you would turn left if you're going towards the A14, which you don't show. But again, that's a road that has a lot of parked cars on at school time.
Thank you for that, Councillor Matheson. Does that help?
Yeah, that was very helpful. That got us almost to the Norwich Road? That's not the Norwich Road in front of us.
No. That's your crescent, which goes on to Claydon.
Anyway, that was the question you wanted, wasn't it, Councillor?
It was actually, yeah. I mean,
Good.
I think we should have a look at the map at some point. I'm very grateful. I think.
Well, let's just ask Joe to put the map up while you've asked the question, rather than
please
leave it blank. So let's go. If you can make that any larger, and then help us do that journey on an arrow or something, if you would.
Here we go, Chair. If I just show the access site, can you see my little red highlighter?
Can you just make that picture any bigger?
Possibly, yeah. 1 second. Might distort my presentation, but I'll give it a go. So a bit of DIY PowerPoint presentation mid-committee here, but see if this works. Okay.
That's a wee bit better, isn't it? So off you go.
Yeah. I think you can actually just about see it now.
Yeah.
Ely Road. And then we just went down here, and then we went down here to Edgemere Gardens, and then the video stopped here. But you can either go left down York Crescent, back lane into the side. I've never driven down there. I've never driven down there. Yeah, York Crescent down here.
You'd have to go through concrete bollards.
Back lane, you can't go down, according to Councillor.
Don't
local knowledge
down there.
No, you need a tank to get through there.
Not in a car, but pedestrian cycle links. But yeah, not in a car. So yeah, down York Crescent if you're driving, and then you're to Norwich Road that way. You also have the option
then
of.
The shops are just to your right from that junction, then, aren't they?
Yeah, these highlights here.
Right.
Yeah.
And
could you just show the alternative route so that people know where that was it from there?
Yeah, and then you could turn right down York Crescent, and you'd be on Norwich Road, slightly further north up, depending obviously where you want to go. So that's also a route through to the main village, and then down here.
Right.
Yeah, 14. Yeah. That has illustrated the point very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right. So, any more questions for the ward member? John, can you take your hand down? Thank you.
You could point out that the co-op is up at the end of York Crescent.
Right. Okay. So we've had the ward member. I do have one question for the ward member, actually, if I may. John, are you still there, Councillor?
I'm here.
Whitehead.
All day.
Yep. Good. Does the village have a neighbourhood plan?
No.
No.
No. Is a simple answer.
Right. Thank you.
There's a story behind that, but
no, I don't think. No. Yeah. Okay. Right. Thank you for that. That's very helpful. So.
Chair, sorry, I've had my hand raised for a while to ask.
Have you? I can't see you. Bless you. I'm so sorry. You're off my Richter scale here. I'm sorry.
Sorry, it's Councillor Eburn here.
Yes, Councillor Eburn, if you'd like. I can't see where you are. Yes, please do ask. Oh yes, you're under attendees 13, as if you're not here for some reason.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just a very quick question for the ward member. It's obvious that locals use that piece of land for walking and so on. Is that just because they take it upon themselves to walk across that piece of land, or is there kind of some kind of permissive path or route that they're allowed to use? Thank you very much.
My understanding is it's a proper public footpath already, which links from that corner on that plan there where it says E120 up to the Slade. And I suppose years and years ago it would have been the path that people walked up to the church on a Sunday. Probably still do.
But not across the middle of the site.
No, just on the top side. Okay. Just on the top side.
Thank you very much. Thanks for clarifying that.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry about that, but for whatever reason on the side, you're under attendees, but not. Anyway, there we are. Do speak up as you have done. Right. So we've done the ward member. We're now open to debate. So can we go round in the good old alphabetical order? And I've got Councillor Field under F for Field before Chairman, G for Guthrie. Yes.
Chairman, it's Philip Isbell. Can I just pick up on one thing, because Councillor Matheson had a question which hasn't had an answer, and I just wanted to clarify what his question was. Councillor Matheson left one for me hanging, I think, about whether or not we could do something about building regulations, and I wanted just to understand what Councillor Matheson wanted to achieve. He made reference to Part M of the building regulations, and I just wanted to be clear what the question was.
Yeah, thank you. I've got them on my other screen here. Yes, so this in relation to building regs M4 related to houses, obviously at the moment. There are 3 categories of accessibility for people with disabilities. We're tending to actually require the whole development now to actually achieve M4.1, which is that they're visitable. But for this category 2 and 3 is to make them accessible and adaptable to wheelchair use, and then the category 3 is to make them suitable for a person living in a wheelchair, living there. So the county's actually asked in this particular instance, if I can even find it somewhere, this is there somewhere, it's actually 14.3 in the report. They actually asked about whether we could request housing on site for older people, to which the officer answered no. But this goes to the same sort of answer in a different way, that we can require a few houses or bungalows actually to be built to these two higher standards. And I was looking to get about 5 or so on the other site, and in this instance I would have thought it would be appropriate to ask for 2 that are M4 2 and 2 that are M4 3. But my question during the question time was, at what stage do we need to require this? Because I did read quite clearly in the write-up on the building regs of M4 that you need to put this into the planning permission if you want it.
Thank you, Chairman. I think I understand the question now. So if I can take that away, I will come back to you, Councillor Matheson.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for that. So we're now open to debate, and we start, we'll do the alphabetical bit first and then go for hands up after that. So Councillor Custon.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. This isn't a site that I look at and I think this is a great idea for 75 houses. It's there's a lot of houses for a tucked away site. We saw by the distance you drive on the road just to get out of those houses that it is tucked away quite a long way. The building traffic condition that we're looking to attach to this, which is basically the access at Ely Road, it's difficult to look at that and see how we could deliver that, because at the start of that, the building works on there, there's going to be lorries right down Ely Road in front of all those houses, unloading earth moving equipment before they get on the site. But I do like the fact that they've listened to the housing need in the village and they're looking at 8 bungalows there. I don't think I look at this site and I think that's a really, I know this is just a layout for illustrative reasons, but I don't look at that and think, yeah, that works really well, and it's a really, really nice site with the gradients on it. But I will have to hear some more clear and convincing reasons from other councillors that we would refuse this application, and I think it's going to be quite difficult to find those. But I'll listen to debate, and I've not made any decision as yet. I'll wait to hear from other councillors.
Thank you very much, Councillor Custon. And now if we can go to Councillor Eburn, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have similar concerns to Councillor Caston. I feel this site is tucked between the boundary of the residential area and some woodland that has got clear environmental and wildlife qualities that should be retained without having further housing pushed up against it. I've got concerns that the housing is crammed into that space, that we'll lose that buffer region. You don't just want to have housing directly up against woodland area. You do need a buffer, as indeed the applicant has noted with the changes to this application from the previous one with regards to the points at the north and the southernmost part of the site. So I'm concerned about that. I've also I do not like cul-de-sac placed on top of cul-de-sac, and I think the access is extremely poor. I think it's going to cause a lot of problems and lack of community cohesion, with people complaining about cars parked on side of roads and on pavements and so on and so forth, and that just doesn't engender community cohesion. Equally, the construction at the management would have to be extremely tight in order to not have those residents in Winchester Road and the surrounding, Winchester Gardens and the surrounding roads being constantly disturbed by aggregate HGVs going up and down and through cul-de-sacs, and just noting the journey that we had to try to make to get to the shops. You know, you can imagine construction lorries turning the wrong way, getting stuck down a cul-de-sac and so on. It just really is, it just smacks of just shoving in a bit of housing estate where we can, without really considering the total settlement as a whole. So at the moment, I would struggle to find reasons other than some of the environmental and wildlife policies such as CL 8, 9 and 16. I'd struggle to find reasons to refuse it, but at the moment I would need convincing to approve. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Eburn. Philip Isbell, you've got your hand up. Is that an old one or some more assistance for us, please?
I think I can come back on a little bit to give some. It is an old hand, but if I may come back and give Councillor Matheson a little bit of an answer, and I'll turn my camera on just so we're clear about that. Councillor Matheson referred to Part M, M4 brackets 2 and 3. In terms of reasonableness, the district is moving to a position with its proposed joint local plan to require 50% of major scheme dwellings such as this to accommodate 50% of them as being Part M4 to accessible and adaptable. So that's where we're going. And the evidence behind that is effectively based on the strategic housing market assessment. I think given that that policy of itself is a long way off a settled policy, and as Joe Hobbs has said to you, is of limited weight at this point, there's nonetheless evidence behind that. And for the moment, and we can come back to this with Councillor Matheson as need be, but my instinct would be that the approach I would recommend would be to ask for a scheme for the provision of accessible and adaptable dwellings under Part M42 to be submitted with the reserve matters. I think that then becomes a question of demonstrating how well that has had regard to the Council's schma in the preparation of those reserve matters, and I wouldn't at this stage put it further than that for the time being, but that would be where I go. Given that we're don't appear to be evidencing a requirement around Part M43, wheelchair user accessibility, at this point in time I'd be a little wary of going much further than that, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I would say that the,
thank you, Councillor Matheson. Thank you, Councillor Matheson. We'll discuss that as we go forward in the debate, if we may, please. Thank you. Right, so moving on, we now have Councillor Field, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I have to say I feel in this case that this is a smaller development and is probably appropriate in this location. It's a sustainable location with local employment, 2 small supermarkets that are actually within walking distance. You can do that without a car. And there are 3 pubs also within walking distance, all of them still open. Still valid, shall we say, perhaps not right open at this instant. The area has considerable congestion, so the traffic problem does arise. And more congestion will arise from developments that are already approved. The issue is, to me, perhaps the extent to which this site will impact the congestion, and is the result severe? And clearly the answer, the impact will be much less than the application we've just approved. So it seems that a smaller development could be perhaps tolerated. There will be vehicles, including construction traffic, passing through the streets with on-street parking, and that, I think, is an issue in all sorts of places. Certainly Claydon suffers from HGVs avoiding weight restrictions on other roads. Perhaps the answer to the on-street parking, as we move to electric cars, you will have to park within a lead's length of your house. However, I think in broadly, I'm quite in favour of this particular application, despite the fact that, as has been said, it's embedded within other developments. The sort of Hereford Drive area was expanded fairly, certainly within living memory, if you put it that way, and didn't generate the sort of mayhem that we're perhaps projecting from this one. I do feel that the comments that during construction we should restrict deliveries so that they're outside school and start and stop times would be very wise. But I think with that, though, clearly I'll listen to the rest of the debate. I'm broadly in support. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Field. We now have Councillor Humphreys, please.
Madam Chair, thank you. I'm in agreement with all the three councillors just spoken for all the reasons they said. It's a real shame that we're losing this little parcel of land that forms as a really good natural barrier between the habitation and the main wildlife. It's a real shame that it'll be lost. However, this area has been identified as part of the emerging joint local plan as an area for development, and therefore, even though it's got limited weight, the intent is there, and I think once it does get weight, then they'll come back and develop on this land that's been identified. I find it difficult to find a reason for refusal, and I've got to be honest with you on this one. So my opinion, and based on what Councillor Field has just said, I'm swaying towards approval, but as he has done, I'll wait for the end of debate before I decide. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Humphreys. And now Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I too share the concerns that other councillors have already mentioned about the access to this site. The only way in and out of this development is down some tortuous roads in what looks like a sort of 1970s housing development. And in fact, the photographs we've been shown today don't appear to have that many parked cars on the roads, but maybe that isn't typical. And certainly when I was visiting this area last year, it did appear to be, there were quite a lot of cars parked, especially on Ely Road. And I'm not really convinced that having 73 houses off that cul-de-sac road, where there are sometimes cars parked, is a suitable number to come off that one access. And although this site has been identified in our draft local plan as being suitable for approximately 75 dwellings or whatever, that was the larger site, which could potentially have accesses from other areas. So I'm a little bit worried. I mean, on the face of it, I think this is a better application than the one that we saw whenever it was some years ago. I think work has been done, and it's pleasing to see developers trying to mitigate some of the harm and some of the things that we didn't like last time it came through. I certainly think that it's wonderful that we've got a bit of pedestrian connectivity to the bridleway on the north, and I'm not quite convinced exactly where the public footpath to the south of the site is in relation to the houses. And in answer to somebody else's query about the people walking on the site unofficially, I think that has been going on. I certainly think there were evidence that there were some worn paths across the site, despite the fact it's in private ownership. And should it be taken for, if we are looking towards approving this site, I must admit I'm not convinced at the moment about the traffic issues. I would like to see the Slade made open for a cycle or bridleway route. I thought I'd read that somewhere, but I couldn't find it in the papers. And having looked at the site that the plan we've got on the screen at the moment, somebody else did mention about whether they thought the layout, whether we really could fit 73 houses. Looking at the plot sizes of those houses that back onto Winchester Gardens, they do look a lot more crammed in than Winchester Gardens, and that Winchester Gardens aren't big plots and they're not big houses. I think the area to the south of the site looks a little bit more spaced out. The density there looks much less, So maybe we are cramming a bit too many houses into the northern parcel of land on this site. Other people have also mentioned the construction management and the issue of HGVs delivering building materials during the development phase. And whilst I completely understand that we can put conditions on about delivery times, what concerns me is the fact that often the delivery drivers turn up before the site is allowed to take deliveries, and they'll be parking on Ely Road or Winchester Gardens in the early hours of the morning and upsetting those residents who need to get their cars out. So I'm a bit torn with this one, because I think on the face of it, it's somewhere that housing will go, but I'm not sure that 73 is the right number, and I'm not sure about the access. So I will listen to what other people have got to say. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Mansell. Now, Councillor Matheson, please.
Thank you. Yes, I hadn't really spotted this traffic issue until Councillor Mayer spoke, and then I looked, and then I remembered the example of Tufts Road in Eye, which I think a handful of members today will probably have been on that visit when we went and actually looked at it, and it really isn't suitable to put another 70 odd. I mean, if we were talking about 5 or 10, you say, oh well, yeah, fine, no problem, they'll weave their way round. But the idea of I suppose 2 or 3 years of development traffic, and then that number of residents traffic, it is actually too many to sensibly put on that site. I think that is my overwhelming sense of it, really.
Thank you. I noticed, Philip Isbell, you've still got your hand up. Is that for something new?
No, that's just ineptitude on my part, Chairman. I do apologise.
No, that's all right. Thank you for that, Councillor Matheson. So now we move to Councillor Mellon, please.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with much of what other councillors have said. Don't need to go over it again. The access is a particular issue, I think, here. It's landlocked or estate locked, or whatever we want to call it. If this had come forward as the whole allocation, and I know it's in different ownership, with the 75 homes and different access from the opportunities that would bring at the other, either end of the site, you could see it might be a bit more reasonable. But all coming through that one point, that's construction traffic, and then people living there in perpetuity, it's going to be problematic. So I do really have a concern about that. And then the other issue for me is the loss of amenity to those houses in Winchester Gardens. The site slopes up from those gardens. So
can I just interrupt you there? I can hear phone calls buzzing on people's incoming phones. Do you think we could just cut them off, please?
Sorry, that's my wife just trying to ring me because she's checking my sheet for me. Apologies. I will ring her back in a minute. So the site slopes up from those gardens. So whatever we do there, landscaping, whatever, it's going to mean, a loss of outlook for them. Some of them almost a total loss of outlook. They'll be looking, instead of looking at a nice field, they'll be looking at landscaping or the backs of houses. So that is another concern. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Mayer, please.
Thank you, Chair. We're starting to go over the same ground over and over again, and I won't labour the point. I think the development itself has made a lot of ground in its the ecological changes that have been brought into place. It does seem to be a lot of houses on that small patch, but for me, it's the access is the issue. But then personal opinion doesn't come into it, does it? Unfortunately, highways have not highlighted that as being an issue, so that may be a problem to us. But I'm sure the residents of Ely Road would find a couple of cars per per household, 150 odd cars, would cause them a lot of grief, and then the construction traffic will be a nightmare, absolute nightmare. And we should, yeah, well, plans are plans, but constructors, developers often don't actually stick to them. That's another thing. So what am I saying? Access in my mind is a real issue, but I'm struggling to find a planning reason to reject. Perhaps somebody else can help with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mayer. Now, Councillor Muller.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Like my colleagues, I do find the access quite a problem here. And this actually reminds me of what happened on Cedars Park a few years ago, particularly with deliveries, which weren't supposed to come before 8 o'clock. And what I think it was Councillor Mansell mentioned, I had numerous complaints about deliveries turning up way before then and blocking the road and this type of thing. Where we are, I think generally, you could argue there are too many houses on that state, but I do like the ecology that's been put around, all the extra trees are being maintained. I'm sort of in between at the moment, deciding which way to go on this one, but yeah, its access is the concern for me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Councillor Norris.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, without repeating what's already been said, I have issues also with the access. It appears to be a cul-de-sac development which is embedded within a previous development. I have a question regarding access for emergency vehicles, where there doesn't seem to be any if there is a problem on Ely Road or in Winchester Gardens. I won't say any more, but those are the main issues I have. Otherwise, I'm just going to be repeating what's already been said. Apart from the fact I also pick up the point previously that was made. I think the density, particularly in the northern part of the site, is too much. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Norris. And Councillor Warboys, please. Councillor Warboys.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, I think I've been repeating things. I think the ward member described three major points. One was it's outside the village boundary. As Councillor Eburn says, it's a buffer zone between the existing housing development and woodland, and we'd be losing that. We'd be encroaching on that open space. This is balanced by the claims of biodiversity net gain, and there's obviously been some constructive conversations regarding the development, and it has evolved. There is some open spaces within that illustrative plan. I think Councillor Mansell put a finger on it when she drew our attention to the fact that though it is in the emerging local plan as a development space, the actual parcel of land that's illustrated is only about 2/3 of that space, and yet it's having the full quota of housing on it. I think also if what we were looking at the full site that's indicated on the emerging local plan, there will be the possibility of more than one access point. I did mention earlier that the concern about vehicles travelling to and from that along Ely Road and then along Thornhill Road, or the alternative route down Edinburgh Gardens and York Crescent. It is quite tortuous. There are cars parked on the road, and though we haven't got the support from Suffolk Highways to really question this, I do feel that is an issue. So I need the fact that there are 25 affordable houses. There's a mix of housing is of benefit, and there are contributions to public rights of way and the mitigation to traffic. But I am concerned that it's too dense a scheme and there's a lack of suitable access. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Warboys. I will bring in Philip Isbell in a minute, but I just think I would like to speak, or, well, I don't know. Go on. Before I speak then, Philip Isbell, if you can sort of offer some sort of comfort here. Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. I've heard various comments through the course of this, and I suppose there are, and bearing in mind this application has been deferred already, but I mean, I think the applicant has worked with us to try and resolve problems, and I'm conscious that, you know, there's generally a will to do that. So I think members need to crystallise their question of where the harm actually arises from this. There's talk about the highway side of things, but you have the advice from the highways colleagues regarding the capacity of the road, and I would not be encouraging members to consider a highways refusal if that's where their thinking was. So I think you have to be quite clear, if members don't like what's in front of us, whether, you know, you are sufficiently unhappy with what's proposed to think it's fixable or not fixable, because those are the choices. And you know, my own instinct is, if you think there are potential ways to address some of your concerns, you can go back to the applicant and ask for more certainty around some of those things, like construction deliveries and other things. I think, you know, my sense is that there's a sensible conversation has been running from this point with the developers, and I don't see that necessarily dropping away. So that's a choice. But if you're considering a refusal, you have to be quite clear to focus on harm. And unacceptable harm. Every development involves change, and to a degree there is always some harm from every development. We live in a crowded island, and the question is not so much that there's harm, but that harm must be unacceptable. And so focusing on that then becomes perhaps what I would suggest committee do. And there are some policies that you have that relate to this, and that's a discussion that officers can obviously support you with, but it has to really start from what members think is either this is resolvable within the scope of this application, or it's not, and that takes you either to a minded to position and try to change things, or it takes you to a position where you consider that there is no way of fixing this, and you have to draw a line in the matter. And if that's the case, then you do need to identify something that will be a defensible reason for refusal, and officers can help you with policies, but it's not our role to actually provide the reasoning, and so I'd be guided by members on that. That's all I'll say for now, Chairman.
Right, well, thank you very much indeed. And so I will say my bit now. I'm not going to repeat everybody's comments regarding the access, but it does seem tortuous. I think the layout is reasonably acceptable, but it is the access to it. I would say that myself, Councillor Field and Councillor Stringer, who's no longer with us, was on the focus group working on the joint local plan. But I did miss this early part of the site allocations on this, on the earlier part. And it does seem that it's unfortunate that the land ownership is so confusing. And I wonder, I can't remember whether it was discussed, because I wasn't there at that time, whether the land ownership was discussed when this came forward as a suitable site, because clearly it would have an exit elsewhere, or could have an exit elsewhere. And it's a bit similar to a site I had in Debenham. One site is reliant on another site, both in different ownerships, and who would want a road coming through their site to gain access elsewhere? So from the joint local plan point of view, whilst we can't take a lot of weight on that, it is sort of in our psyche to find an alternative route out. So what is the harm? What could the harm be? Could the harm be enjoyment of your current property with not just the development of the site, but the ongoing resultant traffic that may come from this site. I don't know, and I don't know whether that's strong enough reason for refusal, or whether we do need to go to a minded to and see if we can change something. Because I'm between a rock and a hard place on this one, because I do think the tortuous route in is a big problem. So that's where I am. Mr. Isbell, you seem to have your hand up again.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, indeed, I do. I think in part, in part, this question around access is if this site is to come forward ultimately under the joint local plan, as presently the council has as its direction of travel, let's call it that. If access is not from this point, then access will need presumably, and I don't know, Joe, whether you've got an aerial photograph that we might draw upon in reference to this. We're going to have to presumably go through to create a connection to the church lane that we were previously looking at, and that will arguably, I imagine, involve some loss of hedgerows as we presumably route through in that direction. So that's one alternative here. I mean, you do have policies in your plans. Policy H16 looks to protect the existing amenity and character of primarily residential areas from development that materially reduces amenity. Now, you would have to identify the harm that does that reduction in amenity, and the extent to which this development as proposed reduces that amenity. But there are, if this is not the access point, is it the quantum of development and the extent of the site that's a problem? Is it the access point? Is it both of those issues? These are things, I guess, that the committee must wrestle with. So that was all I was going to say, Chairman.
Thank you very much. So we'll go around again on a free-for-all with hands up if somebody wants to make some sort of comment. But I did mention the enjoyment detrimental to the enjoyment of their own properties. So does anybody wish to speak at this moment? Because we've got to move one way or another.
I've got.
Councillor Matheson.
Oh, sorry. My screen's just disappeared. I will carry on anyway. Councillor Wildboys and now Mr. Isbell have very much gone down the road that I was thinking, and it's been allocated on the basis of the two different access points that it would have. Were it all to be coming forward at the same time, which unfortunately isn't the case, and that if highways are not supporting us on access grounds per se, then the second question is that there is going to be a huge loss of amenity for the people living in all the roads that we've just wound around in the video, and I think that along with what members have been saying about the effect on landscape of putting this many houses in is sufficient reason. So I will propose refusal to give us something to discuss. And I don't know that Mr. Isbell can remember the Tufts Road one and where that went, because I seem to remember we started off with highways saying that was okay, and when we went and looked at it, we said no, it's not.
So what is your reasoning for it? Is it
well,
the
loss of H16, I think Mr. Isbell helpfully quoted just now, as the loss of amenity because of the short-term and long-term effects on all the people living in all the houses on the route out to the whether be it to the A14 or to the shops. That reason and the landscaping reason that would be the harm to the landscape by putting this number of houses into that size plot in with the rising land and so on, as people have talked about.
Do I have a seconder for that?
May I chip in there, Chairman?
Yeah, you may.
So Councillor Matheson has made mention of policy H16, but right now I don't feel he's given me a harm, we've talked around some issues acceptably. I understand that. I don't feel at the moment what he's described is a harm I can put into a reason for refusal at the moment. I understand policy H16, but I'm still looking, and that the landscape harm, I'm not sure I fully understand Councillor Matheson's reasoning. So I can help you further with that, but I do need to be clear who is losing amenity and what are they losing amenity from?
Well, the people that live along all those roads that we've wound our way around, and that all the construction traffic would wind its way around, and then the residents, when they moved in, would wind themselves around. I think they are losing considerable amenity.
What sort of amenity, Councillor Matheson? Well,
the noise, the fumes from the vehicles, the congestion where people are, as someone described what weaving, I think, was it the ward member was talking about the weaving in and out. Did someone else mention a bus having to get stuck and reversing, or was that this morning? I can't remember now.
So might I summarise that as noise, activity and disturbance?
Those things add up to a considerable loss of amenity.
So without labouring the point, Councillor Matheson, might I understand that what you're describing is noise, activity and disturbance in its traditional
noise,
sense?
Activity, disturbance, well, yeah, and traffic fumes as well, actually.
Thank you. And what you're suggesting is that's contrary to policy H16 of your adopted local plan,
well,
because
I haven't got H16 in front of me, but you quoted
allow me to help you. So policy H16, to protect the existing amenity and the character of primarily residential areas, the district planning authority will refuse. And then there are 3 bullets, and the third one says development that materially reduces the amenity and privacy of adjacent dwellings or erodes the character of the surrounding area. The cumulative effect of a series of proposals will be taken into account. But as I understand it, what you're describing is that the development will materially reduce the amenity of adjacent dwellings.
Yes, I think surrounding area, because obviously the vast majority of the houses that we're talking about here are not adjacent, but they are affected.
Can I just ask a question? What is the possibility of the land to the north of it coming forward as a separate application, bearing in mind it's in separate ownership, and the fact that the LA 003 allocated 75 houses and that's now been taken up by the current application? Would that have a bearing on matters in the future, or would that be deemed to have been counted out because we've got the capacity should the quantity of houses be built out? Mind you, you can never refuse an application that comes before you. I understand that.
Sorry, I'm sorry. My head was somewhere else, Chairman. So perhaps you'll have to go again with that.
What's the possibility? Because LA 003 is an allocated. Bearing in mind it hasn't gone through yet, but it is in Reg 19. What's the possibility of the northern part of that, where it's opposite LA 002 out onto Church Lane? What is the likelihood of that coming forward with an application, bearing in mind LA 003 allocated 75 houses, and this one coming through? And would it come through with more houses, or would they say, well, no, actually you've got your quantity, we're not going to entertain that land anymore?
So the question of what that owner does is entirely up to that owner. Have no knowledge about that, Chairman, and I think from what case officer has told me, you deal with the stuff in front of you rather than
I appreciate that.
If you look at the Stowmarket Area Action Plan, there are sites in there that have not come forward because you have 2 owners who have not necessarily achieved common ground in bringing a proposition forward. But yeah, so anyway, I believe Councillor Matheson moved to refuse, or I would need to think a little bit further about that. So perhaps we ought to let debate proceed.
Yeah. Perhaps I should have added. Sorry, Chair.
I was going to say I need a seconder before we can go forward to debate the motion further.
Absolutely. Any offers?
I'm also conscious that Councillor Masson did talk about harm to the landscape, and I didn't flesh that out with him.
No, yeah. I think, Chair, if anybody that's been criticising the landscape issue earlier wants to come forward and second, and then otherwise we'll need a different proposal. Oh, and I did just want to add that, of course, this is outside the current settlement boundary, which has limited weight, but nevertheless, it's a point.
So is there anybody who commented on the landscape wishing to second it and to provide Councillor Matheson? If not, then the matter will fail. No, I don't see anybody. Oh, wait a minute, hang on. Councillor Eburn.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask whether the fact that Place Services and Suffolk Wildlife Trust have both asked for holding objections based on the fact that there's insufficient buffer to the woodland area, whether that is, and forgive me because I haven't been back on planning for that long, whether that falls into any of the policies such as CL8 protecting wildlife habitat and CL9 recognised wildlife areas in terms of policy. So if I could just ask that first, thank you.
Chairman, can I ask Joe Hobbs to come in on the Place Services comment?
Yeah, because I mean, what we don't need to do is start debating what the issue is before we've got a seconder, and before we can appropriately move the debate forwards. But yes, ask Joe to come in on that if you would, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Place Services, both our ecology and landscape architect, have no objections to the scheme, subject to these revised plans, the revised parameter plans that have been set out, and provided the conditions that are listed in the report are secured. So there is no objection from those two parties.
Okay, thank you for that. So I see Roland Warboys. Councillor Warboys, are you seconding this motion before we go further into debate, please? Thank you.
Yes, I will second this motion. I think together with the access problems and the lack of amenity, I think the density of the application encroaches on the open countryside and fails to deliver a sufficient buffer zone between that and woodland.
Philip, does that sort of give you something or anything?
No, sorry. I'm not sure that I would want that fleshed out. So that's so Councillor Masson talked about harm to landscape character. Perhaps Councillor Warboys, you might just go over that again for me, please.
Well, I think taking into account the applications for 75 houses, which is only a portion of the allocated space under LA 003. I think the density of the housing, there's too many houses there, and that causes it to encroach upon the woodland. There's insufficient space for a buffer zone between the housing and the woodland.
But bearing in mind, Place Services have no objection.
So my point with all of this will ultimately be about evidence, and so the scale of the development relative to what's proposed in the allocation is, to my mind, a small matter, given that allocation is far from certain and has limited weight. So I think that there is much that yet would come about in relation to that. The density of this, Joe, can you just remind me what the gross and net density of this is, and the core strategy policies that we typically look for? Because from my perspective, Any appeal inspector looking at this site is likely to look at the density of the adjacent estate, and we haven't looked at that. I'm not sure whether you've got anything on that, Joe, but that would typically be the way that an inspector might look at the way in which something is either in character or out of character by comparing densities of both the existing development adjacent and the proposed. So density, Joe.
Yeah, thank you. The two figures, the gross density when taking into account the open space is 22 dwellings per hectare, and the net density excluding that open space is 33 dwellings per hectare for this scheme. We also did a little bit of comparison. I did a little bit of comparison of what the typical density is of the surrounding areas, and the gross density of Ely Road and Winchester Gardens is around 28 dwellings per hectare, and Hereford Drive Exeter Road is around 24 dwellings per hectare. I also didn't survey the whole area, but just taking examples kind of from near the application site. Just forgive me one moment. I'm just looking for the recommended density in the joint local plan. In our current development plan. I have covered it in the report. So it's policy CS9. Our core strategy policy 9 looks for us to achieve an appropriate density with a minimum density of 30 dwellings per hectare. The National Planning Policy Framework also identifies that we need to make efficient use of land in paragraphs 122 and 123, but also balanced into that is appropriate design, because you don't just want to blandly rule out apply blind facts to the situation. You want to make sure that you have a good design. So we are, if we take the net density, we are within the realms of acceptability of our development plan policy, which says a minimum density of 33 dwellings per hectare.
So do you want to review your comments, Councillor Warboys, or does the offer of refusal fail?
Well, the previous site we looked at had a density of 23 dwellings per hectare, which was sort of 20% open space. So this is in excess of that, isn't it?
I think it was split over 3 areas, wasn't it? There were different densities.
Yeah, yes.
In fact, I think I wrote it down somewhere. I don't know where I've put it now. That's my previous paper's gone. Anyway, we've got to move on.
I think
Councillor Field. Sorry, Councillor Warboys, yes. Yeah,
the point which sort of will stand then is the loss of amenity because of the restricted access.
Mm.
So, Chairman, I haven't set any of this out I've just put some scribbled notes on a piece of paper. Is it your wish that I give Rob something that we can work up? I have, obviously, Councillor Matheson has clarified things. I'd probably want, from my point of view, 5 minutes just to tidy that off, if that is what you would wish to proceed to a vote on.
Well, I can't deny the councillors their proposal and seconder, and then I can allow the rest of the committee to talk to the motion and then take an appropriate vote.
May I therefore have just a couple of minutes to go over that with Joe, so that we have something that is in the format of a reason that we might sensibly put.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. If you'll excuse me.
We'll just have to break for Mr. Isbell. Yeah, just suspend it. Yeah, please. Yeah, thanks. Thank you very much. Reconvene, and Robert, I think you have an announcement to make.
Okay, so
thank you.
Chairman, so if I may, I've had a quick review of possible reason for refusal, and Mr. Carmichael has the wording, but if I can suggest what I've heard and put that with some thoughts into what might be a reason for members to consider. So obviously the proposer and second of the motion would need to think about it, but the proposed development would not represent good design and would result in short-term construction traffic and long-term traffic associated with future residential occupation of the site. This traffic, which will be reliant upon access to the existing road network within the adjacent residential area, would have a material detrimental impact upon that adjacent residential area, reducing its amenity by reason of increased noise, activity, disturbance and traffic fumes, contrary to policy H16 of the Mid-Suffolk Local Plan 1998 and paragraphs 124 and 127 of the NPPF 2019, which requires a high standard of amenity for existing and future users. Chairman, if I can leave it there and see where the debate goes.
Well, you say the debate. Is that what we have as a proposal?
So Rob now has that. Rob now has that text.
That Chair, that did sound very very satisfactory to me. Perhaps Councillor Warboys.
I'm happy to second that. Yes.
Right. So does anybody wish to speak to the motion, please? Well, I do, because I really do hope that members are minded to go with that recommendation, that if the applicant goes to appeal, that can stand up. I think the biggest problem is that it is in the emerging joint local plan. It's an unfortunate one. And I just ask members to think very carefully. I am entitled to speak, so you know, I think Councillor Matheson, you've had your go. Let other people have a go first, and then they can all speak. So, Councillor Muller.
Thank you, Chair. I know I said before, I still have concerns about the access, but this happens in all developments across the district. Therefore, I will not be supporting the proposal to refuse this application, Chair. On this occasion, I feel that I don't think it will stand up to appeal, in my personal opinion. It is in the joint local plan. I agree it's only got limited weight at the moment, but I think at some stage there will be development on this site based on that. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. And then we have Councillor Norris.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I will be supporting the recommendation for refusal. I have real concerns about the access and possibility of problems, future problems on Ely Road and was it Winchester Close, if emergency vehicles can't access onto this proposed site. I think we as a council have a responsibility for the safety of any future residents on planning developments that we approve, and to me this has a big risk, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Norris. Councillor Field, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, certainly sensitive to the amount of traffic that one puts through other roads in this sort of area. But I'm afraid I go along with the view that I have a great deal of difficulty believing this will be supported at any appeal. You know, if you look at other areas of the housing immediately adjacent, there's very similar situations where quite large numbers of houses, traffic is threaded through the main village. In fact, the really critical issue in Claydon is the high street, which is medieval, and we've just focused the traffic from 270 houses through that. This is 70 something other. So I feel we're being somewhat unrealistic in this. and so I personally will not be supporting the rejection.
Thank you for that, Councillor Field. Councillor Warboys, can you turn your microphone off, please?
Beg your pardon.
Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I completely take on board what Councillors Guthrie, Muller and Field have just said with regards to this site being in the draft joint local plan as an allocated site. But as I said before, it's allocated for almost this number of houses on the larger plot of land. And although I will be supporting this current motion, I'm not saying that I cannot support any development on this site. I just think that this is too many houses to be coming off that access on Ely Road. And maybe if it had been a different development with slightly less houses coming off that single access point, I would be in a position to support it. And although Councillors Guthrie, and Muller said that they wouldn't feel that this would stand up to appeal, I think there are a lot of similarities between this particular case and the one I think it's Tofts Way or whatever it was called, which the committee did refuse. I believe, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that went to appeal and it did stand up. You know, I know, Inspector, maybe they're not always as consistent as we'd like them to be, but taking that on board, I feel that I will be supporting this particular motion. Thank you.
Well, just to speak again, the one at they'd actually allocated further sites. So, you know, there was a slight difference there. And I think Philip can possibly fill us in on that. And what you're saying, Councillor Mansell, really would have stood up better for a deferral for a reduced number on this site rather than a straight back no. But there we are.
I'm sorry to disagree with you, Councillor Guthrie, but I think that I am assessing what I have been given to assess today, and
yeah,
on
but
the
you're
basis,
bringing up
on the basis of what we've been given today, I would like to support this motion, not on deferring for something else to come back. We have been asked to consider 73 houses on this site in this particular configuration, and for that reason, I feel that I would like to support the motion that we have to refuse it.
Absolutely, but then please don't bring up other sites that are not relevant to the debate today. So the next person to speak would be, I think that's it. Councillor Matheson, did you want to speak again?
Yes, I think the final point I wanted to make really was that the emerging joint local plan with limited weight, I had a good look at page 433, which is the aerial map, which shows the site, and I realised that the reason that the joint local plan was proposing to allocate this was because it would actually have 3 access points, which would give a wide range of ways in which to develop it, and if the 3 owners would be working together. And so I think the amount of land that's not included today is too great to support the number of houses that are still being put onto this piece of land. But the access point, there are actually both the north piece and the south piece that's excluded at the moment from the allocation. Both have their own access points, and I think that really is the nub of what's why this isn't satisfactory at the moment.
Yeah, that's a fair point, Councillor Matheson, and I mean I did try to draw that out in the conversation, but we have what we have, so I appreciate where you're coming from. Thank you for that. Mr. Isbell, you just wanted to pass a comment, and do I see Mr. Councillor Field again?
Two things I'd like to point out, if I may, Chairman. One of them is Joe has drawn my attention to a planning permission that we approved for 9 dwellings just to the south of the site, and she'll draw that to your attention on a plan in a minute and describe it. But whilst that's being readied, my advice to you is that Tufts Road was dismissed on appeal, but that was only on effectively what I read to be a very tight balance in the decision. It was refused contrary to officer recommendation. I don't recall the reason for refusal, but it was partly around traffic around the existing estate. But the success that we had in defending the appeal was largely because Town Council's neighbourhood plan made provision for other sites. I think my own advice to committee would be in this situation that this reason for refusal is going to require some defending. It is a reason for refusal. It is harm. It is based on a policy. However, I would foreseeably recommend the committee to take a minded to approach to that rather than to actually take that as a substantive decision. And Joe, if you could just clarify where that site is and how it relates to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just to draw members' attention, apologies this wasn't included in the presentation or clearer. This land is to the south of the application site you're considering. You might just be able to see a note there saying this is to the north, so the proposed bungalows would be just to the north of this plan. And then we have the access via access road for these 9 dwellings that have been granted planning permission in the last few months.
That wasn't something that we knew.
No. But you see, that's what I was trying to draw out, and I'm very grateful for Phil to try and say that the Tufts Road was a different issue, which is what I was being called out on. But this one, we weren't aware of it. So just coming back to Councillor Matheson, does that put a different slant on things for you?
Well, it doesn't. It certainly doesn't help. I mean, I think that is, of the 3 parcels of land, if you were to spend the 75 that's proposed to be allocated in the joint local plan, if you were to spread those reasonably well over the 3 plots of land, obviously taking this 9 away from the 75, then I think that's still arguing very much that we're trying to put too many on there. If Mr. Isbell's saying that a lessening of the number by deferring, etc., etc.
We could look at a minded.
Minded to.
Chairman, you have a proposed reason for refusal out there. You could take a minded. Sorry, Chairman, I've just got a phone call in the background. But you could take a minded to decision and instruct officers to negotiate the density. Reduced density on the site. Now, whether the applicant will do that is up to the applicant, but you have a minded to decision that you can then take an approach on, and that would be my advice to committee today.
And Councillor, can I just wait for a moment, Councillor Matheson? I will come back to you while you think on that. Can I just ask Councillor Field, who's making a comment there, while you think on that issue there, Councillor Matheson?
Thanks. Good to get an word in edgeways, isn't it, on occasion? I was going to point out that the Exeter Road problem, I wasn't aware of that development. I don't think I was aware, but clearly Exeter Road is a similar road to the one we're concerned of. The suggestion that Philip Isbell just made seems to me eminently sensible. I'm sure we'd all go along with the thought that reducing the density on here would be quite good. It is in our emerging plan, and I do really feel that that's going to account very much against any rejection of this. The land to the north, I'm not sure whether that's owned by the people who own the large house next door to it or who owns it, but I was going to point out also that in my view, by making the development of this plot absolutely dependent on the northern plot, you are giving someone an awfully large gift, which I would rather not see done. But so my view is that going along with the minded to and the attempt to negotiate a lower density will be perhaps a realistic solution that will meet all our needs.
So Councillor Field, thank you for that, and thank you to Phil, and thank you to everybody for listening. Councillor Matheson, would you reconsider your proposal at the moment in the light of what we've now heard?
Because Mr. Isbell's advice is very sound, as we know, and so I would accept that. I must say I'd still hope that the remaining 2 landowners would get together and come up with a better scheme, but they'll have the opportunity to do that if they want to. But meanwhile, we can ask for for officers to talk to them on.
So am I
basis,
taking it that you'll withdraw the current proposal?
Yes. So
I
if we can amend
War Boys as well, if you just withdraw it, but then put back in what is more suitable. Yeah. And we'll
if we
leave
can say minded to refuse on the same basis as before, then that's what we're looking for then. Yeah.
Well, it's density, wasn't it? Mr. Isbell, does that make a different recommendation that you now need to advise Mr. Carmichael on, please?
Indeed it does, Chairman. So essentially I would suggest that what you're looking to consider is minded to refuse for the reason as set down, and Mr. Carmichael has that reasoning, and instruct officers to negotiate a lesser density of development, and that then I think will lead to us either we will either come back to you and ask for confirmation of the reason for refusal, or we won't, Chairman. That's how this will go.
So, Councillor Warboys, you seconded it before. I
think I'm content with Mr. Isbell's advice to mind it to refuse, and the officers to go forwards to renegotiate the density of the housing, which is what I understand.
Yeah. Now then, once we get that in place and we get the wording right, I will come back to everybody to speak to the new motion. So everybody will have the opportunity to do that. Mr. Isbell,
with Philip.
Yeah, that's just what I was about to say. Mr. Isbell, can you make sure that Councillor Matheson and Councillor Warboys are happy with the proposal, please?
Yeah, what I was just wanted to understand was whether we're adding the density to the amenity issue and perhaps leaving the landscaping one out. Is that what you were suggesting?
My suggestion, Chairman, is that the landscaping question will come along with the density question, I suspect. What I have suggested is that you, rather than a substantive refusal of the application, you are minded to refuse it for the reasons that we've set down, but that you instruct officers to negotiate and report back to Referrals Committee on the density with a view to reducing the density of the development, and see where that takes us. As I say, that's not in our gift to be certain about.
Now then, has Robert got the thing that he can put up for us to make a vote on? Has he got the wording? And Councillor Warboys, are you happy with that as a second position? A recommendation second, yes?
Yes, I am.
Right. So now we've got that in place. If people would like to talk to the motion, let's move on to that. And I have Councillor Mansell, please.
Thank you, Chair. I actually just wanted a point of clarification on the image that Joe Hobbs put up about 5 minutes ago about the houses that have already got planning permission. I'd just like confirmation that they cover the whole of the space from the southern end of this development that we're trying to determine today, and the playing fields, and that is actually just that southern portion of the bit that in the land allocation that hasn't been used. I just want confirmation that that completely fills that space.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, if you just see the plan that's shown on the site, you can see, well, you probably can't see, but just to the south of the hedgerow on the south boundary, there's recreation area that does go up to the playing fields. That is the remaining part of that allocation, yes.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Councillor Mansell. Councillor Mellon.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a little surprised that emerged right at the end of the day rather than earlier on. But the issue that Councillor Caston raised, and I also highlighted, which is the issue of the amenity of the houses on Winchester Gardens directly backing onto the site. That doesn't seem to have been picked up, and I wonder whether that would be dealt with by reducing the density, and therefore those houses could be moved, the new houses could be moved further away.
I think Councillor Mellon, I don't mean to be rude, but I think Jo can answer that, because I thought she already answered that for Councillor Caston, that there was going to be. But your point is well made, that if there is a reduction, that could be there. Could Jo amplify on that, please? Because I thought you'd already cleared that.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I did respond to Councillor Caston's concerns, saying that we thought there was sufficient space with the landscaping and sufficient distance between those dwellings. Obviously, if members still have a concern, then if the resolution is passed on to ask the applicants to go away and look at density, there is a chance that those dwellings, the space could increase if the number of dwellings reduces on site. So we could address that further in line with your concerns, Councillor Mellon.
And then, of course, that would come up within a debate again when it came back again, Councillor Mellon.
Yeah, I mean, going back to planning training, and obviously I'm not an experienced councillor, but we were told, no one has a right to a view, but an outlook is a different thing. And obviously the back of those houses are going to lose their outlook, whatever we do there. So that was just my concern.
Point well made. Thank you for that. Councillor Muller.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I feel that I could support the latest proposal minded to refuse, and so I think I will be supporting this latest motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. And then Councillor Field.
Yes, in a similar position, as you've heard several times, I do feel that the presence of this site in the local plan is a problem. I don't remember when that occurred, although, as you said, we were involved. I think it was before my involvement, but nevertheless, it's not important. And the access to the south we have covered, although possibly one could upgrade the Slade. It is a road part way, and clearly we don't want to go through the middle of the playing field. So minded with refuse and reduction in number of dwellings does seem to be something that would improve the load we're putting on the road system and the residents concerned. So I think this is a good solution, and I'll be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Field. Councillor Caston, there you are. Yes. Councillor Caston.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think I'm on the same page as Councillor Mellon on this. With these, I think I'd have to see a design on there that didn't have houses looking straight down a hill into the gardens of other houses to have something acceptable on there. But I think, yeah, this emerging local plan is a big issue for me, and I think a straight refusal would be a dangerous way to go. And I think we're doing the right thing now if this proposal is supported, in the fact that we're giving them another chance to mitigate some of the impact on that site, because there is a lot of impact there. So those houses down there, as well as some of the the smaller houses in that area, and I wouldn't like to see those people lose that that amenity of looking out across without looking straight into a window or having someone looking straight back at them. So yeah, I will be supporting this, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Caston. That's very useful. And Councillor Mayer, please.
Thanks, Chair. When I first brought up my concerns about access, at the time, whilst I had a personal opinion, I felt that the development was inappropriate. I couldn't see how we could reject the application. I think Mr. Isbell's words, his advice have been very useful, and whilst there is a part of me thinks we're slightly fudging the issue and not addressing it head on, I think being pragmatic, I think the proposal in front of us now is one that I can support.
Thank you for that. And Councillor Eborn.
Thank you very much, Chair. I still have a concern about the having a buffer alongside the eastern side, or sorry, northeastern, I guess it is, side of the development, and I would hope that that is considered in the discussions with the applicant, and I'll be supporting this. But I am, as others have said, it's a bit disappointing that we found out about that application to the south, and that wasn't in our papers at the beginning, because I think that would have saved us a good hour on this meeting. So, but thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Councillor Ebor, for sticking the course with us there. I think everybody has spoken, and I mean, I must admit, I hear what Councillor Mayer says about fudging the issue, but I did try and bring up that the whole piece of land was going to take the 75, and this one was just squashing it in. So I think we've come to a reasonable resolution with a very difficult situation. If Councillor Matheson is happy with what we've already heard, and the seconder is what we've already heard, can we go straight to a vote, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I've read what the officers put up on the vote, which is nice to see it all written down in front of you. And yes, that is satisfactory. Let's vote.
Well done. Well done. Thank you very much, Councillor Matheson.
Thank you then, Chair. I will now move us on to the vote, if that's okay. And if members could please open up the modern.gov app, it's possible you may have to log in again, as it could have possibly timed out again. I will start the vote now. So if you go to modern.gov, go to the agenda today, the plus sign in the top right hand corner, and then choose voting, and it will be the light blue line. You might need to scroll down on the page to get it.
Well, this is great fun. Even I can't get into it, so I could earlier. Is anyone else having difficulty because I can't get it?
I'm afraid, Chair, it's only you left. So if you want, I can record your vote verbally, and I can add it in afterwards.
I will support the latest proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just tally that up. Thank you then, Chair. I can then confirm that with your vote, it would be 10 votes for, 0 against, and 1 abstention.
Well, can I thank you all very much indeed for a very lively and I think very important debate. And I think we've covered a lot of ground today. So thank you, everybody. I now move on to ask the Governance Officer if we have any site inspections.
None, Chair.
In that case, then I will now formally close the meeting and thank everybody. Good night.